hours will take place at the end of today's program and to be seen on Fox Sports 1. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual unusually well. First of 13 races in about 10 minutes starts the early pick 5. In total, 5 stakes races from here in Monmouth. Soaring Softly is off the turf. Main track is fast. Turf course yielding. Temperature around 79 degrees. As I welcome in my co-hosts, Sarah El-Badwi, Chris Griffin, Jonathan Kinchin. Nice suit yesterday.
Was that? Well, I'm just worried about that red drone strike comment.
At least I just
was that towards me?
Preservation.
1 to 9. That was for you.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it was. I was warm yesterday with the suit, but I'm back.
Good.
I'm back.
It looked good.
Thank you,
guys. So yeah, by the way, 2-year-old filly's making a lot of noise behind us. We'll get to that in a moment. Let's keep it simple. What are we looking forward to most today?
I mean, the rescheduled grass races that we have, those 2 Grade 1 events that we get to experience on the turf later on in the card today. I know it may not have been the way that everyone planned for those things to go, but it's just exciting to see those fields stay intact, be on the surface they were intended for, and there's some competitive groups that we'll be taking a look at later.
Yeah, speaking specifically about the Jaipur and talking about a Grade 1 with those turf sprinters, to be able to see those horses square off in what seems to be a competitive field. And again, being from the booth and being out here on the desk and hanging out with you guys for a little bit, it's fun to see them trackside and horses that I call throughout the year to see them perform on the turf.
Lafitte, if there's red and white awnings and horses running in a semicircle or a full circle, I'm always excited
You're a happy
about
man.
it. I'm excited about seeing Think Big, who I think is going to appreciate the cut in the ground, 3 for 3 on turf courses not listed as firm. And I'm excited about betting against Far Bridge, who doesn't want to go 1 1/8 miles.
That's coming up in the Manhattan a little bit later on. The Grade 1 Jaipur 13 races on this Sunday afternoon, winding down the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. There's the field for the Manhattan. Presented by Resorts World Casino. Yeah, as J.K. mentioned, changed from 1 3/16 to 1 1/8 miles. Field was not redrawn. Number 6, Spirit of St. Louis, still the 5-2 morning line favorite. And this is part of the reason why, Sarah, Grade 1 Turf Classic, Churchill Downs right before the Derby. Spirit of St. Louis, far back early, charging hard late.
He's been very consistent over his last couple of starts, and the talent was really always hinted at with him, a horse that had run well both on the dirt and then switching over to the turf. He's going to be a formidable type coming into this race as he's put together a couple of wins as of late. This is a tough test, though. This is a good group of horses, and I think if Integration got through in that race, might have had a little bit more of a say in the outcome.
And then you have Far Bridge. He is a Grade 1 winner on this turf course last summer in the Sword Dancer here, Chris. Far Bridge, early rail run in the Man of War, a race you called.
Easier than look victory for me. When you take a look at Far Bridge, he's just kind of toying with his rivals. He's kind of looking around. He's waiting for them a little bit. Very mild urging from Joel Rosario, who's going to have them out back. And Far Bridge had this well in command. I mean, you do see cutting into the margins some of the rivals, but there was no chance Far Bridge was going to lose this. Distance may be a question at that 1 1/8 miles.
A third in this event last year behind the Godolphin duo, measured time, Nation's Pride. Grade 1 winner Far Bridge. The other 2 Miguel Clement runners, J.K. Deterministic and Carson's Run in the Fort Marcy.
I love Deterministic. I loved him yesterday. I still love him today. Yeah, the new version of him is a fun version. When you can get on the front end, you're dangerous in these turf races. Sometimes they don't have a lot of pace. I think the 1 1/8 miles hits him right between the eyes. I think Kendrick Carmouche hits him right between the eyes. And he's versatile, right? He won, don't forget, he won a graded stakes on the dirt. He's going to be just fine, I believe, with this surface. And I think he's going to be very, very tough to beat. And a little bit ignored. I think he's kind of new to the party, but I think he's the new guy in this division.
Grade 1 Manhattan, race 13, post time around 7:12 Eastern to the first of the 13 races. Field updated odds, these 2-year-old fillies, maiden special weight with a couple restrictions, all sold for $60,000 or less in their most recent sale. Also allowed New York breds. And we'll get a closer look at this field. Riders up, and Garano Ranch, J.K. pictured, she is, even money favorite, lost a heartbreaker at Churchill Downs in her most recent.
She did, and it's a little bit disappointing. We talk a lot about horses that we feel like want to run second a lot, and a lot of times I'll give horses passes when they're 4, 5, 6, 7 to 1. This horse has been odds on twice and run second. Why is that going to be any different here today?
Okay, royal sounding welcome for this field. Freshman fillies, 5.5 furlong dash, $90,000 per scratch number 2, 2 by 2 by 2. Garano Ranch, another look at her in the post parade. There's Miss Magical, New York bred, first-time starter.
George has always been pretty good with first-time starters. It seems like he's really ramped that up the last couple of years.
Garano Ranch, Johnny Velasquez having a sensational week.
Just over bet. That's the concern for me.
Johnny V, Wesley Ward, number 4 here. Nacho Problem, her mother, Nacho Mama.
Yeah, third beaten 6th last time out. Does put the blinkers on. Amelia Green, she's done some nice work. We'll see if she can get this 2-year-old filly to the winner's circle.
Bella Banco, a banker, LSU stable, first-time starter.
Yeah, this horse is taking not taking very much money at all, and that's a little bit of a concern for me. These first-time starters, usually when they can run for Rudy, they get bet.
Mike Ripoli's filly is getting bet. Angel Gift, second choice.
Yeah, the pedigree is certainly there. A $300,000 purchase. You see Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard. Todd Pletcher towards the outside. I like these 2-year-olds first time out. I think there's talent and ability here.
There she is. Angel Gift, Irad Ortiz in the saddle, trained by Todd Pletcher, the first-time starter by Connect, 5-2, second choice, then Looks to Kill, it's been a struggle in her first 2 races.
Yeah, she was 43-1, 46-1, ran like it. Unfortunately, her trainer 0 for 40 with first-time starters. I don't think this one is going to change that.
She's due. No reserve. New York bred first-time starter.
Yeah, talk about Rudy Rodriguez, and he's 0 for 33 showing first time out, too.
He's
so
due.
this is not quite what the game is. He's got 2 in here, but I think they're going to have to pick it up to tackle the horse that's my top selection in here, but we'll see.
Early pick 5 begins here. 2-year-old fillies post time, 3 minutes. As these fillies warm up, we'll be welcoming Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast very shortly. And she's good to go. Trackside, these 2-year-old fillies, observing them. Maggie, what can you tell us?
Oh, Lafitte, sorry. I don't know. Nobody told me to stand by. As we'll take a look at some of the horses who have experience, including the New York bred shipping in here for Wesley Ward, who in her first 2 starts, she did burn a lot of money. Sorry, not New York bred. These are open company, but there's some New York breds in here. That's Garano Ranch as she takes the blinkers off. And with Wesley, no matter what the circumstance, all of his babies, all of his 2-year-olds start with blinkers. It's just how he trains them. It's the formula that has worked so well for him. But sometimes you've got to make adjustments. All horses are individuals, and sometimes that game plan just doesn't fit some. So she's had a little bit of trouble getting out of the gate as she, in her first 2 starts, she was quick, but not as fast as the horses who beat her. And last time just could never get by a horse who did take money. It was second choice. And just chased her the whole way around the racetrack. Now, she's a very good-looking daughter of War at Will. Physically, I love what I'm seeing, and I love the way she's acting. I just agree with Jonathan that she's tough to take after burning so much money, and she could potentially do the same thing again here today. But at least from my vantage point, she honestly looks best of any of these. So we'll see how she does. As we'll move on to another horse who has experience. That's number 4, Nacho Problem. Talking about number 4, who also has experience for Amelia Green. I just think the blinkers will really help her. First time out, she broke well, but she just couldn't keep up. And she kind of lost some ground around the turn. And it feels like the blinkers, which she has a significant pair on today, a 3/4 cup, will keep her closer, will keep her more focused and, inclined to run forward throughout the running of the race because she is built like a horse who should be quick. She's very short and compact, might be distance limited on top of that. As we'll move on to some first-time starters, Miss Magical, she was taking all the early money here for George Weaver. Now, I didn't like her breeze. She sold for $100,000. She is a daughter of Good Magic, so that's kind of on par with her pedigree, but she worked 10-2 and she never really let herself down. You like those horses in those breezes to A, not be asked much for a good time, and B, kind of just naturally lower themselves into their stride, show that they want to do it. She didn't do that. She looks fine here. She's well prepared mentally and physically, but because of that workout, I chose to look elsewhere. As another first-time starter that I see we're all big fans of is number 6, Angel Gift. For Todd Pletcher. Now, she has a lovely pedigree. Dan won first time out. Also the Schuylerville. She's a half to Cave Rock. Multiple grade 1 winner at 2. In the paddock, I was feeling a little hesitant about my pick because she was so quiet. She was just kind of stumbling. She wasn't even paying attention. But now, since she's gotten out on track, she's come to life, and she's warming up beautifully here for Irad Ortiz. And she's very athletic, very fit, all things you come to expect from Todd Pletcher. I just hope that the light bulb's on enough where she knows what her job is. Because in the paddock, she was acting like she was rather have a lunch and a nap than go out to the races. But number 5, Bella Bello Banker. I actually did like the workout from this gal, as she sold for $105,000 at the OBS March sale, and there's actually no pedigree for her to sell for $105,000. She worked 10 and 1, a very efficient stride. And of any of these, sometimes when you're dealing with these 2-year-olds, size does matter. And the horses that are more physically physically progressive are the ones that bear out that on the racetrack. And she is big, there's a lot of substance to her, but on top of that, she's also athletic, Lafitte. So she, at a big price for Rudy Rodriguez, is one that I'd be willing to use underneath.
LSU Stables, Bello Banker have Far Bridge in the Manhattan later on. Sarah with Nacho Problem. Everybody else with the New York bred expensive filly Micropoli's Angel Gift.
The condition of this race is what is the most important part to me, right? It's like we've seen these auction races where horses bought for a certain number, they show up to try to even the playing field. But when you allow a $300,000 New York bred, that's not what's happening here. This horse obviously has a much better pedigree than the rest of them, is trained by Todd Pletcher, and was obviously a pretty good-looking animal to sell for $300,000.
British Idiom graduated in a race just like this. Eventual Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly winner and 2-year-old filly champion. First of 13, day after Belmont Stakes. Frank Mirmati standing by.
Thank you, Lafitte. Waiting on No Reserve. And she is right up to the gate. Backs away momentarily. Goes in. They're in the gate. Couple of them fidgety. And they're off. And it was a very even start. Nacho Problem was out very quickly. Better break for Guarano Ranch today. And they're followed by No Reserve in third. Bello Banker is a close-up for just 2 lengths off the lead. Then Miss Magical, inside Angel Gift. The trailer is Looks to Kill. Around the far turn, Nacho Problem head and head with the favorite Guarano Ranch. The opening quarter went in 22 2/5 seconds. No Reserve, a 3-wide third, has to get after the top pair as Angel Gift gets underway. Orange Cap on the outside, making headway. Bello Banker and Miss Magical, they're at the top of the stretch with several chances. It is Nacho Problem fighting gamely. Guarano Ranch on the inside. Guarano Ranch, and here comes Angel Gift. Angel Gift has some serious class and runs right by them. Angel Gift in a sparkling debut, pulling away to score by 4. Miss Magical rallied into second. Guarano Ranch was third. Nacho Problem fourth.
All makes sense now, doesn't it? Angel Gift rolls in her debut. For Micropoli, Todd Pletcher, Arad Ortiz striking early on the Saratoga program.
Lafitte, help me out here. What's that pitcher's name? Danny, the one that won the World Series. He was 15, but he was pitching against the little Danny Almonte.
Oh, yeah.
That's what just
Almonte
happened.
in the Bronx.
That's what just happened.
Danny Almonte.
Yeah, they let a horse into this race.
Well, this filly's not 5.
Well, no, but she's much better than the rest of them.
So was he, and there's a reason for it.
Yeah, the pedigree was there, and Irad Ortiz Jr., you could see as they entered the top of the stretch, I mean, he was still in hand. It barely asked. Just keep her in the clear. She got the job done. And did we get a gift? Was it 2-1? Was that the offer?
3-2, I think was
3-2. Okay, so she came down a little
whatever
bit.
it was, if it was 1-5, it was a gift.
She was impressive. You could just tell how confident Irad Ortiz Jr. was as he loomed up towards the outside with this horse. And I was, of course, watching the horse that I picked in here. And then I said, oh, well, I'm in trouble because she's going right by everybody.
You hear the change in Frank's tone, like he was about to call an exciting stretch battle. Oh no, it's over. There she is, and she's just getting started.
And Chris, I know you'll appreciate that. That's what's great about Frank, is he's a great race watcher, which makes him a great race caller. Is he knows what's happening out there, and he tells the story very well.
Yeah, I believe serious talent and ability here. I think that kind of told the story there for you. Give Miss Magical a little bit of a look. She broke from the rail. She had to move outside of rivals. She did run on at the end. She was second, but she was not catching this winner.
Todd Pletcher had her ready to roll. Angel Gift. Do you have how do you feel about fierceness after yesterday's? I know we'll get to this, dive deeper later, but do you feel any different about fierceness today than you did this time yesterday?
Yeah, a little disappointed. But let me ask me after the Whitney. But for right now, just a little bit disappointed. If he bounces back, then I'll forgive all. It was a tricky racetrack, weird circumstances, but a little disappointed.
Raging Torrent just got loose, and you could tell that Johnny Velasquez, he knew that. I got the sense he felt that Raging Torrent represented the biggest danger, because right out of the gate, gave him a good pop on the shoulder, trying to keep him close in his sights, and Raging Torrent was still able to separate early.
Braking sharply like that, right when they came out of the Wilson chute, and you saw Raging Torrent get to the front, and Frankie got the position exactly that he wanted. He's got that great smile. I don't know if we could see it from the grandstand area, but Frankie got that position. Fierceness had to work to the outside. Same thing for Wide Barrio, and that created problems for those two that were chasing just a touch, who I kind of liked in there, had to dive down to the rail, really controlled the pace. That was more than controlling the pace, controlled the race.
He did, and look, I think Frankie knew that he was on the horse coming out of some of the shorter races where he was able to have that controlling early speed, breaking to the outside in that compact field, and he was on a mission out of the gate, but at the same time, he also had the horse and the natural speed to get there too.
So much to recap following yesterday's program, much more on the Met Mile, and of course, much more on the 157th running of the Belmont Stakes. Sovereignty, just brilliant, so impressive. Derby winner, Belmont winner, Bill Mott. Now a two-time Derby and Belmont Stakes winner, and Junior Alvarado, all class in victory. Not always a given.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent win early pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new middle pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's win early and middle pick 5. First post, 1250.
Welcome back to the program here on FS2. It's America's Day at the Races with Saratoga here as our beautiful backdrop. And please be joined by winning trainer Todd Pletcher of Angel Gift. You couldn't see a jockey more confident than a Rod Ortiz at the head of the lane, Todd.
Yeah, that's what I just told him. He was riding her like she was an older horse, you know. He just, but he said she was traveling so well underneath him the whole way. Gave him a lot of confidence, and she finished up nicely.
Really has a lovely pedigree. And two, you'll have another one at juvenile coming up in the third race. Malice, son of Into Mischief, out of Lady Apple, who was a Greatest Stakes winner herself. What can we expect? Are we gonna double up with the juveniles?
He's been pretty forward. You know, he's Into Mischief's a good first-time outsider. I think the mare won first time out, and so he's got the pedigree. He's been working pretty well, so we're optimistic.
All right, I like it. Now, I want to get back to Fierceness yesterday in the Met Mile. Raging Torrent taking them gate to wire. And something that I go back to is what Johnny told me last year. Fierceness is a horse that doesn't necessarily like to be rushed, but I felt like Johnny felt as though he needed to keep him closer. Do you think that added to his second place finish?
Well, if you watch the head-on replay of the start, it got pretty messy, and you know, we knew Frankie was going to go, and we wanted to put ourselves in a position to stalk him, and unfortunately to do that, he kind of had to bulldoze his way through and got some contact with Wida Barrio there, and just the first 100 yards was pretty messy, and he got to the spot we wanted to be in, but we didn't get there the way we wanted to, and I you know, he just said that when he rushes him like that, he feels like he gets a little bit tense underneath him and just doesn't get into that rhythm like he's capable of. So it's worried about it. I always worry about the Wilson shoot. It's kind of can be a tricky run race. So I don't think he ran badly. He just didn't run to the way he's capable of.
Will we see him back here this summer?
Yeah, we'll point for the Whitney, and good time. We get plenty of time for that, and get him back around 2 turns, and look forward to that.
Excellent. Well, thank you for that update, and congrats here in the first.
Thank you.
All right, Todd Fletcher, looking forward to more good things on this card, but also from Fierceness, Lafitte.
Fierceness. Whitney bound, it sounds like. Maggie, thanks so much. Todd sounded relatively confident about Malice, the first-time starter in the third race, and had to feel real good about what he saw from Angel Gift here, Sarah, in a no doubt about it performance.
This was so professional, and she was maybe getting a little bit sassy in the paddock behind us when they were trying to put up Ortiz Jr., but once out on track and just really seeing her loom up like that to pass horses so effortlessly, she either outclassed them so much or she's going to show us what kind of class she really belongs into next time out.
Mike Rapoli's expensive New York bred, impressive on debut, 1 down, 12 to go. Let's go back to yesterday's Belmont Stakes, 1.25 miles. Fierceness favored, long week. Journalism favored at post time. Watch Journalism, Chris, out of the gate. It's not a brutal stumble, but it is a stumble.
Yeah, a little bit of a stumble coming out of the gate, and I was concerned about where the position would be for Journalism. I didn't know what kind of trip you could get from the 7-hole here because there's horses that have similar running styles that want to be towards the back. Baeza wanted to tuck. Sovereignty was able to just stay right there on the rail and behind some of that early speed. And I don't want to call it no man's land, but I don't know if this is exactly the position you want to be in going to the first turn.
The big three, JK, interesting. Baeza, aggressive, a little bit rank. Journalism, losing ground. Look how close to the pace Sovereignty is.
I mean, he couldn't have got a better trip from Junior here to save his ground on the inside, getting this pocket spot for a horse that everyone thought was this deep closer. I think everyone thought he was going to be, of the three, last, and he was first coming out of the first turn.
And that position that he was able to establish, he's showing us that he's multidimensional, that he's taken a big step forward, and that's something that his connections have talked about with the workout attitude over the past couple of weeks. Really a shift in gears for him to be able to have a little bit more assertion and aggression in the morning. The position that he was in early is kind of the position, if you liked Baeza, if you liked Journalism, that you wanted those two to be in, but instead it was him in there saving ground, and I think time will tell how important it was to save ground or not yesterday as the track was drying out. But he charged by Journalism, as we'll see them start to make their move into the final turn. This is when he ships out.
Yeah, and JK, you had said you were so satisfied as the result of the Kentucky Derby because the best three-year-olds ran 1, 2, 3. Then you must have loved this because in the end, watching the Belmont was just like watching the Derby all over again.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted Journalism to win, but I was satisfied because I would say in the next 3 or 4 seconds, I got chills on when Sovereignty leveled off and started running right about here. It was like, oh man, this is a serious racehorse.
And I think the mentality of jockeys as you watch that overhead shot was great because there's so much thinking going on in Junior Alvarado and Umberto's head. And also Flavien, he was trying to get Baeza up there. He was trying to beat Sovereignty that spot and couldn't do it. Sovereignty, though, coming through the stretch, breathing fire was kind of the term. I just absolutely rolls.
to be as close as the pace to he was and to produce that kind of visual acceleration and closing kick, to go by journalism like that, a horse that we saw how quick he can accelerate in that Preakness, like he's standing still and make him look like he's passing by with absolute ease. This is an extremely talented horse and one that I think has taken that next step into some sort of territory that we could be talking about something great later on this year.
That winner's circle scene, first horse ever to win the Derby, voluntarily skip the Preakness, win the Belmont Stakes, Sovereignty. Before the wire, Junior Alvarado patting Sovereignty on the shoulder.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you got to think it means a lot to Junior, just with the relationship with Bill, and obviously these Triple Crown races mean so much to these riders. They're career makers, they're legacy builders, and to have them in these situations with a super horse like this. I mean, Sovereignty. Look, I love journalism, but Sovereignty is the best 3-year-old, and he's proven that now. And it's
right now.
Yeah,
long year. Promise me. Promise me we get to see this again late August.
Oh, my fingers crossed.
I heard you called the mayor of Saratoga on the show yesterday. You have influence. Make this happen.
I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
And the class displayed on the winning end and on the losing end. Maggie, you did a great job yesterday on the Fox broadcast. What was your takeaway, your biggest takeaway, lasting impression of yesterday's Belmont Stakes?
That, Lafitte, we are dealing with two superior horses. Yes, Sovereignty is best and reigns supreme in the land as far as 3-year-olds are concerned, and even maybe older horses. Those handicap horses might be shaking in their hooves, shaking their shoes, I should say. But like you said, the relationship and the respect that both Umberto Rispoli and Junior Alvarado have, A, for their horses and B, for each other, was on full display yesterday when they pulled up. And I got to be front row and center to witness that, which was just so special to me and for our cameras to pick it up and show it to the rest of the world. The horsemanship as well, and the respect and love for the animal that both of these guys showed there, hugging each other's horses, because they also know it's not lost on them that they are aboard two very, very special athletes that we all got to see perform to the highest level yesterday on what yet again was a very special Belmont Stakes up here at Saratoga. And I just have one question for JK. Sovereignty tattoo?
I was saying it was
Sovereignty tattoo?
Oh, Mags, if he wins the Travers and journalism's in the race, then yes. So I need some help.
He was this close to getting a torpedo and a tattoo last year, right? If she had won the Travers. In that scene, shortly thereafter, I mean, there's an Eclipse Award for photo of the year, right? Like, forget about it. That's it. That's the image of the year. The respect of both jockeys, Sarah, petting, embracing the other riders' horse was something that will stick with racing fans and anybody who witnessed it in that moment forever.
You want to be the best, but you want to beat the best to do so, and that's exactly the kind of sportsmanship and respect that those two riders have for each other as well as each other's horses, and that was just such a cool moment to witness, where it really didn't matter for a second who won or lost the race. They both had run their race, and they both know how talented the other is. Another
image, Chris, was just Bill Mott and Michael McCarthy, nobody else around, talking shortly after the Belmont.
It's sports. It's competition. This is the equivalent of when you meet at the 50-yard line, after the game, or if you meet after the game, shake hands, and you just congratulate one another because the competition, you went out there, you tried your best, and somebody was better on that day. The only thing I'm starting to wonder is the tattoo thing, though. The assumption of tattoo to JK or maybe Sarah. I don't give off the tattoo vibe. Am I not a?
We just can't see them.
Not a one. Not a one.
What's going on, man? We have no idea what's going on in there. This is in front, party in the back. You never know. One race down, 12 to go. Here's Saratoga race number 2. As we move forward, we'll have much more on yesterday's Belmont throughout the broadcast and the other Grade 1 racing, Met Mile, etc. This allowance event, mile and an eighth, $115,000 purse. Resilience, Wood Memorial winner, 8-5. JK, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a little bit of the Bill Mott hangover, as it were. Resilience being a little bit overbet to me here, off of name and reputation, because anytime you have a horse that ran in the Derby, they always get overbet the rest of their lives. I feel like that's happening here.
Opinions, observations, suggestions?
He has every reason to take that step forward now, coming back second off of a layoff. I think that there may be some excuses for that last race where he was coming in first start since last year's Belmont Stakes up here at Saratoga, and he showed a lot more speed than we had usually seen from him. The pace was hot. He faded, got a little tired. Maybe he can run better today, but short price, not fully deserved.
Much more on this second race coming up. Resilience. Things didn't work out for this year's Wood Memorial winner. Yesterday, Rodriguez, right? And what about Resilience? What will he do at Saratoga this afternoon? He races next.
And they're off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man, sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Saratoga season passes are on sale now and include free admission to the special July 4th Racing Festival. Enjoy 4 additional days of Saratoga for the same price as last year. Secure your season pass for just about $2 per day at Naira.com/Saratoga.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races is always brought to you in part by Hill and Dale. Atalapa. Yesterday's Hill and Dale met Mile. You see Frankie Dettori jump in John Segura's lap.
That was
in the winner's
wild.
circle.
Yeah, that was wild.
The flying dismount, and then that after the wire-to-wire performance. Race 2 here as we check in with Maggie 11 minutes out in this Race 2 Paddock report. Maggie.
And we'll check in here in the paddock, Lafitte, with your current favorite. That's number 5, Resilience. And he's part of a group of horses in here that are coming back off of kind of subpar efforts, some of them, but definitely have some go-back races to fall upon and lean on. And Resilience for that first start back over that wet, fast, sealed track at Churchill Downs, as you heard kind of Sarah hinting at, was just a bit too fresh and keen. You could see it. He was kind of kept out wide by John Velasquez because Johnny trying to get him to settle. You know, horses, when you point them towards the rail, and because they do their morning works, their fastest work on the rail, that will kind of make them more aggressive. So sometimes if you keep them out wide, they'll back off of it a little bit, but it really didn't work. Resilience had run on his mind and just too fresh. But looking at him here in the paddock, while he was a big 3-year-old, he's an even bigger 4-year-old. He's grown, he's filled out. He is very settled so far. So giving me the impression that maybe he got all that nervous freshness out of his system in that first start back, and he might be primed and ready to give us his best performance. Moving on to another horse who is going to have to overcome a layoff. Now, we haven't seen Digital Ops since January at Gulfstream Park, where he was beaten by his stablemate, Alexander Helios, who subsequently would go on and win the Razorback handicap with a 102 buyer. He hasn't done much running in the to next starts. But anyway, he was in good form when he beat Digital Ops. And, he's a horse that does have speed, but I feel as though there's some others in here that could keep him company, and his job's not any easier as, sorry, I just saw the jockeys for Safi Joseph switching silks. But for Digital Ops, he is one that, with that inside post, it's not an ideal type of situation or setup for him, but I can say that he looks utterly fantastic here. I mean, a horse that in the past when I've seen him can get a little hot and washy and bothered, not the case today. Bright, alert, but not a bead of sweat on him. Looks outstanding in his coat and flesh, and just looks very fit and strong coming back off of that about 6-month layoff. So we'll see what he does as we'll move on to number 4, Bramito, who I have some interest in. And of course, he's taking some money, but at 9-2, okay, fine. But Gustavo Rodriguez sending this one out, and Gustavo's having a great year. And in the last, first after the claim, it's a small sample. He's sprint to routes on the dirt. He's 2 for 8. And I just think that if you go back to this horse's, I think the silks are right now for Bramito. But Gustavo Rodriguez, looking back, I'm sure, at that 2-turn race when this guy was a 3-year-old at Churchill, look at who he ran against. The 3rd place finisher, Highland Falls, you might remember winning a graded stakes up here at Saratoga, and is also a Grade 1 winner on top of all that. So Bramito, I think, deserves another shot here stretching out. It looks as though Gus has tightened the screws too, so to speak. This is the most fit and tucked up I've seen this horse appear in his recent start. So he's a little bit intriguing to me. Now, I wish there was less speed in here, but again, I think he deserves another shot, Lafitte, around this 2-turn configuration.
Our viewers have no idea how often we do that during the broadcast. Just exchange wardrobe.
We did do it once. But it wasn't on set.
He's actually not. He's not exaggerating. Our bosses were mad that we didn't stay, that I wasn't in your clothes and you weren't in mine the rest of the broadcast.
Yeah.
Well, if anyone wants to switch and wear this, I mean,
I've already.
I would pay for
the first time.
I mean, the outfit switch would be fantastic.
That was day after Travers 2019.
2019.
Correct?
There it was.
Correct. Riders up here. Everybody have their right silks on. Another look at Digital Ops, and Maggie liked what she saw. What about the pace scenario with him? He's quick, right out to his outside. Castle Island quick as well.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the front-end speed from a few of these. I mean, Digital Ops coming off of that short layoff there since January. Maybe that's not really a short layoff, a long layoff. Castle Island showed that speed last time, but that was a $25,000 claiming company. This is a big step up in here. Towards the outside, Resilience Society, man, this is just the type of race. There's a lot of question marks in here, a lot of question marks on who's going to maybe step forward, who's going to perform. Horses coming off of the Derby Trail and 3-year-olds kind of now becoming 4. Where do they go? Lots of questions.
Right back to Maggie with 2-time Belmont Stakes winning trainer Belmont.
Yeah, the hangover edition, right? After winning that Belmont Stakes with such a special horse, Sovereignty, winning 2/3 of the Triple Crown, Bill. How's he doing this morning?
He's good. He was, when I got to the barn this morning at 5:30, they already had him out walking. He looked good. He wasn't jumping around. I mean, he used up some of his energy yesterday, but he was sound and he ate everything that we put in front of him, and he looked good. He was around for a lot of pictures this morning, and by 9 o'clock he went in and he finally laid down and took a nap. So. He had a long day as well as all the rest of us.
I was gonna say, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm. It's like letting the air out of a balloon. Yeah. I feel relieved. I mean, there was a lot of build up to the race, a lot of anticipation. We had high hopes for him. We thought we had a good chance to win. He got the job done, but once he got it done, it's a relief to have it over with, and that it turned out so well.
Massive congratulations again from all of us here. But there's still racing to be done as Resilience, our Wood Memorial winner from last year, he's back in action. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was he just a little too fresh and keen in that?
Too keen. Johnny had warmed him up by himself, and he said he was really fresh going in the gate, and he kind of left the gate and he kind of ran off with him on the front end, and by the time he got to the 8th pole, he was kind of done. But, hopefully he'll relax. Having had the race in him already this year, hopefully he'll relax a little bit better today and, maybe maybe once he gets in behind one, maybe he'll settle a little bit.
That's the plan, just tuck him in?
Well, I don't know necessarily tuck him in, but probably let some of the speed go.
And there looks to be a lot of it in here. Well, Bill, thank you again and best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, sovereignty. As Bill said, I can only imagine the feeling, as he said, the deflating balloon coming down off that Cloud 9 performance yesterday. Lafitte?
The name of this broadcast, Deflated Balloon. Live from Saratoga.
Really getting people to tune in today.
or tune out. Digital Ops, picture to Rod Ortiz aboard.
Yeah, you take a look at the front end speed. Hasn't been seen since January. That was at Gulfstream Park. That was the second place finish. Does have a nice workout over Saratoga. Good half mile, 47.3 last time.
Castle Island likes to mix it up early as well. Olympic Dreams, first after the claim, packed quick.
Yeah, this claim back. Olympic Dreams, a horse that does need to be ridden pretty aggressively.
Bramido at 5-1, Ricardo Santana.
Favored last time, ended up finishing second and goes first off the claim for Gustavo Rodriguez.
Resilience, he's still looking a little headstrong as soon as he hit the track. Look at that.
Yeah, it was pretty fired up, and that could be company up front, and that could spell trouble for the two inside horses.
Johnny will get him settled down, then Society Man, and last year's Matt Wynn winner.
Another ex-Kentucky Derby contender from that year as well. This one, not quite as much recency as a horse like Resilience. He's coming off a layoff since January.
Early pick 4, second race, fun race. And a horse that we followed on the Triple Crown Trail and watching them come back as 4-year-olds and what could be primed for an exciting summer as they continue to mature and develop.
The question, I think, is that obviously, he didn't run great last time. He obviously has some nice back races, but it's a little bit of that conversation of was he just ahead of his competition as a 3-year-old, and is this who he actually is as a 4-year-old? It's possible. It's entirely possible that Resilience just got caught up to by the other horses. Now, it's also possible that he needed the race. He was a little bit fresh. There was a circumstance of the race, and he's going to run off the screen and be a very talented horse as a 4-year-old and throw his name into stakes competition next time. But it's also possible he's not.
You called his Wood victory. Chris, what stands out looking back at Resilience defeating Society Man in the Wood?
He had a rail draw that day. He was on the inside, and so he was kind of forced to settle a little bit because he had to tuck in, and then Johnny V let him run a little bit. Then he made that big sweeping move around the turn, and you could see he was circling rivals, and then he just held off Society Man, who's back in here. But remember, Society Man was well over 100-1 in that race, so they were not expected to really do quite this. Resilience did win this race nicely, but is this race going to transfer over to today when it was a little while back?
What do you think, Sarah?
I think that he's one that he was coming into that race off of an effort where it was over a wet track. He had shown that kind of early speed, kind of like he showed last time, and then got run down by a horse like Sierra Leone. So I don't hold that against him too much. It's just what we've seen since then. That's the question mark. I actually think his Derby was sneaky good, finishing 6th in that race after not being quite as forward as he had been in some prior efforts. Then the long layoff after the Belmont. Clearly something amiss for him to miss that time and then just come back in May. So it's just that the short price isn't necessarily for me, given that he's never shown himself to be as much of a standout as that 7-5 reflects against this field.
All week, Jonathan, vintage Johnny V at this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. That guy's winning on $125 horses.
Yeah, Johnny is one of those guys that when he finds a groove, man, he just got so much up top, in his brain when it comes to working out good trips and understanding this game. And when he gets going, and he's tough to beat.
Maggie, the mission here for Johnny V, keeping Resilience settled, trying to keep him settled.
You said it, Lafitte. And I was actually kind of surprised to see that Johnny, again, as Bill said, take him away from the pony. Now, he's linked back up with his pony, and he seems to be fairly settled as they are approaching the gate here. But, you wonder, did he get him too revved up? I'm not seeing that, but I was just surprised that he didn't stay with the pony this time around. As we'll take a look at number 6, Society Man, kind of has the same, makeup, if you will, or form in a way that Resilience does. He was a pretty decent 3-year-old, had some big wins, and first start back as a 4-year-old did not go very well at Gulfstream Park when finishing behind today's other rival, Digital Ops. He, I thought, had to be steadied back early on in the race. He was in between rivals, and then he got a little headstrong and resentful of that. And then it was kind of like you know, he took all of the energy out of him in doing that, because then by the half-mile pole, he was off the bridle, and so therefore resulting in a poor performance. From what I see here, I am looking at a fit horse, a relaxed horse, but moving well out on the racetrack too. He's steadily started to take more money as we do approach post time. We'll see if Society Man can get back on track here. He's one that I know he's run well and competitively at these types of distances. I wonder if a little less ground might ultimately prove to be best for him. You kind of look back at his performance when breaking his maiden at a mile, a one-term mile at that. He's just a horse that never really grew and gained that much size from 3 to 4. Lafitte?
Tackling the 9 furlongs today. See how it works out for him. Approaching the starting gate. Final thoughts. Sarah, you're going with Bermudo.
I am, and he'll need some of that pace to materialize ahead of him that we talked about potentially occurring here with both digital ops as well as an on-the-muscle type of resilience. He's going first off the claim. Gustavo Rodriguez, his new trainer in dirt routes, first off the claim. Excellent stats. He's 28%, 48% in the money with a $2.94 ROI over the past 5 years.
Kendrick riding the gelding. Chris likes?
Yeah, this is a horse that's going to be game. He'll fight you through the lane, and Kendrick's going to have to ride him throughout the race. But Patrick Quick goes back in for 62.5 to get this horse back in his barn, and he ran his best under Pat Quick.
Digital ops, JK.
I ride on the lead, a dangerous place.
Fun race. Up to Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 2 of 13 on the day after the Belmont Stakes from Saratoga.
Resilience going in. And Society Man completes the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. Olympic Dreams and Digital Ops vying for the lead. Castle Island splits that pair and is going after them, and Resilience makes it a battle on the front end. Just behind them, it's Bermudo, and Society Man is at the back. Arad Ortiz gets to the front on Digital Ops, but he's pressured by Castle Island. And these two match strides. Castle Island gets his neck in front. At the rail, Bermudo is just 2 lengths off the leader, and Resilience outside of him. Olympic Dreams, 4 lengths off the pace, 2 in front of Society Man, 23-2 for Castle Island, who now is the clear-cut leader. It is Castle Island, 1.5 lengths in front. Digital Ops, Bermudo, and outside of them, Resilience, 4th, 2 lengths off the pace, 3 clear of Olympic Dreams and Society Man, 48 flat for Castle Island, who will pass the half-mile pole with a 1.5 lengths advantage on Resilience, who moves into second. Digital Ops is hard-ridden now, losing ground. Bermudo on the inside of him. Another 4. Society Man is underway from the back of the field, has 6 to come, and a 1.5 lengths in behind him to Olympic Dreams. Coming to the quarter pole, 11-4 for 6 furlongs. Resilience takes the lead. Rosario racing through traffic with Society Man taking up the chase into second. And here's Society Man coming after Resilience at the top of the stretch. Inside of them, Bermudo is in third. They're coming to the furlong pole. Resilience on the inside. Bermudo's running a very big race, and Bermudo has taken the lead coming to the 16th pole under Ricardo Santana Jr. and is starting to pull clear late. Bermudo asserts himself through the lane to score by 4. Society Man up for second, Resilience third.
That Gustavo Rodriguez barn going well. Very, very well. Bermudo, well done, Maggie. Well done, Sarah. 7-1 with Ricardo Santana in the second at the spot.
I felt confident when I saw this horse really wanting to be engaged early on in this race. A horse that can sometimes be more of that deep closing type. He wanted to go. He was on it today towards the inside, Ricardo Santana Jr. He just needed to find the spot here. And once he gets it, this horse had a kick to offer. This one really going by towards the inside. So the magic continues when Maggie and I pick the same horse and no one else does. Good things happen.
On paper, he looked like a late closing sprinter to me, and those are the types that I do tend to stay away from. Olympic Dreams just didn't look comfortable at all. Kendrick switched him to the outside. He just started fading back. But Bermudo obviously showed he can handle the 2 turns just fine.
Good thing they got the silks right. Would have been a very awkward picture.
Wouldn't have done Frank any good. 4-6 at 5-1. Gustavo Rodriguez on his way to the winner's circle. Resilience, what did you notice, Sarah? Digital Ops, you could tell that his day was done pretty early on. And Society Man.
Society Man, I thought, actually ran well to
Good
finish
effort,
second
Society
here. The pace was starting to come apart a little bit in the later stages, but I think you're unexpected, at least on my end. Pace setter here at Castle Island, he shook things up a bit with a horse like Digital Ops that likes to have that early lead. He's shown he's kind of that need the lead type, so his day not going according to plan very quickly, and just opened this race up for somebody else to come on through after Resilience. Maybe got a little bit tired again.
You had a pretty good week.
Me?
Yeah.
I didn't yesterday, but all the
overall, that's
other
why you
days
get
when
it
I
to
didn't
festival.
speak about the races quite as frequently, then things have been going okay.
This will help. This will help. 7-1. Bermudo. 5th lifetime score, now 2 for 3 here at Saratoga. 4-6-5-1 in the second to start the early pick 4 results. When we come back, Bermudo all by himself with Ricardo at the wire.
Club American Oaks.
To win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to the program here. It's America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. As a bit of an upset here in race number 2, as we saw Bermudo first off the claim for Gustavo Rodriguez get the job done. Ricardo Santana with a very deft ride, riding the rail the entire way around there, and pleased to be joined by winning owners here and Dr. John Albano. And John, your first Saratoga win, as you said, you've been coming here for years. How special is this?
It's amazing. Like I said, I've been coming here for at least 30 years, and I've always wanted to own a horse and race him here. And finally, it happened. The first race, and he won. And he wasn't really expected to win, and it's amazing. And thanks to Steve, my partner, who we just claimed the horse recently a month ago, and couldn't be better.
Steve was telling me you're 2 for 2. I think you've brought on a lucky partner.
Yeah, we won with Running Ray a couple of months ago, and now, yeah, it's great with Bermudo. very exciting.
So, as you were coming to this Saratoga for these 30 years, gambling man, yes?
Yes. So Steve usually gives me a couple of good selections. And,
Steve, he's very studious. I know how he operates.
He's the brains behind the operation.
That much more gratifying when you bet on your own horse?
Yeah, we have to. Yeah, we have to do it. And thanks to you and your show, you pushed me even a little further there. Thank you.
I'm happy to help.
You liked it. That was a good pick.
Sarah as well. And congratulations. Huge win. And hey, he likes 2 turns.
Yes, he does. Stretch him out. That's it.
Well, guys, enjoy it. Pleasure to speak with you. And Ramiro, guys, first off the claim, Gustavo Rodriguez, very dangerous.
I really hope the bosses, the execs are watching and just heard that particular part of the show, that much more involved, that much more motivated as a result of watching the broadcast. Bermudo, $16. How cool a story is that? Chris, coming to Saratoga for 30 years as a fan, claims a horse, and gets to wind up in the winner's circle here at Saratoga.
It makes me a fan again because these are new experiences for me. I grew up on the West Coast, so I just haven't had as much experience with Saratoga and the environment and being here in New York. So to be able to hear stories and see people reach their goals and to be able to do it and be in the winner's circle right here during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, I become a fan. I become a fan of them.
And maybe a fan of Bermudo now after that selection, Sarah, and proving that he can handle the added distance.
Well, I'm a fan of him today, that's for sure. And I think his connections are as well. And I'm glad that they had the little bit of push from Maggie and I liking the horse too, to bet a little bit more maybe. And I always respect the ownership groups that are betting their horses to win, because it doesn't matter what price you are. If you own the horse, you're getting paid. If you win anyway, you might as well throw in a couple of dollars. Why not?
Bermudo, race 2 here at Saratoga. We turn the page, race number 3. We'll be looking ahead to the stakes racing later on this evening. Grade 1 Jaipur in Manhattan. 2-year-olds here. Let's see what the board looks like with DeBlasi JK 6-5 early on.
Yeah, I think experience goes a long way. This horse showed speed on debut, was bet on debut. Usually when these Wesley Award horses are bet, there's something there. This is the one I prefer, the 5, DeBlasi. The win-win-win gelding.
That's coming up next. Race 3, 2-year-olds, sprinting 5.5 furlongs. So our coverage continues on a Sunday afternoon. And later today, the Jaipur, named after the 1962 Travers winner. This 1.25 mile duel with Rydan, still considered the greatest Travers ever contested.
They approach the line with the issue still in doubt. Now Jaipur on the outside. As they hit the finish line, it's Jaipur by a nose. What a race and what a horse. 1/5 of a second faster than the legendary Man of War time in this same race. 2 minutes, 1 3/5 seconds. Congratulations now by Jockey Club member F.S. von Stade.
Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy, and delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Pair of Grade 1 events on grass this evening. The Jaipur Breeders' Cup Challenge event, winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprints. Some rider changes because riders scheduled to take part yesterday are actually at Churchill Downs today. Make Joel Rosario, the rider on number 3, Our Shot. Manny Franco on number 8, Alagon. And Johnny Velasquez aboard number 9, AG Bullet. The field. Let's start with Think Big, the 6-5 favorite, JK. How impressed were you by Think Big, what he's been doing lately, and what he did in front of a massive crowd at Churchill Derby Day?
Very impressed. He's a really good sprinter, and he's won 3 races in a row. But I think more importantly, the streak that I love for him, based on what we've had to, almost 2.5 inches of rain over the last couple of days, he's undefeated on turf courses not listed as firm. I would imagine that what we're dealing with out there is not firm. He's not going to have a problem with it at all.
He's undefeated on turf in general, which to me tells me that we're dealing with a horse that's not only handled the step up in class as they've put him in those graded stakes, he's handled whatever kind of ground that he's had to deal with out there on the turf course.
AG Bullet, Chris, because this is a Breeders' Cup Challenge event for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Should he be there this fall, it would not be his first tour of duty in a Breeders' Cup event, but hopefully, if he makes it back, a cleaner run this time.
Yeah, definitely looking for a cleaner run. Has had some minor shares in there, but you got to steer clear of the trouble. Take a look at who's going to be taking over the mount today, but AG Bullet, or she, excuse me. Yeah, she, of course. And then taking a look at this replay and looking at this race, all kinds of trouble. Nowhere to go, and then you tip out to the outside, you get that clear run. This is a mare that can win this race, needs the right trip, but after watching a couple replays there, Think Big is a real standout. Can AG Bullet get the right journey? When they're all finishing in a blanket finish like this, you're not really separating yourself from the rest of the group.
I led him astray. That was on me. I led him astray. What do you think, AG Bullet, today?
Yeah, I mean, I like her. I mean, I think Think Big can win. I think she can win. And there's a horse on the inside I like a little bit, Extendo, who I think is a little bit interesting. But I think this race is going to be dominated by the top 2, being AG Bullet and Think Big.
But it does feel deeper, more competitive than last year's edition when we watched Cogburn set the turf course on fire, essentially.
Yeah, right to the front, and it was over. But if you want a horse that's a little bit of a price and a horse that I've watched and called many times, and Ned Allard brings this horse in here, is Alagon. Manny Franco's going to take over the mount. He's been aboard the horse before. Alagon's one of those horses that just kind of does his thing consistently, picks up some pieces on the win end. Not quite sure, but Alagon is the type that can get into the mix. And we're going to take a look at the replay from a race at a track that I know quite well.
I think you've called here a couple times.
I have called
maybe,
there once in
I
a
think
while.
we've all been here maybe a time or two. But look, this horse ran well last time, and this was him coming off a bit of a layoff as well. Last time we had seen him, he was in a dead heat with Works For Me, a horse that we saw come back to win earlier on this week. So keeping some good company, even though it was last year. And my boy Prince is the one who ends up getting the victory. Bold journey, not on the grass in quite some time. It switches back over to the turf course, has that late closing finish to end up getting there for second, and it's kind of that blanket for second behind my boy Prince.
It's early, it's only June, but the overall talent in this year's Jaipur field, how do you think these horses stack up when you're talking about what it eventually does take to be successful on a Breeders' Cup stage towards the end of the year?
It's a tough question to ask based on what we saw last year, right? And we've seen in past years. There's no Golden Pals, there's no Cogburns yet. Think Big is pretty good. I worry about Think Big because he comes from off of it. I worry there might be some circumstances that aren't going to fall in his favor because of his style. Cogburn, Golden Pal, they made their own trips no matter what was happening, or even Caravel, right? So I would say it's probably a cut below right now, but ask me around 8 o'clock tonight before you go to dinner.
Always exciting. The Jaipur coming up this evening, Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Turf Sprint. And what a weekend it has been. What, despite the weather, exciting addition to the DK horse Acorn in an upset. We'll recap Lecara's wire-to-wire victory.
They're off. And the Churchill Downs Stakes.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races. Live Look Saratoga. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by Hillendale Adelapa. Always fun. The 2-year-olds, Maggie, will do it all summer. We get to do it right now with this third race. And let's start with the filly, Grace's Delight.
Right, Lafitte, a filly taking on the boys, but you wouldn't know that looking at Gracie's Delight. Maybe I'm a little bit partial to her as well because I have a Gracie at home that I'm missing dearly. But Gracie's Delight, she debuted at Keeneland and she broke running and she contested the pace, which ultimately did come apart as the first and second finishers that day came from well back in the field. And you usually don't see that. So that hints at the pace being quite rapid. And physically, I see why Wesley feels confident in entering her against male counterparts. She is big, she is strong, and she is way more physically mature than many of her male rivals that she faces today. She's so like I said, she's just so strong looking, and I really like what I'm seeing from her. Furthermore, yes, we're used to Wesley winning with these types at Keeneland, as both she and de Blasi, who is taking all the money as of now, are emerging out of those races. But Wesley is good with his second-time starters. 2-year-olds on the dirt, he's 20 for 61, so that's 33%. And I actually prefer Gracie's Delight over her uncoupled stablemate in de Blasi. Now moving on to some first-time starters, we'll start with number 3, Malice, for Todd Pletcher, who he said is a forward type. Now, though, is he going to be fast enough to, be in front of these horses that have experience? I'm not sure. He probably was referring to the fact that he's just come to hand quite quickly, and he's very mentally mature as well, which is evident here in the paddock. Very much that Into Mischief prototype. Not the biggest, but very athletic, but also hinting at, with the dam side, as she was a multiple graded stakes winner going long on the dirt, that he might want a little bit more ground. But boy, has he been so professional, / screaming a little bit, as I just said that. But otherwise, hasn't turned a hair and just looks very physically well prepared. Now, number 4, Just Moises. He sold for $350,000 after working 9 and 4 at the OBS March sale. He was just asked a little bit, but wow, this horse has an excellent stride and reach to him that I really fancied when watching that workout back. And here in the paddock, he's been so professional. He does show up wearing blinkers for this first start, but just looks like an athlete, Lafitte. And if he can run to what that work showed me, he could be very dangerous.
That athletic presence, we'll see. These 2-year-olds here at Saratoga. 8-5 de Blasi. That edge and experience, JK, how much of a difference, that one start can make over several of these that it's their first day on the job.
Well, I think it's tricky, too, because Wesley's, it feels like, always have that great gate behavior. This one just is going to have a little bit more because they've gone through it already. But I do find it interesting. Wesley sometimes will enter 2 in races because I think, I don't know his thought on it, whether he wants to see where they draw and then scratch one, run the other one. But he keeps them both in here, and he's got this filly in here against a horse that's run well, that he knows is pretty good. It makes me feel as if the filly can probably run, and that's where I end up landing. I know I'm supposed to probably wait until you put it on the screen, but I'm not good at this TV thing.
You're getting there. You're getting there, man. At least you had a nice suit on yesterday.
It's very hot.
De Blasi, there he is. Let's revisit his debut. He was 3-5 at post time. Sarah, he was just chasing, and in the end, second best. Something to build on.
And this is something that we see so frequently from Wesley Ward, especially at Keeneland. In these baby races, he has his horses so primed and ready to have forward position. He ends up finishing second as kind of the other Wesley Ward gets the victory in here.
Rocket ship.
But this one not on the lead. This one trying to make up that ground late on his uncoupled stablemate. You can see that even on this screen, the size differential between these two. So maybe de Blasi has some growing still to do, but can't be mad with a second place finish first time out.
And in a couple of weeks, they're going to have different balances in their frequent flyer miles as well. Because one of them is probably going to be overseas at Ascot. The other one just up here to Saratoga.
Jumped out at you here, Chris.
Yeah, for me, Wesley Ward is so good at getting 2-year-olds ready first time out. it makes me pause for a moment when I don't see them win first time out. It does. When I see them second time, yes. I just think 2-year-olds, if they're going to show that sheer talent and ability, I like to see it first time out, and I think that that's when you're going to get maybe the best value from a wagering standpoint. And that's why I landed on the number 4, Just Moises. And again, I'm maybe jumping my selection too early here, but these 2-year-old races, give me a horse that I can create some sort of story around, that I can kind of set up how I think this horse is going to run on debut. And horses that I've seen before that just didn't get to the winner's circle, I'm going to play against them because I know they're going to take money in that second start.
The riders we're seeing here, Ricardo Santana looking to go back-to-back. You just saw Johnny Velasquez, a big week here, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Great spot to spend an afternoon at Saratoga there, the Treehouse. You saw Dylan Davis, 2 Grade 1 victories in his career before Friday, 2 Grade 1 wins here on Friday. And Dylan Davis kicks off the post-parade. Chalky White at 4-1.
This one does have that experience edge going out for Amelia Green. Showed some speed first time out and then faded. Coming in with a big work, though.
Yeah, needs to break better today, though. A little sluggish getting out of the blocks. Then Malice, the Brookdale Racing debuting colt.
This one has some pedigree. Of course, Maggie was touching on the Damn Lady Apple. She actually finished 3rd in the Kentucky Oaks that was won by Serengeti Empress.
Just Moises, RT Racing, first-time starter.
Yeah, taking a little bit of money into the teeth of these 2 Wesley Ward runners.
DeBlasi, 9-5, outrun by that other Ward-trained rocket at Keeneland.
Yeah, he was heavily bet and just could not make up that ground on his stablemate in there. We'll see if he ends up showing a little bit more of that early speed today.
Belmont winning jockey Junior Alvarado. Then, Imagine John, another fresh face.
Belmont winning trainer, Jen Antonucci. She's not great with first-time starter, only 4%.
11-1 currently. Then Gracie's Delight, the filly, was bet, flash speed, and yeah, just tired in her Keeneland debut.
Something to build on. She at least did get out of the gate while showing that early speed. Maybe got a little bit tired, finished 4th first time out, but I do like that she is right back in here, and she ends up getting more of an outside post than her uncoupled stablemate.
These 2-year-olds coming up, race 3, 5 minutes out. Here at Saratoga, another look at Just Moises. And guys, how much attention do you pay when you look back at the breezes at the sales in particular? Here's Sarah, for example, with Just Moises, and then at the OBS March sale, and how they go out there, stretch their legs, and essentially the scouts are all out there determining which 2-year-old has a real future.
I like to at least look at how they worked and try to have some sort of baseline for how to compare how they're acting on track before the race, and just to see how they are going out for that new experience of having a breeze. The time, yes, it matters, but you think of a horse like Sandman, his breeze was gallop only. He sold for over $1 million, had some pedigree behind him, but this guy, Maggie's the expert, but he looks pretty fast and has some nice extension there. You can really tell that he just seems to be moving comfortably, and the time, it's pretty quick. 9 4/5 for that breeze.
It's definitely something to use as a tool in your tool bag when you're looking at these races. But keep in mind, I think that a couple things I think to think about is that, you know, that took place on a synthetic racetrack, so the horse may or may not still like the dirt. The other part of it is they are ready to run for those things. I mean, it's the Super Bowl for those consigners to get their horses to go as fast as they can on that day so they can sell for as much as they possibly can. So they are going to be ready to run, even though it's only their first start.
Watching that breeze, Maggie, what caught your eye?
The ground he covered. He's the biggest horse, Lafitte, but he's very well put together, and so therefore he's able to propel himself forward. And it's fun when you see them go down there in 9 4. If you watch those workouts, pause it mid stride, and you can actually see how much ground they cover. So the extension to their stride, it's really fun to do that, and you know how well they're using themselves, because sometimes you're like, whoa, that was a blur, but slow it down, pause it, and take a look at how they're moving and how much ground they're covering, and you can see how well he moves in the warm-up. So this is a very, very dangerous horse here, and we'll see if Ricardo Santana can go back-to-back. But I will say this, that his trainer, Jose Jimenez, is 0 for 26 with his 2-year-old first-time starters, but then again, most of them weren't $350,000 justifies. So there's that as well. Moving on to a horse that has experience but is acting like he has never done this is number 1, Chalky White, who debuted at Churchill and took a lot of money. Now, I don't think Now, you never know with the 2-year-olds how the form's ultimately going to play out. But, there's a next time out winner who finished second that day, but only won with a 48 Beyer. So sometimes it's apples and oranges. It's an obsolete type of thing to look at. Now, he looks great there, but take my word for it, he has not been behaving whatsoever. He was rearing up, striking at his groom in the paddock. He reared up when Dylan went to put him with the pony. Dylan did a great job staying aboard, but also, to his credit, Chalky White, he must have good practice going up on his hind legs because he never showed an inclination that he was going to tip over. He was very well balanced and athletic in doing so. I just wonder how focused he is for this second start. Lafitte?
Yeah, sluggish start, Maggie, and it cost him in his debut at Churchill Downs. Chalky White, 9-2. Chris, you're going Just Moises, and you feel pretty good about what you heard Maggie say about him today, the Justify Colt?
Yeah, I like the speed. I like Ricardo Santana Jr., who's a rider that's going to put a horse forwardly placed. But I start just looking at, okay, love Justify as a sire, right on top, $350,000 purchase price. I love it. I look at this work, a gate drill, 47 flat. Half-mile drill, second best of 153 works at that distance. That's another green check mark. Then I look sibling to Verratti. Verratti won the debut at Belmont in 2021. Who was in that race? Mo Donegal finished in that race. So you take a look at a lot of different green check marks for me that Just Moises at 3-1 versus horses where these are plays against for me. When they're making their second start and they're taking all this money, I play against. I like Just Moises in this spot. The price continues to come down.
Lots to like, lots to like. Just Moises to his inside. Sarah Malice.
It seems as though Todd Pletcher is quietly a little bit confident about this horse running well. First time out is something that we got to hear from him after winning that debut race with what was a very confident ride and performance in the opener. And this one, yes, I agree that we'll probably want a little bit more ground to work with moving forwards. But Lady Apple, even though she didn't win, she was a very precocious 2-year-old. She won at sprinting 6 furlongs over a wet track when she finally broke her maiden. So the ability to handle a little bit less distance and have some more forward position, at least in the pedigree, it's in there.
Todd Pletcher there, looking for a second one in the afternoon. You mentioned it early, JK, but we'll expand a little bit. You are going with the filly, though, trained by Wesley Ward and Gracie's Delight.
Yeah, she's being bet into the teeth of the other Wesley Ward runner. I like the fact that she's now in a much more comfortable position towards the outside. I love horses that show speed inside. They're sent away from there. You have to be aggressive to hold that position, not to have to take back. And now you get to go outside, and you get to pop away from there with that same speed, but then you get to watch and see what happens with the horses to your inside. You can sit comfortable off of another horse. I think she's drawn very well, and she has that weapon of tactical speed drawn outside.
Really fun day after the Belmont Stakes program. 2-year-olds here. Later, rescheduled, postponed, Grade 1 Jaipur, Grade 1 Manhattan. You can see it all on Fox Sports 1. JK, we always have fun on these Sundays because you can recap and after kind of processing everything you saw on a big day and discuss it the next day. But to have 2 Grade 1 events on the Sunday after, not a bad way to wind down Belmont Stakes Racing Festival.
No, I certainly would have preferred it happen yesterday and have in the Pick 6, but you turn the page. The silver lining is that we get to end this weekend with, like you said, 2 Grade 1s and good ones, fun ones, exciting ones. And I'm really looking forward to it. I'll probably be having Shake Shack at that point, or maybe I'll be on my second one or thinking about going back for another.
That kid looks like he's about ready for some Shake Shack.
He needs some. Get that man some cheese fries.
Maybe a cup of coffee.
It's a long week. Like you said, it's a long week.
You ain't lying. And we'll be back. Look at this. This is going to be a record 49 racing days, Chris, at Saratoga in 2025. Most ever. We'll be back for that 4th of July weekend, and then, of course, the 40-day summer meet.
Yeah, and I think that happens because of the response from the fans, the bettors, and the connections, because they want to be here. They want to run more dates here, and that's why you see the response from the New York Racing Association, from the members here at Saratoga, to be able to put on a few different meets, to be able to be flexible and to make the adjustments. And you talk about those 2 turf races at the end of the card as well. The horsemen, a lot of the communication with the racing office and making sure everybody's in coordination to put that together. And so it'll be great to see those 2 races at the end of the card here on this Sunday afternoon.
46,000 strong here yesterday for the 157th Belmont Stakes.
Are we going to call, if a rider or trainer wins a lot of races, are we going to call it a record this summer?
I mean, there's always that kind of asterisk thing that goes back to like the home run title in Major League Baseball. There's certainly more opportunity now than there's ever been. And for these 2-year-olds filing in, the last will be the filly, Gracie's Delight. There goes Imagine John, first-time starter, up to Frank Mirmati with the call. 2-year-olds in the third from Saratoga, live on Fox Sports 2.
Gracie's Delight taking up her spot as she challenges the boys. Chalky White. They're in the gate. And they're off. Maloof's very fast, so is Gracie's Delight. These two speed clear right away. De Blasi is third through the opening furlong. Imagine John running in fourth, and then it's Chalky White 6 lengths off the speedy filly, Gracie's Delight, who has opened up, and at the back, just Moises. Gracie's Delight goes the opening quarter mile in 22 1/5 seconds. Maloof's takes up the chase, angling to the outside now to try and re-engage. Imagine John, red sleeves, is moving in, as is Chalky White. Chalky White making a bold, wide bid. De Blasi is just behind them. Just Moises at the back of the field. Very contentious, turning for home. Gracie's Delight trying to fend off a host of pursuers, including De Blasi. De Blasi has come through professionally and extremely confidently handled to take command and wave goodbye. De Blasi striding out very professionally. Look at this. De Blasi just held together by Junior Alvarado. Scores by 3.5. Gracie's Delight, Imagine John, and Chalky White.
Wesley Ward trained stablemates run 1-2. De Blasi, Belmont winning rider, Junior Alvarado, and Gracie's Delight, the filly, Joel Rosario, seemingly very, very confident. And in the end, Gracie's Delight finishing well behind De Blasi.
Yeah. I don't understand that. I wish Richie was here because then I could just set him up and let him go.
Left 30 seconds ago.
I just don't understand why it took him so long to ask her.
And to be fair to the race, I don't think he was going to end up suddenly re-engaging and winning anyway. But you can't sit still as a statue when you have another horse coming up to the inside of you and then ask halfway through the stretch, like you've suddenly are as tired as all the rest of us, which Joel may be, and every reason to be, to forget, like, oh yeah, I should do something here.
Yeah, I mean, experience won out in this race. My selection, first-time starter, didn't break very well. Ricardo Santana Jr. looked over his right shoulder, and I don't know what he was looking at when he broke out of the gate, but I don't know if he was unhappy with something or he thought something was kind of strange. And but something happened at the start there for Just Moises, who then had to rush up, and as a 2-year-old, it's just too difficult to try and do
Right. Maybe we'll have a chance to revisit. Let's go back to the start. Chris, what'd you see? Here's the head on.
It's just a strange break. He breaks and then he immediately looks over his right shoulder, like kind of like what, you know, I'm not sure. I don't know what he was looking at there. He's just taking a look at something to his right, and I'm watching the race just like the bettors are too, and I'm not sure at that point you've already broken last. What are you looking over your right? What's over there? I don't know.
Well, maybe he was concerned about something being there that he felt he wasn't ready for, that the horse then ducked to the inside. So there might be something that we didn't see, that we couldn't see on camera, but who knows ultimately. And I think it's also just worth mentioning, we've seen 2 races, hard to make any judgments conclusively. 2 horses riding the rail to victory. Might be something worth paying attention to as the track does continue to dry out after some weather yesterday.
Right. Consistently, the track changing that much more as it dries out. Fast track, of course. Wesley Ward, a win here at Saratoga, running 1-2 with De Blasi over Gracie's Delight. And, yeah, I feel like just one of those scenarios that sometimes that happens in sports, that you watch a game. In this case, you watch a race, and you feel like you have more questions after than answers.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I try to tread lightly. I've never sat on one of their backs. I've never been chased around by an ambulance, so I try to give them the benefit of the doubt. I watch a lot of races. We watch a lot of races. I just don't quite understand why Joel didn't set down the 7 earlier, and maybe it doesn't change the outcome. Maybe it was instructions. Be careful. Wait as long as you possibly can. Don't use the stick. I want to try to teach her something. Those are all possibilities. I'm just confused after watching that. But the 5 was very good.
Resolution Road Stables, De Blasi, the win-win-win Gelding, a former Grade 1 winner in a downpour here at Saratoga years ago, believe the Forgo? Maybe. We'll check that. De Blasi graduates in his second career start.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
It's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to the program here on FS2, and we are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. The love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. It's America's Day at the Races. Is also Wesley Ward's 3rd race because he ran 1-2 in here, and I'm pleased to be joined by him now. De Blasi, he was so impressive and confidently handled by Junior Alvarado.
He was. I tell you, he surprised me. Going into the race, I sort of preferred the Philly.
So did I.
Yeah, I thought she was going to be quicker and earlier on, and unfortunately for the owners, they asked me my opinion, Roy and Laura, and I told them, I said, we might need one, and it didn't happen, and they're not here today, and I'm kind of bummed about that, but he ran great, and hopefully there's more to come.
I think people get wooed by you, 2-year-olds at Keeneland. They almost expect you to win, but honestly, your stats with second-time starters are remarkable as well.
Yeah, I mean, I expect me to win too. And sometimes it doesn't happen, so sometimes the horses might need a race, and of which both of these two did have, and they both of them ran really, really well, so I'm looking forward to their future.
Well, Wesley, the weather's plagued us this past couple days. Soaring softly, you did have Saturday Flirt in. You're still riding her, right?
I am.
First time on the dirt. Dam did win on the dirt, and she's the daughter of Mendelssohn.
She is, and he took to it very well. She's had some great works on the dirt as well. I would have preferred if it stayed on the grass because, she's been working tremendous down at Keeneland and also at Churchill. But it is what it is, and we're here, and we're going to give it a go.
Well, nice way to kick off the day, that's for sure. Congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, De Blasi over stablemate Gracie's Delight here in the 3rd. Nice Wesley Ward exacta, guys.
What he does with his 2-year-olds. 1-2 finish in this 3rd race at Saratoga. Wesley Ward. So much more coming your way. De Blasi here, 580 over Gracie's Delight. And imagine John, 18-1, a first-time starter, running well in his debut.
Yeah, you take a look at that run. I mean, trying to pick up the pieces in there was kind of a blanket finish there for some of the minors. You take a look at De Blasi and Gracie's Delight. They were much the best as far as that group. And then, running out with a little bit of spices up your trifecta a little bit.
Onward and upward, De Blasi. And when we come back, look back at the Hillendale Met Mile, California Speed, back from Dubai. He just fast. Raging Torrent on a rampage, defeating Fierceness, White Abario, among others, in the Hillendale Met Mile.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
Will then and Vince Chemino take the Jimmy Durante.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Fourth race next here at Saratoga. JK, what'd you come up with going back and recalibrating with the surface switch and scratches?
Yeah, you got to start with the MTOs towards the outside. Those are the ones that made the most sense. I thought the 13 was interesting. Tabawachi.
What was it?
It feels like it's Tabawachi, isn't it?
I think that's right.
Tabawatch.
Or Tabawachi. I should have asked
a
Chris.
track announcer on set.
Yeah, I didn't want to
I'll let
correct
the
right
authorities
away, but
speak.
Tabawatch. You know how I learned that word? You go to YouTube and you got to look it up, and they tell you all the pronunciations, and yeah, they say it like a watch. Tabawatch. That's how they say it.
It doesn't matter if we're right or wrong, as long as we are universally right or universally wrong. Really, all that matters. Not that that's always how it works out. Yesterday's Hillendale Met Mile, and it has to be a Derby Preakness Belmont Day for the Met Mile not to be the signature headline event. This one, so much hype going in from the start. Raging Torrent to the outside, White Abario and Fierceness. JK, Johnny Velasquez trying to get out of that rail spot from the chute and trying to stay in contact with Raging Torrent.
Yeah, Johnny had to slap him on the shoulder there to try to hold that position. He ended up working out a pretty good trip considering the fact that he was on the inside with speed all the way to his outside. He worked out a pretty good trip. And here it looked like for a second and a half he was going to run by. And then right about here you can see when Frankie gets to work on Raging Torrent wasn't done.
Yeah, I mean, we even talked to Todd Pletcher earlier, right, and heard the first 100 yards. I mean, having to muscle on out of there, had to get that position. Fierceness just wasn't comfortable with that, and Raging Torrent just kept on going. And Frankie Dettori, again, you can see that smile from here. He just got to the front end, controlled the tempo, controlled the race.
He did. Look, this horse has plenty of ability coming in that natural sprinter type of speed where you had several of these types that were cutting back in distance, especially the types of horses like we've seen excel at 1.25 miles. Fierceness, White Abario, both having wins over that distance. So I think just this was Raging Torrent's day coming in. Ended up being a 106 Spire speed figure, and of course we'll soon get to see the patented.
That was expected. Like we knew that was coming. The flying dismount.
Coming up, it's like a bounce almost this time where we do see that flying dismount, which we will in a moment, but then right into someone else's arms.
Yeah, and then that wasn't expected. What followed,
there we go.
not a John Sakura, instead Leandro Mora, assistant trainer to Doug O'Neill.
Doesn't matter, he's jumping, right? As long as someone caught him. What if he did the dismount and was fine, but then got injured on the jump into someone's arms? That would have been something pretty interesting.
At this point, whether it's a low-level claimer or it's just expected, right, from Frankie, with Raging Torrent now, what do you how good is he this win in the Met Mile, and what are you expecting from him the rest of the year?
He's really good. I think what we'll probably see from him is him go back in distance. I'd love to see him come back this summer and run in a race like the Forgo, but who knows? I mean, they've got some races out in California that might be a little bit easier on him in terms of traveling and getting set up for that Breeders' Cup sprint. But I think he would go the other way, or maybe the Dirt Mile, but I think he would go the other way rather than, showing up for like a race like the Whitney.
We don't make as big of a deal of it anymore. Horses that go to Dubai and come back, right? But still impressive to go when the Godolphin Mile, come back here at Saratoga and win the Met Mile, Chris, like that.
Yeah, it is impressive. And, we've been learning, right, as the American trainers and sending horses over there. We just saw Wesley Ward sending horses over to Ascot and being able to understand how to win races there. I think we're starting to see that from the horses coming from the Middle East and coming back here to the country. But they played Raging Torrent's game yesterday. Mm-hmm. It's not always going to work out that way. Every race is not going to be the same. Maybe next time Fierceness can kind of dictate how things are going to be if they do match up.
Yeah, we heard from Todd Pletcher earlier and kind of unpacking the performance from Fierceness. Sarah, White Abario, what did you make of his effort in a third miss in the Met Mile for White Abario?
Well, I think that this race has kind of been his kryptonite so far, but what we've seen so far throughout those days, like yesterday with the drying out course, how much of a bias would we have potentially had? I think it's to be determined, and that's something that we'll figure out over time, whether you absolutely needed to save ground at some point during the race or not. White Abario, he didn't really have that opportunity. Did it matter that much? I don't know yet. So I don't want to say he absolutely threw in the towel completely, but you had several horses that we know of to be better than they showed us over the past couple of days, namely Good Cheer being one of them, that just did not show up with the current course conditions.
So many races to recap of the Grade 1 variety. You also had the Woody Stevens with 3-year-olds. This looked like the most competitive Grade 1 on paper of the afternoon. And look out, JK, for Patch Adams engaging the leaders, turning for home.
Yeah, look, I mean, he was acting a little bit on the muscle in the post parade. You were worried it was going to take a little out of him. It absolutely didn't, Chris. I thought he ran outstanding in here. I think this was more of the story of the horses that didn't really show up. I thought were going to run well. I expected Chancer McPatrick to run a little bit better. I liked Neil Equus to run a little bit better, but Patch Adams definitely showed up.
Yeah, Patch Adams, that was the performance you would have been looking for if you're the Brad Cox barn and you take a look at Brad Cox through the week. I'd selected quite a few. They didn't win some of the races that maybe they were really feeling like they were going to have a real strong hold of, and they had a real big shot in, but Patch Adams definitely made it a better week for that barn.
I think that's just kind of that moment of redemption for both Brad Cox and Luis Saez, getting one of them. I heard them exclaim as he was walking into the winner's circle there, and he had some separation on the rest of this field that was sort of all coming together for that second place finish. And I think outside of your winner, what impressed me most about this race is that Citizen Bull with those blinkers off, able to still finish in your superfecta, not on the lead.
Without controlling up front. So where are we now with Chancer McPatrick? It'll only be 2 horses in yesterday's Woody Stevens.
I worry that Chancer McPatrick was, Richie says this all the time, that 8th grader that was shaving already. And he was really good as a 2-year-old, and he just hasn't progressed. This is exactly what he wanted, some pace to close into in a one-turn race, and he just was kind of even.
Didn't see the best version, certainly, of Chancer McPatrick yesterday. Patch Adams, big win in the Woody Stevens. Look forward to seeing him perhaps in the Alan Jerkins right here this summer at Saratoga. 13 minutes out. 4th race off the turf on the main track. They'll be in the Paddock arriving. They've arrived. We'll have riders up. Maggie's Paddock report all coming your way. And next on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2.
The sun shines bright on Caraconti. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty. The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconti, standing at Gainesway.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Pandagate has now taken the lead and quickly opens up here. Pandagate with a quick burst really handled this field, won by 7 or 8 lengths at the end.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
America's Day at the Races. Welcome back. Brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. 4th race off the turf on the main track. Those gorgeous scenics from Claiborne. And right here at Saratoga on this beautiful Sunday afternoon, you see the updated odds. We'll be breaking out of the Wilson Chute. And the paddock behind us, tepid favorite, Rothschild at 3-1. Maggie, it's Rothschild showing you pre-race.
Well, I wonder if people are forgetting that this race is off the turf, but not as if Rothschild doesn't have at least a little bit of dirt for him to rely on early on in his career. But he is a horse that comes in here for Jimmy Toner and opts to keep him in, rightfully so. He's an Uncle Mo out of a Union Rags mare, so there's plenty of dirt. And he did break his maiden on the main track, albeit sprinting. And he's participated in some races which featured some pretty talented horses, including Prince of Monaco and Muth when he was running on the dirt. Looking at him here, he looks exceptional. He looks really well turned out. He's a big horse. He's dappled head to toe. And now 3rd off that layoff and 3rd start for trainer Jimmy Toner, who, you know, is just an excellent horseman. And honestly, I miss him here in New York, but does have the bulk of his horses, or all of his horses, at Fair Hill. I don't blame him there. It's an absolutely gorgeous place to train a racehorse. He does look a little more turf meant. Just overall, so at a short price, I wouldn't necessarily be willing to go all in on him. But if he drifts up, he does look the part here in the paddock. Moving on to a horse that does have a bit more dirt for him than he, and that's number 1, Determinedly. 2nd off the bench for Mark Cassie, and I thought his last race was pretty good. It was an off the turf event in which we saw Laser Sharp a little bit more of a clearer outside trip, get the job done. And he's a horse that certainly has some back class as well. But Determinedly, it was quite a long layoff. It was 13 months. So rightfully so, probably needed the start. And the fact that he came back and ran at least credibly, I think, you know, improves his chances here for the fact that he probably needed it. He looks fit, tight, and very energetic here, very lively and happy and proud acting. So I appreciate his overall demeanor here in the paddock. Now moving on to one of several main track only entrants, number 10, Light the Way. He's going to stretch out or back out in distance here to this mile out of the Wilson Chute and could prove to be the main speed in here. We'll see what Sagamore Mischief has to say about that. But a horse that I haven't seen in a while, especially, you know, going going back to the last time I saw him, which was more so over the winter, his coat has really gone the right way. And overall, physically, just his conditioning and flesh just massively improved. Now, I do think he's a horse that might prove to be best with a little less ground. I do think the dynamics could make him dangerous, though. Lafitte?
Light the Way, Kendrick Carmouche, 5-1. A lot of times, JK, we have these races that are the surface switch, and you wind up with a heavy, overwhelming favorite, right? And then this one, not the case, though. Still a really deep, competitive handicapping endeavor.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the fun things that happen at times is you get some great opportunities because people just bet these races incorrectly. It's not that I don't think they know. I just think that they look at the morning line, they look at the speed figures on the grass, and they just think that, oh, well, that might be the best horse. Doesn't always apply.
Yeah, Maggie had pointed out as well as she was talking about, some of the bettors are adjusting to the off the turf, now move to the main track, and that is what can happen sometimes. And so I think you are seeing that. And if you like some of those MTOs, some of those main track onlys towards the outside, you're catching a bit more value right now because you're getting some overlays on some horses that really should be a shorter price.
Called to post this fourth race of 13 on the day after the Belmont Stakes. A couple of grade ones to wrap things up in the Jaipur and Manhattan. We will start with Determinedly. Maggie, like what she saw pre-race. Dylan Davis on board, currently 9-2.
Yeah, a little bit tactical speed and has an okay race on the dirt.
Followed by Bring Me a Check, Javier Castellano, the 8-year-old, 59th lifetime start.
Yeah, this horse is just been his best races have been on the grass.
Number 4, Bad Larry, just 3 for 32 lifetime.
Yeah, and 0 for 9 this year. 2 seconds, 2/3 is really going to have to pick it up. That price might even go a little bit higher.
Numbers 5 and 6 are out. Rothschild at 3-1, the current favorite.
Yeah, it has a win on dirt, but it was a while ago.
Rod Ortiz in the saddle, number 9, first of the main track onlys.
Yeah, if you're an Irad Ortiz Jr. fan, you're going to catch him right now at 20-1. Is a big price in here, but off that turf try, back to the dirt, did win for maiden 75,000.
Joel Rosario in the saddle there with Always Be Smart.
And taking a look at which horse are we on? I'm sorry, we're on the
10.
Light the Way.
Right now. Okay, Light the Way towards the outside. Kendrick Carmouche does have that win last time, won by a length and a quarter.
Sagamore Mischief, number 11. That is actually the 12, I believe, there, and Slip Mahoney, main track only.
Slip Mahoney, you take a look at that effort there. Manny Franco being aboard third, beaten 2 last time. I just wonder where this horse is going to be placed early on that stretch out.
Who's next? We're going to go with Tabawash.
Tabawash.
Say it right? Tabawash.
Tabawash. This is where I'm going to land. I thought the horse ran well last time, closing into a slow pace.
A Wild Banker to the outside would be a big, big surprise.
Yeah, it would be a big surprise. Beaten 26 last time, beaten 11 prior to that, beaten 12, so it's really going to have to pick it up.
There is Sagamore Mischief, and an 8-year-old and a 48th career start, first or second in 18 of them.
Yeah, I mean, this horse has got a couple of good dirt races, has some tactical speed, just doesn't always like to get his picture taken.
Field for the 4th. On the main track, out of the Wilson Chute. Wide open, 7-2 and number 12. Slip Mahoney, the current choice. Discussing the Wilson Chute, this will be the 3rd summer of racing at Saratoga with the Wilson Chute. Heard Todd Pletcher talking about it earlier today with fierceness, that it can be a little bit tricky. Have you found it at all tricky to handicap?
I mean, I think half the time it matters and half the time it doesn't. So I just ignore that it exists, because if I try to make a decision because they're in the Wilson Chute, it could be that other half of the coin where it didn't make a difference. So I just choose to just handicap the races as normal. Obviously, there's some situations with pace that you want to keep an eye out for, but sometimes it can be an advantage to have speed on the inside. Something can be an advantage to have speed on the outside. So I just treat it like a normal race.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm looking at the race, the Met Mile yesterday, and being able to control and dictate what's going to happen in the race, I guess that's the only thing that I might look at as an angle. Now, this is a bigger field in here, and then Slip Mahoney, there was a time when he could show some speed and he could kind of be up a little bit closer and he could run you off your feet. Is he going to get the same type of trip? Because we haven't seen some of that same speed. Now, he is stretching out. I think he's going to want to get forward position. He should be better with that outside draw.
Right on cue. For more on Slip Mahoney, here's Maggie.
That's right. Talking about number 12, Slip Mahoney, very tepid favorite in here. And a horse that, you know, on paper looks interesting based upon his last performance at the 6.5 furlongs, which you could arguably say, you know, based on his former races, that's too short for him. So getting out to this mile may benefit him. And I liked him, you know, in the paddock and on form because he did have trouble as well, just never really clear down the stretch for that race. And then, you know, once he got clear, he was able to re-rally a bit. Now, I liked him all up until I saw him start his warm-up. Just not moving as fluidly, especially behind, as I'd like to see. He's warmed up a bit now, but I feel like sometimes that initial first 5 strides that the horse takes in these warm-ups when they turn around to commence those gallops is imperative. And I just didn't like Slip Mahoney's, again, especially at a short price. Moving on to the Rail Runner, as we have mentioned, the first 2 of the 3 races here on the program so far have gone to horses slipping up the rail. Now, Bring Me a Check, you may say, well, he just looks totally turf-mend. But I'll say this, A, he has dirt races to go back on. Granted, most of the success was sprinting on the dirt. But 2, Mike Maker, while we know him to have masses of success with his turf routers, he'll often leave these turf entered in the body of the race horses in and has success. And I think it's just because his program, you know, these horses, they train, they're really fit, they're really strong. It's the same kind of Wayne Lucas type of school that these horses go to. Mike obviously being a former assistant of the legendary Wayne Lucas. But Bring Me a Check looks exceptional. Physically, he looks so good overall. I loved his warm-up. And yes, they'll get a little bit fickle in their older ages, as he is 8, and he may say, I don't want no stinking dirt anymore. But again, I can't get over how well he's turned out on this occasion, Lafitte.
Handicappers all in agreement about this 4th race here at Saratoga. JK, wide open. JK, you often look for when it comes to Mike Maker. I know you like seeing him with a horse who's doing something different. I don't know that this would necessarily apply and that it's not as though this was planned for a Bring Me a Check and going back to the main track.
Yeah, I do. I love Mike Maker making an intentional change. This one doesn't feel intentional.
Yeah.
This feels like Mother Nature said, Mike Maker, you're going to change this. And Mike Maker said, yes, ma'am. I don't think it's him claiming a horse and moving him to the grass, cutting him back, stretching him out.
Just having to leave him in for this main track affair now out of the Wilson Chute. Light the way. Sarah, your top selection.
He's just been in good form lately. I've really been impressed with how he's sort of turned that corner as a horse who had the propensity to hit the board and finish 3rd as one that's getting himself in the win conversation a little bit more. I like that 2nd place finish he had to Derbyness, a horse who had just the perfectly timed ride to nail him on the wire 2 starts back. And then he got the win outright over Silo Ridge last time out with a wide swooping turn, showing something different, showing us that he was able to make a run from a little bit off the pace, whereas he'd been one-dimensional prior to that. We'd only seen him really show something successful if he was able to establish the early lead. And there's some other speed in here. I don't think he's going to be your early pace setter, and I just love that I saw something else from him last time, a different option for him to win the race.
So we're going with Light the Way. Chris, you're going with Sagamore Mischief towards the outside, number 11.
Yeah, Jose Lezcano is going to be back aboard, and you saw the 5-2 morning line. The horse is currently sitting at 5-1. This is a race that's so difficult because look at the earnings. I mean, these are some of these hard-knocking horses that end up in these optional claiming type spots, especially at the $50,000 level. But Sagamore Mischief was in a race that was taken off the turf last time, moved to the main track. Seeking Unity, we saw run this week, ran okay. Magical Ways was another horse that some of the handicappers liked. Magical Ways came back and ran this week. Now you take a look at this effort, beaten by a neck. Jose Lezcano got to know the horse 2 starts back. Also, Sagamore Mischief was running against Garubin, who was in razor-sharp form at that time and got dusted by 7 furlongs. But Sagamore Mischief seems to sit an okay trip in here. I think that outside draw can be a little bit closer to the pace, doesn't need the lead. And I just felt like this horse is just in better current form than some of these.
Even further to the outside, Jonathan, your top selection in Tabawatch.
Yeah, it's more of a price thing for me. I mean, I would want to have almost all these MTOs. I don't need the 14. A lot of them to feel coverage, depending on what wager you're looking at here. But The 13 just has some back numbers. I think in these off-the-turf races, you want to look for some back numbers to hope for. The one thing I don't like about this horse is that the last 3 races haven't really reflected those past numbers that I'm hoping for. So what's changed here today? I'm hoping that the change in the barn, going to the Cantermossy barn, that maybe it just took a little time to kind of figure out how to get back to those back numbers. And at this price, at 9-1, I'll pay to find out if he can turn this horse around.
Tabawatch. Chris, what are we looking for early on in terms of speed?
Yeah, Tabawatch should be forwardly placed. I think this is a horse that can show some speed. Light the way, though, on that stretch out. It'll be interesting to see where Kendrick wants to go. I think Kendrick is going to want to be a lot closer. I think he's going to send this horse early. Whether they're going to be alone on the lead, I think there could be some company. It could get a little crowded as they come out of the Wilson chute.
It could, and I think Sagamore Mischief is definitely going. A horse who's been the benefactor of some bias-aided records over his last couple of starts, who's been able to establish some forward speed and take advantage of race tracks that were playing very kindly to either the inside or to speed. But he already has that early speed, and I don't think that's a bad thing to have or being inside today.
See how it all unfolds with Rothschild, 3-1 at post time. Frank Mirmati with the call. 4th race live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2.
Last couple going in. Wild Banker to the outside. Walks up. Goes in. And they're off. Bring Me a Check is hard-ridden right out of the gate, trying to get some early speed, but it's Light the Way who's faster, and Light the Way takes over. Sagamore Mischief moves up to take second. Then comes Bring Me a Check in third, and Rothschild is in fourth through the early stages. Tabawatch is 5 lengths off the lead. Down at the rail determinedly with Slip Mahoney. Those two are right together. Slip Mahoney just went by him. Then comes Bad Larry. Wild Banker is second to last, and Always Be Smart trails 24-2 for Light the Way, who heads down the backstretch, leading it by a length. Sagamore Mischief is racing in between horses second, and Rothschild just outside of them. Bring Me a Check is now fourth, and 3 lengths off the lead. Then comes Slip Mahoney, who's racing in between rivals. Slip Mahoney has about 6 lengths to make up, moving into the far turn. Tabawatch, red blinkers just outside of him. Determinedly at the rail, the half wet in 47 and 4/5 seconds as they're midway on the far turn. A gap of 5 to Wild Banker, racing on the outside of Bad Larry. Always Be Smart still between those two. The speed of Light the Way has taken him to the top of the stretch, just in front, as Sagamore Mischief is coming to challenge in second, and Determinedly is just living up to his name, coming through the narrowest of openings, trying to get by Light the Way in the final 1/8 of a mile. Light the Way, Determinedly, nose to nose. Light the Way is stubborn on the front end and fending him off. Light the Way, all the way under Kendrick Carmouche. Determinedly was second. Rothschild finished third in front of Sagamore Mischief.
Light the Way digs in, finds more, fends off all challengers. Sarah, your top selection, Light the Way, 4th career victory. Impressive in this 4th at Saratoga.
Might have been right about the horse, Lafitte, but I was not right about the way it was going to be done. This
Doesn't
horse
matter.
It
does
sometimes for the future, but not for the payouts, which is important.
Yeah.
But look, this horse went right to the front, stretching out a distance, something that Chris was attuned to here, and he was able to hold off all challengers. I think we saw maybe a little bit more evidence at the rail, helpful at least. You saw Determinedly try to sneak up the inside here, and I was yelling at Kendrick, don't give up the inside position here and let this other horse through. But Light the Way, he is a fighter. He's a game type of
Look
horse.
at his head carriage.
He still lowers his head, just like Kendrick lowers his body, and continues on past the wire.
Sarah's on fire.
Yep. 7-1 shot earlier. Light the Way. What was Light the Way at post time?
I think 7-1. I'm making up for yesterday.
That'll work.
I hope you're alive with the pick 5.
I'm not.
But looking at the Wilson chute and looking at the run, right? Kendrick Carmouche was intent on getting to the front. He got to the front. He was able to dictate things. And we're not, we talk about 50-50 and maybe it doesn't matter. However, you take a look at these runs from that 1 mile distance with that configuration, it does seem like you want to be forward. You want to be up there near the pace. And the stretch run was interesting because Kendrick knew.
Tight quarters here, Chris.
It got a little tight there. I mean, you look at the pan shot and you did see that Kendrick, he wants to get his horse to fight a little bit. And the one is trying to come up the rail. So a little bit of brush there. Take a look at it later. I don't know. They're going to take a look as far as after that. Race riding?
Race riding, intimidation, and fouling. It's just a gray area.
Let's go quickly here, everyone. Perfect world. Would you want to see a change or not? For what we just saw?
No.
Me, no.
No, there's no change.
Sarah?
I'm biased, but no.
Yeah, I think that sometimes
Would you like to lose money, JK? Yes or no?
I think sometimes we get caught up in interpreting the rules and guessing how they're going to adjudicate them. And sometimes I just want to know, in general, do we think it should be a change? And I don't think there should be one.
And I think sometimes I can't really include myself in this present conversation, but to me it did look like Kendrick never switched the stick to the inside. So he was never telling his horse, hey, stop coming towards the inside and looking on his horse. But the horse himself, I don't feel ever really shifted ground to the point of it being on that thin line of maybe it's race riding, maybe it's something else.
Could that be an argument maybe against, though? I mean, if you're saying that he didn't try to correct maybe and try to
But I don't think he
straighten
needed to. That's what I'm saying. I don't think the horse himself was taking him over that line. So it wasn't a necessary correction in my eyes, and I could easily be wrong.
I think it is also interesting that when we get a first look at it, sometimes we already make our decision when we get the first look, and then when you take another look and another look and another look, and your mind changes a little bit, and now we've changed the story a little bit. It can play some mind games, and these are human beings that are making the decisions.
Absolutely.
Exciting finish there, light the way. Well done, Sarah. A second 7-1 shot right here on the broadcast. We'll have those results when we come back. Plus, look 'em Dano, just too good. That New Jersey bred, the pride of New Jersey, and another Greatest Stakes victory at Saratoga yesterday in the True North.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Welcome back to It was Donegal Momentum, Kendrick. Sorry,
No,
we're having.
the 7-horse show one where we
Yeah. Oh yeah, outsource. Anyway, we're brought to you by Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. Get signed up today. It's where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As Light the Way. Well, his mom won a grade 1 here in By the Light. He looked pretty good today, winning this one. As Kendrick, you took no prisoners from the start, and a horse stretching out. Speed was his weapon.
Yeah, you know, last time he broke a little rough coming out of there, going 6.5 at Aqueduct, and he settled, he made a run, and he won that race. But today he was just, he just felt different. He felt, you know, more relaxed. Wasn't throwing his head in the gate where he could have braked really sharp. Man, he left there running. I thought Lascano was the speed of the race. If he wanted it more than me, I would probably let him go. But this horse broke so good, and he was in hand the whole way. You see, they had a horse come through the rail. He just stuck his head out just to stay right in front of him. Linda had this horse ready to run today. I'm just glad I'm part of the team.
He really looked better than ever today. But another horse that you have on the card, and the big one, and that's the Grade 1 Manhattan, Deterministic. New track record last time out in that Fort Marcy, and you just suit this horse really well because you also use his best weapon, speed.
Yeah, you know, last time I rode him, Clement told me, you know, you can pretty much do whatever you want with him. You can sit on him or go with him. But I thought watching his replays, he looked like a free running horse to me. You know, he don't want his head all tucked in. You know, he want his nose pointing out. And that's some of the things I look for whenever I watch replays. But as you can see, he crushed that field that day. I think with the turf course might be a little soft today. You know, maybe they might let me go a little slower. You know, I hope so. And
you are the lone speed, it looks like on paper.
Yeah, and I like that we moved to the inner turf. You know, that's another good thing. Shorten up the distance. You know, it might be another Grade 1 day today.
Oh shoot, we're looking good. But your haircut's looking good too. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Thank you. Funky fresh. I got him right this morning just for the camera. You know, one thing about me, I like to stay fresh where I can come get my picture taken.
That you did. JK, you ever gonna get a haircut like that?
Oh, I don't think so. Louisiana style, baby.
Yeah,
takes a while to grow.
Back in the day, my hair was short like that, but not anymore.
I think he just got dissed.
Not anymore.
He has his second career mapped out. Like Kendrick going to be right here with us on set.
Show some more personality, Kendrick, once in a while. I mean,
if he ever comes out of his shell, he's going to be just fine.
I guarantee one thing. Kendrick cart talk this summer. I promise everyone.
Wait, that hasn't happened yet?
Did he cut your hair?
Hasn't ever happened. Yeah. Wow. We'll get a haircut together.
Yeah. You heard it.
On the cart?
Here first. Look at that.
I need a haircut.
I will tell you, a lifetime memory for me, too, is that 4,000 career wins, man. When he jumped out in that crowd and the way the crowd had just surrounded him, boy, oh boy, what a moment.
It's just fun to watch someone loving what he does as much as he does. Kendrick Carmouche here with Light the Way. Deterministic, yeah, I feel like he's always very highly regarded, always highly thought of deterministic, and it feels like maybe what he's doing now, this particular approach on the leading grass races, maximizing his potential. Maybe we'll see the best deterministic has to offer.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things about him that I've always recognized is his versatility. The fact that he won that the Gotham on the dirt, I think it says a lot about who he is as an animal. And then now that we have this kind of grown-up version of him, right, that 3 to 4 version of him on the front end in these races that often are paceless, I think he's got a huge weapon. He's my pick in the race. I was picking him yesterday. I'm picking him today. The distance obviously helps. I think he's a very, very good horse.
I loved the ride that Kendrick was able to execute with him last time to get that win, to finally turn the tables on a horse like Carson's Run, who had beat him in the past on a couple of occasions. And I think that deterministic being forward is to his benefit, and we get a better result. I'm not totally convinced that he's going to be the lone speed. However, I think that corruption towards his outside might have something to say about that.
Yeah, I've always felt deterministic. I start thinking about him. I think off the pace. I think be able to tuck and get some cover and to be able to run by horses through the lane. But versatility for a horse to be able to change tactically where the horse wants to be, it just says a lot to the team, the trainer, and of course the connections that are involved with deterministic.
This Manhattan, that is the Grade 1 event. Yesterday's Wonder again, traditionally a prep for the Belmont Oaks, but things changed drastically, when he was taken off the turf on the main track. But this filly stayed in and did her thing, JK. Nitrogen, a star on the ascend.
Look, I know we lost a few races to the weather yesterday. This one was the one that made me very sad because I love this filly. I think she is very good, and I was excited to see her on the grass in a full field with full competition, but I was still happy to see her do this in this spot. I love seeing good horses win for fun.
When they have immense talent like this and they're able to transfer it over, yes, you know, a shorter field, but Nitrogen obviously is going to have something to say in the division as she moves forward. Will it be turf? Will it be dirt? Who knows?
We know it's an option.
Yeah.
And that's what we heard from Mark Casse before the race as well as after, that there was a time when they had considered putting this horse on the dirt just to try it, see what was within her wheelhouse for that. And she also had a bullet drill over the main track at one point in her workout pattern as well. So I was looking to bet against a short price turf favorite in a short field, and she ran away from that field exactly like the short price that she was, and deserving of it.
All class yesterday. Nitrogen onward and upward for her. Then True North, which grade 3, but we were looking at horses proven at the grade 1 level, specifically the New Jersey bred Bookham Dano doing his thing. This has been one of the funner stories to follow in racing over the last couple of years.
Yeah, no, he's been cool. He's been cool for a long time, and like you said, he's that Jersey bred, and he's pretty darn good too. His race at Churchill, and that tough loaded race that we saw, probably one of the toughest races we've seen all year.
Churchill
that Mindframe won. Nisos was in there. Bookham Dano was right there in that mix, coming back and franking that form. This sprint division is getting really fun.
As they're getting older, when they're 3-year-olds and they start to progress and become older horses, you start to find what they do best. And it's very clear that one turn, sprint, some of these kind of intermediate distances has been perfect for Bookham Dano. Paco Lopez was aboard, but this is a very, very gutsy gelding here that got the job done. And Bookham Dano, he's going to have a lot to say in this division, continuing to move forward in the summer.
And sometimes we see the Derby fever about a year ago for him overwhelm connections, and it would probably overwhelm me too, so I don't hold it against anybody. If you have that 3-year-old that has the talent and the ability and the points to potentially go on and contest that Kentucky Derby, it's very tempting to try and end up in that starting gate. That's not what they did with Bookham Dano. They kept him at the distances they felt he would excel at, and now we get to continually enjoy his grade 1 success and graded stakes success going forwards. Full this next year, where he won the Woody Stevens here last year and then wins yesterday.
Look forward to seeing him. We believe the grade 1 Alfred G. Vanderbilt this summer at Saratoga Bookham Dano. As our coverage continues on this Sunday, winding down the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival here at Saratoga, about 16 minutes out. Race number 5, $20,000 claimers, older horses, some vets, grizzled vets in this upcoming 5th race. Wide open towards the bottom. C's Get Degrees, the 5-2 favorite.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
New Vocations is the oldest and largest racehorse adoption program in the country. We started the program in 1992, and we've placed over 7,000 thoroughbreds and standardbreds into loving homes. These horses were coming from 40 different racetracks across the country. We specifically work with owners and trainers who are looking for an aftercare option for their horses retiring. We take in horses from all over the country, as far as California, Florida, New York. Our largest facility is here in Lexington, Kentucky, but we also have facilities in Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, and Louisiana. The racehorses in general are extremely athletic. When they come into our program, we've always been amazed at how much they love to work and they love to have a job. Thoroughbreds, normally when you turn them out, the first thing they want to do when they're turned out in the field is run. It's really amazing to see how so many of them want to run the Kentucky Derby at least 10 times before they stop and start eating grass. And so when they retire from racing, it's important that we keep them active.
Thoroughbreds are naturally athletes. They make tremendous competitors, even in other disciplines. We have horses go on to be successful in dressage, different Western disciplines, eventing, show jumping, you name it. Polo, we have horses who have gone on to do it. So really the sky's the limit for these guys after they're done with their careers on the track. That's really just the beginning for them. And it's a much easier transition for them than people imagine. They just take to it so readily.
So what we've seen over the last 10 years is a huge growth in the number of people, owners and trainers specifically, who truly do care about where their retired racehorses are going when they leave the track. And we have some great supporters, great owners and trainers that have supported our efforts for many, many years because they really do care about their horses.
Incredible cause, Thoroughbred Aftercare. New Vocations, proud to be the oldest and largest racehorse adoption program in the country, serving more than 600 retired racehorses a year. The horses in this race, not yet retired, but some battle-tested, grizzled vets. You look at the field and corresponding odds. Maggie, how does one of the old guys look? Lost in Rome, the 8-year-old about to make his 63rd lifetime start.
I know, I love these horses. They are the backbone of our industry. They put on the day-to-day races, and they just like their jobs. They like to win. And Lost in Rome, he's been in many different stables throughout his career. Now he is in Ilkay Cantor Massey's, fresh off the claim from Rob Atras. Now, last time he was chasing wide on that wet track, and he just kept coming, as he normally does. Now he's back on a fast track here today, and he's a horse that, when he looks good, he generally runs accordingly. And today, he looks great. And even more so, he's a little bit more lively than what I've seen from him in some of his previous efforts, which I kind of like for him. You know, you like these old guys to get their blood pumping, to act like they're up for a fight. And at least on the surface of things here in the paddock with Lost in Rome, surely looks like he has got his dukes up. Moving on to the likely pace setter, that's number 6, For Some Reason. And it feels as though he could be the one controlling this entire race from start to finish. Last time he was sent hard from the inside and he dueled with another rival and the pace completely incinerated. And today, unless somebody has some other ideas, feels as though he is naturally the fastest horse. So we'll see how far he can take him. He is your typical out-and-out sprinter, right? He's a little bit short, stout, very much of that quarter horse type of frame to him. Very healthy and well turned out here for Dave Donk, who does send him out third off the bench. And sometimes that is when you see horses deliver their best shot. Lafitte.
For some reason, at 9-1. Make his presence felt early in this 6 furlong sprint. Things happen pretty fast around here, JK. People watching, they get us material that you'd either like or be disappointed to see show up on one of our broadcasts.
I got something for Kendrick.
I got something for you. We're gonna see it. Adding to the drama.
Oh, wow.
A handsome young man.
Wow.
Look at that.
Look at that.
How long ago was that?
2015.
Like a week ago.
Yeah, 2015. Less tattoos as well. Yeah. Hey, what are you gonna do?
Was that a mouse? Were you just
Oh
focused in?
yeah. But it was like a wireless Bluetooth mouse.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't like one of the ones with a USB.
Yeah.
Pete Rotundo has the goods on all of us, by the way, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, he does. He sends. I get that every July 1st. I get that face on some dancing GIF that he sends me every year for my birthday.
He knows where the bodies are buried. You never know. Always lurking. And yeah, he has the goods on all of us. As we get ready for this 5th race, 8 minutes out, and a terrific. Yeah, I'd be smiling too if I won 2 Grade 1 races in one afternoon. Dylan Davis grew up here in Saratoga. That incredible summer, last summer. 2 Grade 1 victories to his career, and then 2, Chris, on Friday. One of them here with Lacara, wire to wire in the Acorn.
Yeah, Dylan Davis has just had he's continuing his winning ways. He had a great winter. He's had a great time before that, and he made some decisions to go down to Florida, and it's been all the right decisions for him. Now he returns here to Saratoga. Lacara on the front. Kind of redeemed herself. You know, you take a look at some of the horses and some of their form. You throw out that last, and she fits with these horses, and she takes down who was a prohibitive favorite, who's going to be the favorite for that division, and the 3-year-old's Good Cheer. She's going to come back and I think bounce back off this effort, but Lacara, ultra impressive.
Just 2 of the storylines were Lacara doing just that, and the other, JK, being Good Cheer. What went wrong?
Well, I mean, I don't want to pile on and say, well, you know, she was 7 for 7, but no one thought she was the next ruffian, right? I think she's still good. I just think that she's not great, and I think that circumstances not going her way might lead to her getting beat. Would I be shocked if she comes back and wins the Alabama or something like that? No, not at all. But I just think she probably was just a little bit overrated.
Well, sure, and I think that those of us that doubted her going into the Kentucky Oaks like I did, it was the argument that she did not have the figures edge, she did not have the standout races on paper that put her so far ahead of the class in terms of what others were bringing to the table in that race. Brad Cox seemingly no excuses for her poor effort, though, just didn't seem like it was her day, and I think with Lacara going from her poor performance in the Kentucky Oaks to the win in the Acorn the other day, she didn't have to be gunned out of the gate quite as much as she was in that Kentucky Oaks, where the pace was hot and she was right up and on it. This time got to relax a little bit more, show that early speed, a little bit more reminiscent of what we saw from her when she won the Ashland at Keeneland.
Yeah, and if you're applying Grade 1s as they relate to a chase for a championship, even though Good Cheer was 7 for 7, 1 Grade 1 win in the Kentucky Oaks, Lacara now has 2 from the Ashland to the Acorn.
Yeah, the division definitely starts to heat up when you take a look at the 3-year-old fillies. I think the most surprising thing for me, Good Cheer-wise, there wasn't really a point in the race where I felt like she's in it, she's into it today, she's going to make that big move. From where I was watching, it didn't seem like she was going to do it.
I would say, though, right now, I would say it's tied, because I think the Kentucky Oaks, the Kentucky Derby, the Travers, they carry a little bit more weight. I think they're tied at the moment.
And it's only June, a chase for a 3-year-old filly title. Let's meet the field, these $20,000 claimers. The entry, thank you, John, at 14-1.
Taking a look at Thank You, John, with the Via Pino aboard. Eduardo Jones is going to have to pick it up. 6 feet and 7, not that far off of it.
Honorary degree, a 10-time winner.
Yeah, you take a look off of that 3rd place finish, 2nd prior to that. This horse does kind of fit probably the part of the entry that they're betting.
King Moon Racer out to Jackson Heights, the New York bred, and Dylan Davis.
I like this horse quite a bit. I think that drop off the optional 50 down to the $25,000 level for Ilkay Kantamachi. Dylan Davis, we saw him all smiles, maybe after this race too.
Conniving arrives with momentum.
He's been in good form, you can't deny that. He's won his last 2 races, finishing 2nd in his start 3 back as well. waters get deeper.
Forward move claimed from Linda Rice by Ray Handel.
Ray Handel, Irad Ortiz Jr., they haven't connected much. They're going to try and connect here. I think this price is a little too short for me here at that 7-2.
Speedy Gelding, you heard Maggie discussing for some reason.
He is dropping back down in class, and we know where he's going to be early. In all likelihood, he likes to show that good early pace.
Brew Pub, 7-year-old, 57th lifetime start.
Gets a couple pounds off. Fifth, beaten 4 lengths last time. Is going to have to pick it up, finish behind several of these rivals in prior races.
Amundsen, big scratch. Old guys rule. Here's another Lost in Rome.
Yeah, Lost in Rome, who we did talk about off of that third place finish last time out. I guess coming right back at this same level. Has been popular at the claim box, though.
Stop the spread. Not much in 4 starts this year.
I could
and
not.
C's get degrees. Go ahead, sir.
Well, I was just going to say I could not really make the case for that one. That's all I have to say.
C's get degrees. Who is the lukewarm favorite?
Where's the form? I mean, you take a look at just some of the form recently off of the claim, 25,000, then goes into 32. Really dull effort there. 8th beaten 8 1/4. Now back down to 20. A lot of question marks right now.
Competitive $20,000 claiming sprint. Older horses. And circling back to Brew Pub. This was 2 starts back, late April Aqueduct. Chris, you called this race.
Yep.
And, well, good news is he doesn't have to deal with Amundsen today.
Yeah, I mean, these horses continue to see one another at this level, right? But off of that 5th, beaten 4 lengths last time. Again, this is just one of those where Amundsen was so impressive down on the inside, didn't look like he was going to lose. Brewpub continues to chase, but just couldn't quite get there. There's nothing here on replay or in some of the past form that's going to say this horse warrants that 7-2 and is really going to push by, not 7-2, but it doesn't warrant that 10-1 price. I think I even might want a little bit higher based off of that effort.
The thing I will say about him, the first thing I see when I look at his past performances, I see the 4 wins from 56 starts, but then I see the 14 seconds and the 8 thirds. And so this is that kind of horse, that grinding style that he's still right there, but he's not establishing himself as a horse that's making this big move or showing a lot of early pace. He's one that maybe you want to throw in underneath somewhere.
Christopher Elliott taking over on Brew Pub. Dylan Davis winds up on Jackson Heights, JK. The gelding you and Chris both wind up with here.
Yeah, I'm just going to forgive that last race, right? I mean, the horse broke a little bit slow. The pace wasn't too quick. It was a sloppy racetrack. I'm going to ignore that race. And if you pretend that it's not there, and the distance, obviously, pretend it's not there and just look at this as being more of like a mile to 6 furlong cutback, I think Jackson Heights makes a lot more sense in that situation. You also get the trainer change. Sometimes you can get a wake up when you switch trainers.
Maggie with a keen eye on Ricardo Santana and C's get degrees.
And Lafitte, a horse that I'm quite familiar with. My husband, Tom Morley, trained him once upon a time, and a horse I have the utmost respect for. He's a hard knocker, and I appreciate the respect he's getting on the tote board. But Chris is right. His last 2 races are lacking. Now, I wasn't in the paddock or on track for his last start, but I was 2 back, and I did not like his warm-up, and I said that on air. And I know a lot of people critical of Kendrick's ride that day, and I just wonder if, you know, he went forward, he tried to get the lead, he couldn't get it, and then he was in a tight spot, and I can tell when Kendrick's not loving the way a horse feels underneath of him. And I just felt like that was the case that day. Ricardo took him away from the pony. He is moving a bit better. Not enough for me to pick this horse, especially at a short price, but I would love to see him run well here. And like I said, moving better than what I've seen from him at least 2 back. As we'll move on to number 3 in here, guys. I guess you didn't get that late change, but number 3 is Jackson Heights, and a horse that ran very well 3 back when dropped into this same condition, but that was going long. And now he's going to switch trainers, and I have the utmost respect for Ilkay and Macan Cantor-Massey. I think they do a fabulous job, but so does Rob Atras. And Rob had this horse looking utterly fantastic, and he wasn't picking up his feet. Granted, they're in some tougher spots, to be fair, and, you know, 2 back, he ran a figure that would win here. But physically, he looks like a horse that wants to run long. Everything about his physical makeup says longer is better. Long-legged, long body, his running style, completely devoid of early speed. Now, Dylan's doing everything he can to make sure that this guy, turning back sharply, gets out of the gate efficiently and is able to keep pace enough. You know, you're not going to reinvent the wheel here. He's a horse that just is slow out of the gate and makes 1 run. I just can't foresee them going super, super fast in here where it's going to set up for a pace meltdown for him to be successful. And I agree with Chris. This is too short of a price on him given the conditions. Now, a long shot that my eye just kept going back to, and I'm not really sure why, but that's number 1. Thank You, John. A horse that could potentially give a little bit more pace pressure to the 6 in here for some reason, but just really healthy, full of himself out on the racetrack, moving incredibly well. Like I said, maybe a long shot that on this particular day with these kind of lower claimers, if they're feeling it, they tend to show up, Lafitte.
So he looks good in the flesh, Jonathan. Anything on paper, looking at Thank You, John, that you could point to and say, yeah, okay, this is why maybe he outruns his odds today?
Yeah, I mean, he's just one of those horses that if you look at his last race on the mud, he looks like he'll appreciate going a little bit shorter. If you look at the pace figures of the race, he's tactical enough. He's not in on the rail. He's breaking from the 5, but he's tactical enough to work out a trip from there. I've got no problem with him. I thought this was a very, very tough race in the pick 5 that is no longer with us. I thought this was more of a spready type race.
Final thoughts, Chris, as they approach the starting gate.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting to point out, too, that if there's not an overwhelming pace presence that's going to be in there, I wonder if you get that kind of tightly bunched field, and that allows Jackson Heights to not lose contact with the field, right? And kind of stay tucked in between rivals, maybe has that closing kick late.
Long time since his last sprint. Sarah, you have the hot hand.
Well, we'll see how that goes. Thanks for the jinx, Lafitte. But I think that C's Get Degrees. The ride was just a little bit puzzling, and I think that what Maggie said about it is extremely valuable, just knowing the horse so well and knowing that maybe something was a little bit off with him that day. Always want to see them come back safely more so than anything else. But I think that today, noting that he's warming up a little bit better, and Ricardo Santana Jr. being as aggressive as he is, having this horse have more of an outside post versus being right down on the rail, I think that's also going to make a difference for him.
Santana looking for a second win on the afternoon. Post time, race 5, live from Saratoga. Here's Frank Mirmati.
Thanks, Lafitte. For some reason going in, C's Get Degrees. Orange blinkers walking into the gate. And they're all in line. And they're off. An honorary degree took up shortly after the start. Thank You, John is out very alertly and battling for the early lead. C's Get Degrees came away in good order and for some reason is battling on the front end, now second. They are followed by Stop the Spread, who's 4th. 3 lengths clear of Conniving, who is on the inside of Lost in Rome in the blue silks with 7 lengths to make up. It's another 2 back to Brew Pub, then a big gap back to Honorary Degree. The opening quarter went in 22 1/5 seconds. Even further back in the field is Jackson Heights, who has to be close to 20 off them. And Forward Move is at the back of the field. They're coming to the quarter pole. The battle continues up top. Thank You, John, on the inside. And for some reason, the half went in 45 2/5 seconds. These two have been slugging it out for some time. Here's Lost in Rome emerging with his rally in the final 1/8 of a mile. Conniving is just behind Horses. And in the center of the track, Jackson Heights is coming with a menacing bid after Lost in Rome. Jackson Heights going 2 to his 1. Jackson Heights pulls away in the end to score. Photo for second, Lost in Rome and Conniving, then Brew Pub.
Probably won't have to wait as long to see him sprint again. Jackson Heights, Chris J.K., well done from off the pace, closing with a rush than Dylan Davis.
Yeah, this is a perfect example of, I learned this lesson with like elite power. Sometimes the shorter the better for a closing sprinter. It just increases their kick, makes it that much more devastating. I mean, look, I didn't think he was going to win from here, I got to be honest. But when he came into the screen, as soon as you saw him come in the screen, you heard Frank mention him, you knew he was going to get there.
Yeah, 22 1. I mean, they were cooking up front. They were without overwhelming pace. Everybody said, let's try and get some forward position. Thank You, John went. For some reason went. They ended up backing out of it. Ton of pace on hand. Jackson Heights, Dylan Davis, he's had the winning hand. He's had the hot hand. He continues to do strong things, and Jackson Heights passes them all.
And once you saw, just as you mentioned, those blinkers, the lime green, the black, as soon as his little face came right into the picture, he was going by so easily. And here, as the pace started to come apart late, the pace was on us for this level. They couldn't hang, and he got the right kind of setup here. And a well-timed ride by Dylan Davis to win going away.
9-2 in the end. 3-9-4-7. Jackson Heights, 4th career victory. 2nd here at Saratoga. Dylan Davis beats goes on, and yeah, just revving up before another, what looks like will be a productive summer than last summer, JK, in the sense that he's arriving with that kind of momentum. It felt like it really started towards the back end of Aqueduct, carried on through the summer. Here, the best summer by far for Dylan at Saratoga, and here this summer primed for a big campaign.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how else to say it. This is no offense to Dylan. This is just honest. Prior to last summer, you would think that sometimes people would, trainer would tell their owner, hey, I can get Dylan. And they ask, can we get, there's a Hirat's not available, Flavian, can we get Jose, can we get Joel? But now when that happens, they say, yep, great, perfect, love it. Or they're asking Dylan, hey, can you hold us for next month? And because he had the success, it's just going to breed more success, and we're seeing it every day that he rides.
Yeah, and another sports reference for you, but prove it on the field, right? I mean, you go out there and you start connecting, you put these wins together, you start hitting with some of these long shots, these mid-range prices, you get into some of these different barns, and once you get those opportunities, you got to go win.
Delivering, taking advantage, doing just that. Dylan Davis, Zilla Racing, Blackjack Racing, Jackson Heights back sprinting, back to the winner's circle. Impressive score here in the 5th at the Spa.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Welcome back to America's Day at the races here on FS2 as we saw a mild upset and a horse coming from the clouds as he always does, Jackson Heights, and a horse that also likes it here at Saratoga, as I know 3 people in this winner's circle with me love it at Saratoga too, right, Big D?
Yes, they do. My 2 kids here, Michael and Demi. they're enjoying it here. We took them out of school this week, so.
That's okay. I think when Dad wins 2 Grade 1s on Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, they're allowed to be up here.
Of course. I'm happy that they can enjoy this moment this week with the whole family and my wife, Sarah. But Jackson Heights, and I think I was just joking with Mike and Catamarci that I think he likes me or he likes the track, or maybe it was both, but I think it was both here. I really know him well, and I haven't sat on him since last year, but I just really know how he works and what he likes to do. And you know, I thought to be honest, I thought the 6 furlongs was a touch short, and the whole crew thought that as well. But we worked out the trip that we wanted to, and I was really happy with the way he was moving down the backside, and I thought we really had a great chance. And he likes to rail, and I had to go as long as I could around the bend, and then there was too many horses that I had to weave through. I just gave him a nice momentum run onto the outside, and he thrived on and took us home.
You didn't mind the stretch being wide today until you got a little bit of pace to run at. Sorry, Demi, I just bonked you in the head. But Mike, you're quite the golfer. Are you going to be a pro golfer?
Yeah.
Like the most confidence in the world, but he legitimately is very, very good. But Dylan, we'll see you aboard Carson's Run later on in the Manhattan. Talk a little bit about this horse. Second to stablemate, deterministic last time out. How do you turn the tables?
Yeah, I think what we had was that was against us was Carson's. It was his first start for the year. And what's going for us today is his second start following this season, and he likes his course. He really thrives on it. He got the big win last year, Saratoga Derby, and I know how to beat deterministic, and I know how to beat the other ones. But he likes his course, and he's going to make that big swoop and run for us late, and he's going to be right there, I think, at the wire.
Awesome. Congratulations, Mike. When are we going to see you in the PGA? He has to do the math. He's good at math, but he had to do the math for a second. But what's your best score?
37.
Lafitte, can you beat that?
I can't spell PGA. Like, forget this jockey thing. Like, he's going the golf route, which, by the way, that seems to be like when riders want to forget about everything else on the planet, golf.
Yeah, it makes sense. I'm sure it's still, you know, I don't golf because I have too many other things that I like to do, and that takes a long time. It's a long time to golf. But I would imagine the competitiveness of it kind of scratches that itch for these guys. They're so used to being, you know, entrenched in competition.
Carson's Run later. Dylan, how does he turn the tables on his stablemate?
Well, you're starting out with a very confident rider, that's for sure. And I think, yes, Carson's Run coming off of that little bit of a layoff and a horse that we had seen him have a terrible trip when he went over to the West Coast and a couple starts back. He does love Saratoga, and I think if deterministic does face a little bit more pace pressure, namely from corruption as well as many, maybe a couple of others in there that want to be forward, now that they sort of know this new game of deterministics, that could help Carson's Run as well, a horse that does come from pretty far back.
That is Grade 1 Manhattan a little bit later on this evening, mile and an eighth. Also the Soaring Softly, which was scheduled for today, but that is going to take place, but on the main track, hence all the defections. There you see the field and remaining runners. We're going to start with Fortuna Mia, number 7, who's been racing on the main track, JK, and a solid, good effort, 2 back late March at Aqueduct.
Yeah, it was a good effort. She broke sharp, but the pace wasn't blazing fast. I thought she got a pretty nice trip around there. I felt like I was a little disappointed after watching this race when she finished second.
Yeah, you take a look at this effort. Nyla's Rose was just, you know, very, very good that day. But you take a look at where Fortuna Mia was probably looking for this race to end up on the dirt somehow. You do enter sometimes, and you could try the turf, but when it ends up on dirt, it kind of seems to play into her hand.
With the surface switch, Sarah, recalibrating your handicapping for the Soaring Softly, how did you see this one?
Well, Linda Rice always spots her horse as well for these main track only types of races. It's how she ended up closing that gap a couple years ago on trainer Chad Brown to end up tying and then going for that record of leading trainer right here at Saratoga, because she spots her horses so effectively. And so this one, hoping for that little bit of rain, the most proven dirt form in this field, but doesn't necessarily mean that she's the only one capable of handling the surface.
So Soaring Softly on the main track. Jersey Girl, always scheduled for the main track. Race number 9, there's the field, and 3-year-old fillies, 6 furlong dash, no defections. Number 2, Beauty Reigns, 9-5 with Belmont winning jockey Junior Alvarado. Her latest, Chris, at Churchill Downs on the undercard of the Kentucky Oaks, stalks pounces, draws away late.
Yeah, you take a look at this effort and you go back to that 7 furlongs. Fast time, too. When you get that 109 for 3/4 and just opening up there late, going that 6.5. Beauty Reigns comes into this race very well. You have a return winner coming out in Stable Currency. Was the beaten favorite that day. Returned to win out of that race. Junior Alvarado, Belmont, they've already had a tremendous weekend. Maybe they just continue to keep powering on.
Yeah, I thought Beauty Reigns ran extremely well last time. There's been a couple of horses that have run back, run faster out of that race. It makes me feel like the figure is trustworthy. This is a tough little group, though. The 5 Indy Bay is tough. Italian Soiree has a big race over this racetrack last summer that I thought was really, her debut was impressive, but Indy Bay is going to be the biggest competition for her.
What'd you make of this effort at Oaklawn, Sarah?
This race, if she can repeat it, it's going to win here in all likelihood, because this was a big improvement for her. A horse running a 90 by her speed figure in here. And while she was sitting in 6th early, she wasn't that far away from the race, from the pace, excuse me, but she's able to go by very professional effort. It's just sort of that outlier number. I want to see something like that again, because her other 3 races, they don't put her ahead of the class.
Yeah, and I misspoke earlier. We saw that replay with Fortuna Mia. That was against Del Rey. See how Fortuna Mia does earlier on the card, because Nyla's Rose, if you do like her coming out of that effort, she dusted Fortuna Mia. So if Fortuna Mia runs well, maybe Nyla's Rose can move up too.
Jersey girls soaring softly, all coming your way. And of course, the rescheduled Grade 1 Jaipur and the Manhattan this evening on Fox Sports 1. As we make our way through this Sunday program, and speaking of that, Manhattan, on this day last year, day after Belmont, he won the Kingston, and now sights set on a bigger target, the Grade 1 Manhattan.
And clear off in the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime, with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Union Rags, a proven sire with 6 Grade 1 winners. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags, Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train and Paradise Woods. His success continues with recent graded stakes winner Circle of Trust and multiple graded stakes winner and Grade 1 winner Power Squeeze. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
A beautiful shot. Bird's eye view, Saratoga Racecourse. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on a Sunday afternoon. Lots to consume and absorb over the last couple of days in this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. The highlights on Friday, the Grade 1 events. Dorth Vader, clean trip this time, victorious in the Ogden Phipps. Belmont Gold Cup on the main track. Lacara, we just revisited her wire-to-wire win. She feels pretty sensational in the New York, and dynamic pricing at a price in the Just a Game. Yesterday, Nitrogen on the main track took them down to another graded stakes victory at Saratoga. Raging Torrent running them off their feet in the Met Mile. Patch Adams and the Woody Stevens, and of course Sovereignty in the Belmont Stakes. I guess all include Sovereignty, guys, as far as what was your favorite or most memorable moment in the Belmont Stakes. What stood out over the 2 days?
Yeah, Sovereignty was outstanding, but for me, I've been a huge fan of, and I will continue to be a huge fan of She Feels Pretty. I thought she was sensational in winning that New York, and I'm excited to see hopefully her run in the Diana and to see her run for the rest of the year. She's just, there's something about her that I just love. She's just so cool. She's out in the clear in this race. She didn't get a great trip. It wasn't a bad trip, but she's just out in the open running, and her determination and the way that she just kind of rounded out into being what I think is probably the best turf horse in the country, male or female. I really enjoyed watching her win, even with the ground being the way that it was.
I said, I guess I'll include Sovereignty because that felt like the obvious answer, right? But going aside, and Sarah, for you, the moment that stuck with you most.
I was really impressed by what we saw from Ways and Means, a horse who maybe could have been a competitor in some of these tougher races the next day against males, because she ran a 1:11 by her speed figure for this effort, just opening up on this field. And I think that she was one that, yes, she didn't have the same pace advantage in this race, Irish Maxima, than one horse. She's a filly that likes to be forwardly placed, has that good early gate speed. Ways and Means went by her, no problems at all. And this margin of victory, she's always been impressive, but to me this was an eye-catching, and the number speaks for itself.
We were here since it all started with Ways and Means on set for her debut, and expected her to reach great heights. And I can't wait to see what she does here this summer at Saratoga.
She's probably my favorite horse in training, and I think it's probably because of the story of knowing that she was going to be good and seeing her run. I don't know about you guys, but when horses win impressively here as 2-year-olds, it just gets me so excited for what they're going to turn out to be. And then when you have a horse like her that rewards you with being what we thought she was going to be in that summer afternoon a couple years back, it's a lot of fun.
Chris, what stood out?
Yeah, we talk about the divisions of the 3-year-old male division. You talk about journalism and sovereignty. Sovereignty made a big statement, but now kind of quietly, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, Lakara, and taking a look at the 3-year-old filly division, and now Good Cheer seeming to hand her the title and thinking that she's the top and the best of the class, and she may still be, but Lakara, Dylan Davis, Mark Cassie had a great week as well. So I think all the connections involved, and Lakara really stamping herself as this race isn't over. She has a big say in the 3-year-old filly division as far as the title will be concerned.
So much to choose from. Maggie, a lasting impression for you from the weekend?
I really loved what I saw from Raging Torrent, a horse that I was really intrigued by when Doug O'Neill announced that he was going to bring him eastward here to participate in that Met Mile. And you could see it on the track. This horse was touting himself, and the way that he warmed up for jockey Frankie Dettori, you knew that Frankie and Raging Torrent were going to take no prisoners, and that's what they did. They made everybody else play their game, and it resulted in a big victory for this horse, who I've kind of always been a fan of. Yes, a mile, he probably taps out at that, but I think he's a horse that he can play both games of a mile or cut back and sprint. So really looking forward to what the rest of the summer may show from us with Raging Torrent. But, I like it when the East Coast horses go to the West Coast and win, but they can come here and do it too.
And the Met Mile, as productive as it's always been, but specifically over the last decade, I believe 5 of the last 10 winners crowned champions in different divisions, right? From Vekoma, a sprinter. And in the last 3 years, the winner crowned champion older horse, Sarah. 2 of those horses of the year going back to Flightline and Cody's Wish a couple of years ago.
We've seen it become such a breed-shaping race moving forwards, but we've also seen it become open in that middle distance, that middle ground, where we can see those sprinters meet with those horses that we're used to seeing go a little bit further, the traditional classic distances. That's what we saw yesterday, and the sprinter was able to get the upper hand.
Stars showed up in a big way. Incredible Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, and not done yet, with 2 Grade 1 events on the horizon this evening with the Jaipur and Manhattan. 11 minutes out, race 6. Pick 6 starts here. New York bred sprinters, 6.5 furlongs. You're looking at the tepid favorite, 10 Cent Town. Jonathan, how'd you see this one unfolding as we revisit 10 Cent Town and Caldo Candy last time they met on a wet track at Aqueduct?
Yeah, the thing about 10 Cent Town is that the last race was pretty poor. You have to find a way to be able to draw a line through that. The previous races, including this one, they do make sense. And I do think that 10 Cent Town deserves to be the favorite in here if you can get creative as to why he ran poorly last time. But I'm still going to look elsewhere.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it does seem like 10 Cent Town trips out in this race because you've got speed towards the inside. I think Irad's going to sit a really nice trip. Whether they get there on the win end, that's the big question. We're going all the way back to, what, January, taking a look at the last victory. So it's been a while. I do think 10 Cent Town gets the right trip, but you're seeing a lukewarm favorite at 3-1. It's because anybody can kind of spring up and really have a big performance and get the money here in the 6th.
Competitive race to start this pick 6. Maggie in the paddock. Let's start with Caldo Candy, number 2. Currently 4-1, Maggie.
Yeah, and his job does not get any easier because it feels as though there's some other faster horses than him early, and he has yet to show that he's a horse that can win without getting that early lead. Now, physically, he always impresses, and do note that I promise I will talk about your favorite 10 Cent Town, but I like to reserve judgment on him once I watch his warm-up because he can tell you immediately once you watch him warm up whether he's going to run well or not. As we're looking at Caldo Candy, like I said, he looks great. I just don't know how dynamics are necessarily going to work in his favor. Has that shadow roll on, but that's something that he has always worn for his connections, Jimmy Bond. As we'll move on to a horse that patience, man, the owners have a lot of it. And that's number 3, my man, Maddie. He's a 7-year-old, only making his 6th career start now off the back of a 1.5-year layoff. Though I got to say, Bruce Levine, tip of the hat, does have him looking as fit as he possibly can because, you know, on top of that, overcoming layoffs, and obviously there's been a lot of issues, he's just a naturally heavy horse. And sometimes those are quite tough to, you know, get fully fit just in a morning workouts. So he looks as fit as he possibly can, and given the fact that I do know him fairly well, he's also sharp in here, and at least on paper, based on speed figures, he looks as though he could be the fastest, and also has an aggressive rider on his back in Ricardo Santana. So really intrigued to see what we get from him, and we know there's talent in there, but boy, that's a really long time to be away from the races, Lafitte.
Long time indeed, back to December of 23. But when we did last see him, my man Matty, impressive front-running score.
Yeah, I mean, if he can find this form, he was sensational in here, and the fact that they bring him back protected as well, makes me think this horse is going to run well. If you're bringing the horse back and you're in for a tag, that could be a different situation. But I think this horse is well meant today. That's why I ended up picking him.
The talent, it's clearly there, right? But there have also been some question marks, some hiccups, some issues with this horse when you have a 7-year-old that has run 5 times. Now, I will say out of those, 4 of those, he's hit the board. So here, clearly, this horse has enough ability for them to also put in the time, put in the effort, put in the money to keep him around and bring him back to the races because they know somewhere in there's a good horse.
And you're going with Brajol. Sarah, 9-1, first or second in 12 or 25 lifetime.
I just really respect a lot of the form that he has been in as of late. He's really been able to keep that consistent ability, run buyers around the low 70s for his last 4 to 5 starts, really. And with him, I think there was one day that he did benefit from saving ground towards the inside on a day where being towards the rail was beneficial. That could still be the case today, and he's one that he's going to be coming in from off the pace, and I know that he can handle that rail rally. Well, he draws right there.
Brajol, 10 Cent Town, keeping a close eye on him. The lukewarm favorite.
Yeah, I mean, 10 Cent Town, like I said, I think he's going to get the first jump. I think on the closers, and you were just talking about Brajol and Sarah's selection in there, you know, Lane Leslie just got a feel for a horse that was going to come from far off of it. He got into the trifecta there with Conniving, but can he get the same type of trip and come from all the way back? Because I think that's going to be the type of trip. 10 Cent Town, I think, will be right in behind that leading group. How many horses are going to be in that leading group? That's the big question mark for me. I think Irad Ortiz Jr. from the 4-hole is going to have a good track position early, tucks in between rivals. The 3-1's okay. I'm okay with that price. I think a little bit shorter than that, I'd probably be staying away because this is just a horse that just hasn't quite shown us the winning type gear, and he did it on the front end alone when he won that race. So we'll see if he can turn it around, but that 3-1, I'm okay with that price.
Have riders up in a moment. The post parade, 5 minutes out, race 6, pick 6. And if you didn't get signed up yesterday, I don't know what to tell you, but the summer's still ahead. Get involved. And when you do so at NyraBets.com, use that promo code BONUS200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NyraBets.com. This pick 6 sequence, Jonathan, did anything stand out in the next few races. We'll be saying goodbye before long. Is there one or two to key in on over the next few races?
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, if you're looking at the pick 6, which I'm sure you figured this out already, is the 2 grade 1s are not
part
involved.
of it.
It's after. It's like a whole nother day, basically, just happens to be happening here. I thought maybe if you looked ahead to the stake, to the Jersey Girl, I thought you could get away with just using 2 in there, Beauty Reigns and Indy Bay. And while I love to find a single, sometimes being able to narrow to just 2 horses in a 7-horse field can help as well. I thought the rest of it was pretty tough. In this first leg, I'd be okay with just the 3 and the 2.
I'll get started in 4 minutes. $20,000. Check that. Allowance runners, New York bred sprinters, 6.5 furlongs. Competitive. Caldo Candy, Joel Rosario favored at 5-2. Another look at number 4 in 10 Cent Town, Arad Ortiz for trainer Rick Dutrow. Shlomo, not Schlo. Part of the pace, several in here who do their best up close early. The start of this race should be exciting.
It's going to be interesting to see how they handle the pace, especially when you look on paper. And if we can see it, you can imagine the riders can see it too. Sometimes in these situations, it just makes for the pace to not be that fast because everyone's grabbing and it ends up someone kind of the speed could get loose in there. That's why I think that the 2 Caldo Candy is interesting because he's drawn inside. I can't imagine Joel's not going to try to at least get his position moving forward.
Call to post. 6th race of 13 on this Sunday program, day after the Belmont Stakes. The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Let's meet the field and look at Brajol, Sarah's top selection.
He'll be hoping for that pace and for those horses to move forward. A horse that likes to do his best running from farther back, and Lane Lindsay gets along with him well.
JK going with Caldo Candy.
Yeah, I think Caldo Candy on the inside is one that does make some sense. It should be forward away from there.
Very lightly raced 7-year-old that you'll see shortly. There's another look. Caldo Candy, Joel Rosario. 2-time winner, one of those here at Saratoga, 2-1 favorite. Then my man Matty away since December 2023.
You know he can run well fresh and that he has that early speed, but his last race, it was less of a layoff than this one is, and he hasn't won if he hasn't been on the early lead.
10 Cent Town, Arad Ortiz.
Yeah, you got to find a way to kind of put a line through that last race. His previous races can certainly win.
Shlomo has rattled off back-to-back wins.
And one doing so on the front end over a horse that we know is pretty quick that we'll see later on today in Stewie.
Actually correct. Solid week for John Velasquez and Tom Morley.
Yeah, this horse has a ton of speed. I don't think that this one can be rated.
4-1. Then heavyweight champs for Rudy, an outsider.
And he can be rated, but I think he's better when he's not. So it'll be interesting to see what they do tactically, just bringing more speed and more questions to the table.
With good gate speed. Neural Network here on the outside with Manny Franco.
Yeah, just needs to get faster. He's always just kind of been a horse that isn't quite fast enough for this group.
8 of them. The pick 6. New York breds. Another look at the favorite here, Caldo Candy, Chris.
Yeah, you take a look at Caldo Candy, Joel Rosario, and showed the speed has been fading out of it lately. We go all the way back. Saratoga does like the course, right? He had 2 races here at Saratoga. One of them game wins. At the distance has a second and a third. But again, this is last year. We're talking June 6th of 2024 when he had that 5-length victory off of a layoff. This is a much different circumstance here this afternoon. And Joel Rosario, is he going to take back a little bit? I just don't see the stock and pounce type gear here for Caldo Candy. There's a lot of question marks about the pace.
Yeah,
who's going to be on the lead?
Who is the quickest of the quick, in your opinion, Sarah?
I think that if my man Matty breaks coming in fresh, Ricardo Santana up with the intent that we know that he has both on turf and dirt, if this horse wants to be in front, I think that he will be.
Ricardo Santana won the second race on the program, I believe, seeking a second here, teaming up with Bruce Levine. My man Matty, another look, Caldo Candy.
It's not
About
exactly
a minute out, we check in with Maggie.
Yeah, taking a look here at 10 Cent Town, like I said, he's a horse that he takes a little while to warm up. And in fact, the last time that Arad Ortiz was named to ride him, he was actually a late scratch. So he's okay out there today. You know, I always wish I saw a little bit more energy from him overall. But he's just a horse I feel like, given his last race, I don't know if we can trust him. He might get the right setup. He's probably one of the more speed-like horses, tactical speed-like horses that obviously can close and can benefit from any sort of hitting up front, as again, we are all over the place when it comes to selections. But I do want to talk about number 6, Factually Correct. And look, I don't like picking my husband's horses. I really don't. But at the end of the day, he's one of the speed horses. He could actually naturally be the fastest if for some reason my man Matty gets back to some of his bad gait behaviors. And he's a horse, too, that John Velazquez gave a very aggressive warm-up to, actually got more into the bridle the further he went around the turn there. So he looks great. He's dappled head to toe, and I just like the post position for him a little bit more than some of these other speed types, such as your favorite Caldo Candy. But with all that being said, and we saw a pace collapse in the last race, could set things up very well for Sarah's horse, and that is number 1. He's really Gina Giglio's horse, but Brajol is one that, look, I thought that Gina did an excellent job kind of getting this horse physically to turn around. So much better in his coat, so much better in his conditioning, but also just looked a bit too heavy. First off, that little bit of a break that we saw from him in that last start on May 10th. He's tucked up. I appreciate, and I think he moved forward from that last race. So I think he is very live at a big price of 10-1. Lafitte?
The wonders, Sarah, that one race under the belt off a layoff can make.
And that's the thing. You don't really know what they're going to show up with today when you have that one race off the bench, and you're waiting to see what they come back with the second time out. I think a lot of us commonly have that angle of third off the layoff is when you want to see that big effort.
Brajol at 10-1. Caldo Candy 2-1. Getting ready for the pick 6 here at Saratoga. Making their way behind the gate. Final thoughts before they let them roll.
Yeah, I like the 3. I mean, I think that this horse is shown to be talented, and I just don't think they would bring him back if he wasn't going to run a good race.
Yeah, 10 Cent Town coming just in behind the pace. I think he's shown the ability to sit just off of it. He'll be in behind horses. Irad Ortiz Jr., if he finds a seam, I think can be close. I think it might be even a real tight finish, maybe even a photo finish. We'll see.
Filing in. Race 6 live from Saratoga. Frank Miramati standing by.
The pick 6. Heavyweight champs going in. Neural Network to the outside. One more. They're in the gate. They're off. Factually Correct, Shlomo, Neural Network on the far outside, flashing early interest. Here's My Man Matty coming through swiftly now to take the lead. So it's My Man Matty in front, Shlomo now second, 10 Cent Town moves into third, and then it's Factually Correct, 3 off the pace in fourth. They're followed by heavyweight champs. Caldo Candy is some 8 lengths off the lead. Another 2 back to Neural Network, and Brachol is very far behind. Into the far turn, and My Man Matty carves out the fractions, leads the way to the 3/8 pole, the opening quarter, in a very rapid 21 3/5 seconds. Factually Correct trying to engage in second. Just in behind them, it's 10 Cent Town and Shlomo. The back markers, Caldo Candy, Neural Network, and another 5. Braccioli starting to run from behind there at the top of the stretch. My Man Matty and Factually Correct, 44 3 for the half. The gray Caldo Candy continues to motor up the fence and is coming. And in the center of the racetrack, it's 10 Cent Town and Brachol coming to the wire. 10 Cent Town, and on the inside, Caldo Candy. Caldo Candy's in front. Here's the line. Caldo Candy, a heady ride from Joel Rosario. Bracholi from far back got into second. Factually Correct third. 10 Cent Town finished fourth.
Saving all the ground. Finds a clear path inside Joel Rosario. Caldo Candy in the 6 here at Saratoga to kick off the pick 6.
Yeah, look, the pace developed. They all went, and Joel just let him go, sat right in behind, and when he was ready to make his move, he had a bunch of tired horses to run down.
Joel had a plan, right? He had a plan in place. He felt like Caldo Candy could take back, and then he could run on. 10 Cent Town moves to the outside. That opens up the rail. It's wide open. Here comes the great Caldo Candy.
And I think Joel at least thinks the rail is the place to be, and that also he needed to adapt to the pace scenario he felt was going to play out in this race. Caldo Candy, one that can be forward, could have been right up and on that hot pace that eventually started to come apart. But instead, Joel had a very soft, quiet warm-up with this horse and able to convince him that raiding off the pace was a good idea today. It ended up being a win.
Good late run from Brajol, who you like. Did he get there for second?
I think he got second for there. I think that Lane maybe not as adept and aware of the potential bias that we might be dealing with today, but he knows this horse very well. He knows how to time this horse's late run to show up with an effort. And I think he also knew that the pace was honest. It's just that Caldo Candy got the jump and he couldn't get there quite in time, but he was running.
2-1-6-4, second at a price 9-1. We were trying to assess the pace scenario pre-race. Did anything surprise you once they sprung the latch?
No, I mean, I guess maybe the three, my man Matty off of that break, you know, coming in there and being pretty aggressive early. I guess that was a little bit of a surprise. Thought they might let them go from that inside position, but no, not really. I mean, there was a lot of speed in here, and it materialized.
Yeah, there were several speed signed on. My man Matty should be fine, you know, if he gets that kind of comeback effort, and he could improve off of that. 10 Cent Town, off of that journey, it'd be hard for me to go back there because he was right in behind the speed. They were going fast. He was in the right spot. He just didn't get to the win end.
Joel Rosario down on the inside. Jimmy Bond winning trainer Caldo Canty for Avanti Stable. 2-1-6-4 results when we come back. Off and running in the pick 6, Caldo Candy. Later this evening, Grade 1 Jaipur, Grade 1 Manhattan on Fox Sports 1. We'll be right back.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Great to have you with us on this day after the Belmont Stakes. Coverage On America's Day at the Race is brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Caldo Candy. Sire was a superstar. Candy Ride. Joel Rosario keeping him inside. And able to strike here for a third career victory. First this year, second at Saratoga. You'll hear from winning trainer Jimmy Bond in just a moment. Caldo Candy, 620 over Brajol. Big effort, big run late, and factually correct. 216 in the sixth here at Saratoga. The baggy in the winner's circle.
And please be joined by winning trainer Jimmy Bond. And Jimmy kind of showing a different dimension from Caldo Candy today, in that his previous wins came when he was much more forwardly placed, and he seemed comfortable and happy to rate behind horses for Joel.
Exactly. I talked to Joel. I just said just so much speed in the race. We've been taking him back in the morning a little bit and let him kind of slide through. And, we figured he could do it. And, the fence looks really kind today. So I told him to stay, don't come off that fence no matter what. And he just rode him tremendous and typical Joel ride.
Cool as a cucumber, as they would say. And Jimmy, we often see you with the most success up here in Saratoga. Why is that?
It's probably home court advantage. We're here all the time. The farm's 20 minutes away, and this foal here was born and raised at our farm. So, we're blessed, okay? Like I say, a lot of other trainers say that, I've got the probably right living style, okay? I stay here a lot, and the horses travel, and, but here is home, and it's fantastic.
And nothing like running out of your own stall, or your own home for that matter. But you're giving me the lowdown that you have several babies this year that you're excited about.
We do. We're very, very fortunate. The missus let us step up the pocketbook on stud fees. And so we've got about 20 babies, and they're just beautiful. So we're super excited.
Well, looking forward to seeing them when the regular meet kicks off. But congratulations here.
Thank you so much.
All right, Caldo Candy, guys, learning to sit, rate, and pounce when the time was right.
And taking advantage of that home field advantage today, Caldo Candy. Same could be said of Sovereignty in the Belmont Stakes in his backyard. The 5 weeks off from the Derby to the Belmont. Guys, as we say goodbye and had a chance to process everything for about 24 hours, Sarah, what did you learn this weekend?
The divisional picture this time of year, halfway through the year or so, is usually when we start to see a shift. We start to see some horses really progress forwards, and I think we saw from Sovereignty that big step in the right direction for trainer Belmont. He was hinting at it all over the past couple of weeks, especially in the mornings, and we saw it play out effectively and emphatically on the racetrack.
Chris?
No race is ever the same. Horse racing continues to teach you lesson after lesson after lesson. There's surprises, there's things that can happen, there's all these different factors that come in, but a big shout out and a thank you to the Connections for showing up, for Journalism, Sovereignty, and all the horses across the entire stakes card. For them to be here and to settle some of these scores on the racetrack, the horses, they're always going to tell you exactly what to do.
Yeah, I mean, Frank said it in his call. Sovereignty's the best 3-year-old in the world, and we know that. But I still believe that there's a rivalry here because Journalism is that good. He just hasn't beat him yet, but that could change sometime maybe in August.
We can't ignore that Sovereignty had the 5 weeks off, and Journalism came in from taking part in that war that was the Preakness 3 weeks prior. I mean, that still is part of the narrative.
Yeah, I think it's definitely part of the narrative, and that's what I'm saying. I'm just hopeful that we can see him in the gate one more time, 2 more times, maybe 3 more times before the end of the year, because I do believe there's still a rivalry in there, although Sovereignty is clearly out in front.
As selfish racing fans, we want to see it as many times as possible. That will wrap things up for us. Still so much coming your way here from Saratoga, the 2 Grade 1 events later on this evening on Fox Sports 1. Thanks so much for joining us. And that moment is what should stick with racing fans. The embrace with Roberto Rispoli and Alvarado after the Belmont Stakes. Class in victory, class in defeat. Greg Wolf and the crew taking over as our coverage continues from Saratoga, winding down the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival from the Spa.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
One for the to all do 1,200,000.
Chancer McPatrick proves best. Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie. She wins the Frisette easily.
I
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Sun, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
I love this stallion barn because this is where we house all of our stallions. And it's a favorite amongst everyone that comes on tour because they get to meet and greet some of their favorite horses that they saw race or are fans of their progeny. So this is Midnight Lou. So these boys are always expecting a mint. Yes, they know when we're coming, don't ya? On these tours. Of course, Loggins is our newest stallion. So son of Go Zapper. Yes, I know. Very handsome, very youthful looking. I like to come when the stallions are coming in from their paddocks. So I get to see them all parade in, and Violence comes in every day, very proud. So I enjoy watching them come in and go into their different stalls, and that happens around noon each day. Violence, I would say, stands the proudest, looks the tallest, even though he's not. If you wanted to draw a picture-perfect stallion, this is what you draw a picture of. He's a beautiful stallion. A little bit aggressive. Clean your mouth out, charlatan. You're messy. This is Charlatan. They call him Charlie in the barn. That's his nickname. So, fun fact about him. Full of personality.
And here is the horse of the year, Go Zapper.
Of course, he's a legend of the barn. He's 24 years old. We had no intention of moving our stallion division here when we first purchased Alapa. And when the decision was made to move the whole operation here, we had 6 months to be out of the Lexington facility. So we had to construct that breeding shed and get all of these paddocks up so that we were ready for breeding season for our stallions. So I would say that Good Magic is probably the kindest, gentlest stallion in the barn. We're really proud of Good Magic and excited about his future. Of course, he had Mage win the Kentucky Derby in his first crop. We look forward to everything that's coming up from this guy. Curlin! Here, buddy. Hi, handsome. So here's Curlin. Consider him the king of the barn. Hi. It's great for me to do tours because when I do give a tour, the fans are so blown away and they just say wow constantly that it's a good reminder for me every day to appreciate it.
It's time to put the final touches on this Belmont at Saratoga Racing Festival, and the action continues with 2 Grade 1s. Reigning Eclipse Award-winning trainer Chad Brown owns an unreal 8 wins in the Manhattan Conspirit of St. Louis, who's reached new levels now as a 6-year-old. Deliver him yet another. Miguel Clement will have 3 stablemates line up against the aforementioned favorite, Farbridge, by far the most accomplished. This multi-millionaire has come back strong as a 5-year-old with back-to-back graded stakes scores. In the Jaipur, trainer Michael Stidham has a turf sprinter who's been untouchable. Think Big has been brilliant since switching to the turf. He puts his perfect record on the line, seeking his first Grade 1 score, and we'll look back to Sovereignty's dominant performance in the Belmont Stakes, fresh off taking 2/3 of the Triple Crown and asserting his dominance in the 3-year-old division. All that and much more ahead on this final day of Belmont at Saratoga. Great to have you with us on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. One more day to enjoy what has been just an exceptional week of standout performances. Welcome to our FS2 coverage. Good to be with you. I'll introduce the team here in just a moment. I'm Greg Wolf, and what a day to close things out here. 2 Grade 1s on the grass, of course, rescheduled from Saturday. We will see if Chad Brown can continue his dominance, seeking a 9th Manhattan victory. The New York-bred Spirit of St. Louis, the one to beat in that race. Distance changed as well in the Manhattan, now at 1 mile and an 1/8 on the lawns. We take a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Soaring softly, start of a cross-country, pick 5. Races 12 and 13. The 2 Grade 1s stay on that yielding turf course. The rest come off fast on the main track. We have the Jersey Girl as well, named after one that really changed the career of Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Got him his first ever graded stakes victory, Grade 1 victory. And Monmouth will have 2 races that are part of that cross-country pick 5, fast and good, out on the Jersey Shore. With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, and former champion jockey Richard Migliori. Just been an incredible week, really, to celebrate our sport, and we have seen some amazing performances.
No question about it. And, you know, sometimes you feel like you may be overhyping horses and big races and such, but sovereignty and journalism both are the real deal. And yesterday's Belmont Stakes, it really lived up to the pre-race hype, maybe even exceeded our expectations.
Just the whole day was just amazing. From every horse, you can go, obviously, you go to the Belmont Stakes, and Sovereignty and Journalism threw it down again in the 1, 2, 3 finishes in the Kentucky Derby, ran the same way, but there were some other really good performances, and it was really great to see the New Jersey bred and Atlantic 6 have a little fun with Bookham Dano.
Yeah, Bookham Dano, he's special. He's honest. He shows up. He's just such a cool horse. And it was interesting how the day transpired. Obviously, we had an amazing amount of rain that tried to put a damper on the day. But as soon as the rain stopped, the sun came out, the crowd came rolling in. And it was as good a crowd as I can remember here. Getting out of here last night was the most difficult I can remember. So as hard as the rain tried to spoil things, we had a tremendous day of racing.
Andy said it best, probably. That was the biggest upset of this entire week, that we had a fast track by the time the gates opened to the Belmont, considering how much rain we got in the morning.
I have no idea how the track maintenance crew was able to pull that miracle off. You've been riding here. You rode here for many years, been here. I don't think I've ever seen a track. And it wasn't a fake. As Maggie said, she said, I was on the track. That track was fast.
Yeah, no, you could tell about the 5th race. You go, man, we're heading towards a fast track. It could happen here. Incredible job by the grounds crew here.
Take a look back at the rematch that everyone was so excited for, and it lived up to it, exceeded expectations in this 3rd and final leg of the Triple Crown.
I would say that many of the Belmont Stakes we've seen would have been won by journalism with the kind of performance that he put in. But Sovereignty is just, I mean, every race he runs is better than the one before it. And the fact that Richie put himself in the game the way he did.
He was right up in behind the pacemakers, on the rail, traveling. He was, Junior Alvarado had a hold of him, and he did a good job of easing out to give himself that option to follow journalism, obviously a live horse to follow. But didn't it look like he was even extending his stride the last 16th of a mile? He found another gear, Paul.
Yeah, I just felt like that first turn, when he got inside the long shot of the 4, you could see Junior giving a little pat to Sovereignty, and a lot of love after the race between the 2 competitors, too. But this horse is getting better and better, and make no doubt, if they would have went 1.5 miles, he would have kept on going.
They went 2.5 miles, he would have kept on going. No, I mean, it's a real credit. I mean, obviously, Belmont doesn't need to win a race like this to prove his greatness as a trainer, but you see him almost as like a piece of clay that he's molding. And each time he runs, his performances get better and also more professional. He's a better workhorse now. We thought at the beginning of the season this was going to be a year where the older horses would dominate. There may be a new sheriff in town.
That is saying something with, who has come back Sierra Leone, Fierceness, some new names there. White Barrio, of course. We'll get to them in the Met Mile a little bit later on. But yeah, this 3-year-old division, top heavy, but incredibly talented. For more, let's bring in Acacia Clement.
It really was such a great day of racing yesterday, Greg, and I totally agree with Andy. I think the clay analogy is a perfect one, that Sovereignty, who showed up here at Saratoga last year as a 2-year-old, is kind of this really unfinished animal, and he's becoming more and more refined with every start. And as he continues along, which is a really fun thing to watch, I think you could really tell early on in the race, too, when he was more forward than he typically is, and he was traveling comfortably. Junior Alvarado really has such a good feel for this horse as well, timed it perfectly, and when he lengthened that stride in the stretch, it was just dazzling from a supremely talented horse. Hats off to Journalism, though. I think he ran his race, especially being the only horse to run in all 3 races at the Triple Crown. He was valiant, finishing second yesterday. I think just at this point in time, Sovereignty's just that much better of a horse, as he showed yet again that he was superior on the track. I really hope we get a chance to see them duke it out again, perhaps in the Travers, and of course looking ahead to the Breeders' Cup at the end of the year. But for a horse like Sovereignty, as they talked about the development coming along, and trainer Belmont saying that this is a horse that they've always had high hopes for, but watching him step out there each and every time, Greg, there's a lot more, I think, still to come, which is a pretty exciting thought for a very talented horse.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting this time of the year moving forward. Who's going to take those next steps as these 3-year-olds continue to develop and mature? But Sovereignty, Andy, widens that margin of victory over Journalism from the Derby, and there's no question he's the top 3-year-old in the land right now.
Oh, it's not even close. And, you know, the interesting thing is, take him out of the race. Imagine that race without Sovereignty in there. And we're all talking about how remarkable Journalism is and how he could have won the Triple Crown. Sure. And he ends up on that list of really great horses that have had won 2 or 3 of the 3 legs. And he could have won it. Woulda, shoulda, coulda, but he could have. And Sovereignty just basically dusted him yesterday. And Journalism is one of the best horses in the country.
It speaks to the depth of this 3-year-old crop, and these two obviously have separated themselves from the field up to this point. I love rivalries. This is a budding rivalry. I don't know that we'll get Journalism back here for the Travers, but I sure hope so. I mean, I guess their other option would be the Pacific Classic taking on older horses, but this 3-year-old division is very interesting right now.
Well, Mike McCarthy, I think, like you guys said, he decided he wanted to go in all 3 races, right? So I think now being beat by Sovereignty again, he's not going to back down to the challenge. I think if he can get more weeks off with Journalism, maybe he's got a little bit better of a shot against Sovereignty. We'll see what happens, you know what I mean?
I think that's a fair point. You know, I think it is fair to say he didn't have the 5 weeks since the race. He ran the Preakness. Sure. I think it's fair to say that was a little bit of an edge for Sovereignty. Yeah. He doesn't need much edge. He's just good.
The respect for Journalism is just, it has to be there. He showed up in all 3, and he ran hard in all 3.
Michael McCarthy and Clip Thoroughbreds deserve an enormous amount of credit. They are great friends of the sport.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And just hats off to what Journalism accomplished in running all 3 legs. Take a look at the cross-country. Pick 5 begins with the 7th at Saratoga. The Soaring Softly, and includes races 7 and 8 at Monmouth. And the Jersey Girl will close it out here at Belmont at Saratoga. The Soaring Softly taken off the grass, 5.5 furlongs, main track now. And we'll dig in a little deeper to this race here in just a moment. Also happens to start a pick 5 here at Belmont at Saratoga.
I am mystified as to how the 7 Fortuna Mia is 10-1 in this race, now 11-1. The rank outsider. Guys, she's the only dirt horse in this race. Now, there are others who've run okay on the dirt. What am I missing about her that she's I mean, I like her, and I may well be wrong, as I often am, but I don't understand how she could be bigger than twice the price of the second longest shot on the board.
She's the truest dirt horse in the race.
Doesn't make sense, does it?
Yeah,
and her dirt start from 2 starts ago was so much faster than the favorite's only dirt start. Now, granted, that was Hey Birdie's debut. Still.
I know, but she's really a turf horse. And Fortuna Mia, for what it's worth, was way against the track bias last time. An enormous speed bias that day. She had no chance on that racetrack.
Call to post parade coming up as we approach the 4-minute mark to kick off this cross-country pick 5 and a late pick 5 again here Belmont at Saratoga. We'll start with You Gotta Have Hope, Horacio to Paz.
This horse did win first time out, this filly by Twirling Candy. You'll get Ricardo Santana, and he'll be aggressive from the gate.
First on dirt for Wesley Ward's Saturday Flirt.
I'm always scared of Wesley Ward. When he chips here, they're dangerous. When he leaves them in off the turf, even though it's a turf-met horse, I'm scared.
Cherie DeVoe with the one who was favored, co-favorite right now, did win the debut in a race that came off turf.
Yeah, another filly here that took a field almost gate to wire, filly by Cantheros.
An amazing price, as Andy pointed out, on Fortuna Mia, 10-1.
I feel like I have the wrong set of PPs. I think she's a huge player, and I also like the rider switch to Jose Lezcano.
Blinkers on next door with the one who's favored now. This is Chloe.
Well, this horse lost to LaCara going around 2 turns and one sprinting on the synthetics. Been working pretty well on the Churchill Downs training track.
And LaCara, your Acorn winner from this weekend, Spirited Boss. Jose D'Angelo trains.
Listen, Jose D'Angelo is a dangerous trainer. I guess street bosses can go both ways, but this horse seems to be better with more distance and on the turf or synthetic.
And quickly, I want to get back to it later, but I heard you bring up, you think LaCara's in the conversation right now for top 3-year-old filly in the land after that defeat over Good Cheer.
Well, she has 2 Grade 1 wins. She won the Acorn.
Yeah.
She won the Ashland, and Good Cheer has 1 Grade 1 win. It's a long way from being over, but if somebody said to me, who would you get a vote for the Clip Sword winner? I'd vote for LaCara at this point. Sorry, I would.
Meanwhile, here's Fortuna Mia, Andy, 10-1, and 2 starts back. If she can repeat that race, everyone might be in trouble here.
I thought she ran very, very well this day, and it's not like the race came out of nowhere. Her effort and attempted as a 2-year-old, I think, is fast enough to win this race. Last time out, like I said, she was badly compromised by the racetrack, and I'm not saying she has to win the race, but how she's the horse that's far and away the longest shot on the board, I don't think how you look at the PPs of this race and say, oh, Fortuna Mia should be the longest shot on the board here.
Yeah, it's very surprising. This is a horse that has been campaigned exclusively on dirt. Now this race comes off the grass. It moves her up a great deal. Do you think that people still get lost in handicapping races like it's on the turf?
They do. They do. I mean, they honestly do. I think sometimes, and you look at this horse's race in the Tempted, if this horse would have got out of the gate, she's got some races to go to, like Andy said. And here's the thing, if any of these horses show up and do show their speed, she's the one horse that can pass horses in this race. I do think the 3 is dangerous because of what you said. Wesley leaving this horse in. Junior Alvarado, 6 for 10 so far this year, teaming up with Wesley Ward. I have a feeling this horse is going to be okay on the dirt.
Listen, I'm not going to be surprised by the results in this race. Most of these horses are relative unknowns. They're turf horses, entered in this race to run on the turf. Fortuna Mia, Linda Rice may want to take a shot in the turf. She also might have looked at the weather forecast and said, I'll take a shot. She's got a little bit of turf pedigree, but if this race comes off the grass, I could be in a garden spot, yet somehow she's still a big price at 8-1.
Well, you got to have hope. Won the debut at Saratoga back as a 2-year-old on dirt for Horacio to Paz, then put into a graded stake, sprinting on turf, first time back on dirt since that debut. And that number, if you project, moving forward now to a 3-year-old, doesn't it put her in the mix?
She's my second choice in here. She's the one I used the most with the 7, the Exacta, and here she is, the second longest shot on the board. I think it gets back to what you guys were talking about before, what Greg brought up, and we all agreed. I think people are looking at this race like they don't know what surface it's on, and that's one of the benefits of off-the-turf races. You want to ask yourself, imagine if this race had been carded as a 5.5 furlong dirt race. How would you have handicapped it? And you really going to tell me that you would have made the 8 Chloe the favorite? I think she's dangerous, her 1 dirt race against LaCara, cutting back in distance, but still, we don't really know that she's a dirt horse.
Let's go to Acacia.
I completely agree, because I have had 3 people ask me why my husband's horse scratched out of this race, because it's off the turf is the answer. So yes, you must pay attention to the surface, and I think that dictates the betting so much. And as far as the 2 You Gotta Have Hope is concerned, she ran well on the dirt at first asking, beating Scythian that day, who turned out to be a pretty good one for Belmont as well. Showed a lot of gate speed that afternoon, and she ran very well in those turf efforts too. My one concern with her, though, is that coming back for the first start of her 3-year-old season, she is very wound up here in the preliminaries. She was tough getting the tack on. She acted up. They had to take her outside of the saddling stall and do her with the pony. She settled a bit more out on the track, but just hoping that she can kind of keep it under wraps. But she's very fit off the layoff. The number 8 in Chloe, I saw her at Tampa three back, I should say, when she did have to face Lacara, and I was worried about her stretching out because even though she is a big filly, I wrote down that her demeanor was so much more of a sprinter. She is sharp. She's on her toes. You can see she has a lot of size and substance. It's just that she's so energetic. She does not strike you as the type that would effectively handle a stretch out in distance. So I don't mind the dirt. She gets blinkers on, 3/4 cup as well. I would probably prefer her on the turf or synthetic, to be honest, but I do think that she's very dangerous and she's taking quite a bit of money, I think, in large part by virtue of the company that she has faced. The number 6, Hey Birdie, did win on a dirt race at first asking. It was an off the turf race though, but she's a horse that I'd actually really liked a lot last time out as well, in the way that she was coming in and the way she's developed for Cherie DeVoe. Cantharo's progeny can handle either surface pretty well, and she's not overly turf meant or her physicality. I just really liked the way that she warmed up and the way she presented herself in the preliminaries here. And then finally, the 7, Fortuna Mia. Absolutely, she should not be such a big price. I thought that she was against the track a lot last time out. She ran well 2 starts back. She had a lovely warm up away from the pony under Jose Lezcano, and she will be closing. And we do know one thing, and that is she will handle the main track, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. So again, cross country pick 5, and a pick 5 begins here, the late pick 5, although we have another one coming up with those 2 added grade 1s on the grass. So essentially 2 late pick 5s
If you have
today.
a cross country pick 5, the next race is Monmouth. All you need is a 2 and the 5.
You heard it here.
All right.
2 and 5 in the 7th at Monmouth, a friendly lover or liver, depending on who you ask.
That'll be no sense in Great Navigator.
Race number 9, there is a pick 5 has been added.
Right.
As you were making race 10, a pick 4 as well.
You like the 9 here, Mig, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I ultimately I'm picking the 2 because of her one dirt race before they switched to the grass. And she's going to have to improve, but that was as a 2-year-old, so she can improve. But I thought the 9 was a little bit interesting, and one of the things we look at is pedigree. Street Boss seems to be as proficient throwing dirt runners as turf runners. The percentages are very close. But the mare did produce, this is a half to Uncaptured Storm, a 13-time winner on dirt. And this horse has already won at 5.5, now just trying dirt for the first time.
I have a question. It says that Street Boss stands for $44,900. 45. It's like 1999 or something.
With the tax, you know.
Mentally, you don't want to hit that 45. I understand it.
Yeah, 44.9. I know.
And he's not standing somewhere. He's standing in America. I just noticed that. Thought it was kind of funny.
The bargain price. 2-1 favorite is Chloe. Blinkers on. Arad Ortiz Jr. won the opener on the card today. Impressive first-time starter for Todd Pletcher. His first win since Wednesday. Getting back on the board. We're set for the 7th. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
And they're off in the Soaring Softly. Hey Birdie hesitated and then might have stumbled a bit. You Gotta Have Hope is going out for the early lead. Chloe matching strides through the opening furlong, and just behind them, Fortuna Mia is in 3rd. Saturday Flirt is 5 lengths off the pace, a big gap of 6 more back to Hey Birdie, and at the back of the field is Spirited Boss. You Gotta Have Hope. Chloe right up alongside through a quarter that went in 22 1/5 seconds. Chloe is up to take the lead. You Gotta Have Hope back to 2nd. 2 lengths clear of Fortuna Mia. Saturday Flirt is next as they reach the top of the stretch. Chloe goes wide as she comes to mid-stretch with a 2-length lead. Saturday Flirt is starting to pick up the momentum with each and every stride. Here comes Saturday Flirt on the outside of Chloe, and Saturday Flirt puts her away and will finish full of run. Saturday Flirt hand-ridden to a Soaring Softly score. Chloe was 2nd. Spirited Boss finished 3rd.
Wesley Ward with Junior Alvarado, fresh off his Belmont victory. Saturday Flirt, first time on dirt, a victory.
Perfect spot by Junior, saving some ground, angling out much the best in here, and the race with the public was right. I was wrong about the 7. She was last.
Yeah, and this horse now, they're 7 for 11, Wesley Ward and Junior Alvarado this year. And go back to the beginning, the 6 had a brutal beginning.
Yeah, 6 stumbled badly, but this was that inside-out trip he gave Sovereignty. Saved ground, was able to tip out to the clear, and she finished rather nicely in her dirt debut.
4-1 on your winner, 3-8-9-2 finish. Let's go back to the beginning. Keep your eyes on the 6.
Yeah, it looked like a significant stumble on the pan, so let's see.
Ooh.
Wow, man, she really went down to her nose. Good job by Javier, just staying in the middle of her. That's as bad a stumble as you're going to see.
She actually made a tiny bit of a move up the rail. I mean, to give her a little bit of credit. I mean, after that beginning.
Wow. So 4-1 on your winner. Unfortunate incident there with Hey Birdie, but an upset to start off the cross country and a pick 5 here in this grade 3 soaring. Softly, let's go to Acacia.
And here with winning trainer Wesley Ward with Saturday Flirt winning on a Sunday. Got all caught up, but Wesley, she really seemed to handle the main track just fine today.
She did. She's just a sweetheart horse. I've owned the mare and bred her, and to see her come through like this was great.
She had those big, powerful strides in the stretch. Had to feel pretty good about the way she was traveling.
I still was a little nervous when when you breed them like this, and I'm just elated for this filly.
And just real quick, you're also sending out Long Neck Paula in the Jersey Girl. How's she doing?
She's doing great. She really is. I'm excited for this filly. I was excited going into this race and the other one as well.
Good luck later. Thanks.
Thank you, Keisha.
Greg?
Long Neck Paula, very interesting in that Jersey Girl, 2 of maybe the fastest races outside of Indy Bay's freakish performance than anybody in that field.
At this point, whatever Wesley Ward is running is an interesting horse. His record in New York in the recent months has been remarkable.
Yeah, and this was a horse that had gait issues on the turf. No gait issues today, and like Andy said, sat in a really good spot.
Yeah.
2 today for Junior Alvarado. No Belmont hangover.
Riding a high.
Yeah. We'll have these prices coming up in a moment. Let's go over to Monmouth as we continue this cross-country Pick 5 Stakes race in this 7th race. 2-turn mile, the Friendly Lover handicap. Inside jokes.
Well, I rode Friendly Lover, just so you know.
And a 2-1 favorite here, no sense. Paul said all we need is the 2 and 5 here. We start with Last Romance.
Well, I know I don't have to worry about her. If Paulie says it's 2 and 5, I'm not worried about her. She would have to improve quite a bit.
So the favorite is the 2, No Sense, who was a 7-time winner.
Yeah, she had a brutal beginning last time, and I can't believe she ran so well. I think she is definitely the one to beat.
7-2 on Forever Chocolate.
Well, you know, you could maybe say if you want to be optimistic, he needed his race off the layoff and stretches out. Maybe a mile is more of a preferred distance than the sprint last time.
Big price here on Max's Glory.
Yeah, 1 for 11 lifetime. He'd really have to step forward.
Great Navigator, 7-2 with Samuel Marin.
Ran well in defeat last time out, and probably the biggest threat to the favorite. But does he really want to go this far?
An 11-time winner, but a lot of those wins against lesser company, a matter of time.
Yeah, nothing like claiming a 10-year-old as we're looking at the 7.
Now, Optic Way here.
Yeah,
another 10-time winner.
Unless you feel like he's going to dramatically prove off the claim, probably not as good as these, but does have a lot of speed.
Yeah, 9-1 outside here, Irish Bullum.
Yeah, another long shot to me. 9-1's a little too short. I think this horse is going to really have to improve as well. I mean, being a son of Exaggerator.
So 4 minutes to post. And this Friendly Lover handicap back to Belmont at Saratoga, Saturday Flirt. Yeah, bred as well by trainer Wesley Ward. Got to feel extra special with this win here in the Grade 3 Soaring Softly that comes off the grass.
I just should have subscribed to that thing. Wesley's one of the first person I saw when it came in the track today. You always got to bet that horse, right?
Yeah.
Blew it.
It is a good angle.
Tried to give me a winner, and
You
I still
don't
couldn't get it
impress
right.
me as a guy who goes with hunches.
What about the satisfaction, like he
You
said,
would be
the
correct.
nervousness because he bred the horse?
Yeah, well, you know, right, you're in on every part of the process,
Yeah, right.
deciding what stallion to send the mare to, raising the horse, and so on and so forth. So probably a sense of pride like a parent.
Yeah.
Wesley is just such a shrewd trainer. You know, when you go back to the success he had when he went to Royal Ascot years ago, I think some of us thought he was on a fool's errand. And he really changed the way they trained for those races, to be honest. I think a lot of trainers realized, I got to get more speed in my horses because Wesley's coming over here and running our horses off the feet. He doesn't have the advantage he once had, but the success he had, he really changed the game over there, and that's a pretty incredible accomplishment.
And made people realize here you can go to that Royal meeting and have success.
Oh, he's the best thing that happened to Royal Ascot going over there to have the success. I think he definitely increased the American awareness that it's not always, as I said, a fool's errand.
And I would say he looks tremendous in a top hat.
You know, he really does rock the top hat and tails pretty good, doesn't he?
Doesn't everyone look good in a top hat? Isn't that one
Especially
of those things?
I've never worn one, so.
He gets a lot of practice wearing it and getting his picture taken in it, too, with as
I don't
much
want to go
success
anywhere
he's
with
had.
Royal in the name. You know, it seems like the dress is. That's why we like it here. You know, everyone can wear whatever they want in Saratoga.
Saturday Flirt with the win. Let's go back to Monmouth. Again, leg 2 of this cross-country pick 5. So, wow, that price getting shorter and shorter here on No Sense, down to 3-2.
Yeah, and now stretching out to the mile distance, and you know, you can honestly say that the horse might not be as good at a mile and has gotten beat by a matter of time, the 6. But the matter of time is a 10-year-old, but got claimed by a really sharp barn in Silvino Martinez. I just think the 2 with a good trip, Richie's the horse to beat. I mean, although the 5, Eddie Owens, is really good in these state-bred races.
You know what jumped off the page at me? At Holly Crest Farm, how many years they've been breeding New Jersey breds and just been such a major player at Monmouth and, you know, previously when the Meadowlands had a significant meet in the fall. But Holly Crest Farm is synonymous with New Jersey breds.
I missed the Meadowlands fall thoroughbred meet.
I didn't like riding at night, but it was a good meet. It was fun.
Great meet back in the day. You know, when I actually used to work for a living, and I couldn't go to the racetrack every day. It was a horrible time in my life. I try not to think about it. I mean, there were quite a few days, you know, the dark day, because they used to run, I think, Monday through Saturday there. And when New York, back then, they ran 6 days a week. So Tuesday was an awful day. There was no racing. So you went to the Meadowlands on Tuesday night.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time at the Meadowlands at night. I tell you, at the time when it first opened, the greatest jockeys room, state of the art. We had a weight room, really workout facility. It was built like more for like a football team than it was for a jockeys room.
And we're going to have a lot. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say our man Nick Santagata works the valet and won a lot of races over there.
All-time leading jockey at the Meadowlands.
Love.
We're going to have, it's almost sort of a New Jersey bred theme today. We're going to have a race named after someone in the New Jersey bred Hall of Fame. Jersey girl. We're going to talk about a New Jersey bred who was dominant in a Grade 1 yesterday, Bookham Dano, the pride of New Jersey.
Yeah.
Wow. Bookham Dano. How can you
What a
not
horse.
love Bookham Dano?
You know, it's funny. I was running out when I was going out to my car after the race. I saw the connections of Atlantic 6, and they said, "You're going to be at Mama tomorrow." I said, "You guys are driving home tonight and not celebrating?" He goes, "No, we're going to be at Mama tomorrow." So I'm sure they're going to be basking in the glory right now on the Jersey Shore.
He's one of my.
Off that performance, I mean, he's right in the mix as one of the top sprinters in the country, is he not?
Absolutely. I thought both he and Milliken put on a great show yesterday. You know, you hate to think of some of these horses. That's the one thing you don't like. You don't like to see performance like that get lost in the shuffle. Obviously, Sovereignty, absolutely the star of the show yesterday, and Raging Torrent, the Met Mile. But Bookham Dano and Milliken really threw it down in just an incredibly good race. Two very, very good horses.
If you don't like Bookham Dano, maybe start watching some other sport, because he embodies, honestly, what a racehorse is supposed to be.
I also feel like we have a kinship with him a bit, because we saw him really start to emerge as a 2-year-old. And I think at that point, a lot of people thought, you know, New Jersey bred, he's kind of on the radar. I don't even think the connections realized necessarily what they had their hands on. And we've really seen him grow. And I look back on that Saudi Derby where he got nailed at the wire by Forever Young, who's one of the best horses in the world. I can remember watching it actually on the subway platform in Columbus Circle waiting for the A train, and it's just heartbroken when he got caught in there. But what an effort. What a horse.
And who would have thought an incredible horse who probably should have won the Kentucky Derby last year, but winds up running him down. And as Andy said, one of the best horses on the planet.
I have a question for Andy. Who trained Friendly Lover?
Pierce, Joe Pierce.
Joe Pierce. I knew you were going to come up with it. It was too easy.
Pink Silks?
Yeah. I actually rode him a few times for Joe Pierce.
Those are the tough beats.
He was second.
What, you know.
Enough said.
And for a moment, No Sense was down to even money, now 6-5. But Paul's opinion, at least from the wagering public, they share that same sentiment. This race goes through the 2 and 5.
Yeah, look for the 5 in Sammy Marin to be a little bit more aggressive. Eddie Owens, who owns a lot of these Sea Wizards, has turned out to be the best sire there in New Jersey.
Matt Dinnerman, the call. Here's the Friendly Lover handicap.
Max's Glory going into the gate. Irish Bullum to round out the field. We're ready to go in the Friendly Lover handicap for New Jersey bred. And they're off. A very awkward break and a slow break from A Matter of Time, who dives to the rail, but he's well out of it early. Optic Way sent for speed. He's got the lead clearly. Going into the first turn run, crossing towards the rail, and it's Optic Way, the pacemaker around the clubhouse turn here. Leads 3 parts of a length. Forever Chocolate, a lot closer, has made up significant ground into second. Between horses, Great Navigator on a strong hold, pretty keen. Between horses, Max's Glory is parked 3 wide, approaching the backstretch run as we come back to the lead. Optic Way is the leader here as they sort themselves out. It strides away once again. The margin's 2.5 lengths. Forever Chocolate second. Max's Glory parked outside of him. Irish Bullum in the 4th position, pushed upon already. And then the 2 favorites, No Sense and Great Navigator. Both runners already passing horses here as a team. They're 3 clear of Last Romance, who's second to last. A Matter of Time after the bad break is last and scrubbed upon at the rear. Into the forward turn, it's the 10-1 shot. Optic Way, who leads the field into the forward turn, 1.5 lengths in front. Forever Chocolate, shown more rain to get after the leader on his tail now second. Great Navigator third, 2 off the pace sent along. Space of 3, No Sense being asked to get going. He needs to turn it around to win it. In fact, he's being joined by Last Romance at the quarter pole. Forever Chocolate has taken over the lead, ran right by Optic Way, who's under siege second. Great Navigator finding a second lease of life. Forever Chocolate down the lane, leads 1.5 lengths. Great Navigator asked to run him down in the second position. Up the inside, Last Romance trying to spring an upset here. Furlong to go. Forever Chocolate keeps going, and it's Forever Chocolate and Paco Lopez to win the Friendly Lover handicap at 8-1. Second home was Last Romance over Great Navigator, and then A Matter of Time from the back, who got 4th.
Forever Chocolate, upset win. Rory Houston barn.
Nice step forward, second off the layoff. The old sprint off the layoff, stretching out here, and got the job done.
The Paco Lopez effect.
And Paul, when you see him take that look to the right before the quarter pole, and then he takes the look to the left, you know he's going to be tough to get by.
But he knows the track so well, because you have to be inside if you're closer. You can't be in the middle of the racetrack. So he floated the 5 out, and in the 5 hit a treadmill in the middle of the lane. Great job.
Big upset in the cross-country pick 5. We're going to let Paul take a short respite.
Yeah, I was on way too long.
Gather yourself. Take a moment. Can we get you anything while you have some time off?
Well, let me know if you guys want anything.
Some lemonade?
Sure, why not?
There's a stand at the top of the stretch that has the bet.
I'll tell you what, there was 2 8-year-olds outside that were selling energy drinks. They were working it. I might go give them some money. They were doing a good job.
Bring some back for everybody.
Sure you want an energy drink?
We'll be back. More coming up, including this incredible New York bred. Spirit of St. Louis, Chad Brown says, well, maybe we got aggressive and have been over-entering him. Well, he's responded. He's the one to beat in the Grade 1 Manhattan, a race that Chad Brown has dominated. That's still to come.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 buyer. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Galite to the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is 4th, then the
particular horses, elite power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Bricks and Mortar runs at him down the center. Bandua tries to hang in there with Kurban toward the inside. And then comes Robert Bruce and Raging Bull, but it's Bricks and Mortar. Bricks and Mortar has taken the lead here. Moving into second is Robert Bruce late. Bricks and Mortar is so good. He wins the Manhattan.
That was the 5th win in a row of a streak of 7 that culminated with a victory in the Breeders' Cup Turf. Just an incredible runner for Klarovich Stables and trainer Chad Brown.
Yeah, he was such a cool horse, Bricks. One of my favorites. A horse that was really unlucky in both of his losses. He could have been undefeated in his races. And I'll tell you something, if you ever want to see one of Irad's best rides, and I think a lot of times the rider, Richie, and I know you've been there, you don't really get much credit when you ride horses like Bricks and Mortar and really good horses. But the ride that Irad gave him when he won the Arlington Million was about as good a big race ride as you'll ever see.
Yeah, an outstanding ride. And watching that, especially the isolated replay, I loved Bricks and Mortar's intensity. Man, he just had a look on his face like, get out of my way. I got to get there first. Ears pinned, head flat, out, down. I mean, really, just a great competitor.
And a horse who was so good in that final start, there was a decision to be made. Breeders' Cup Mile or Breeders' Cup Turf. They chose right.
Yeah, he had never won beyond 1.25 miles, the distance of the Manhattan, and he had won at 1 mile. He has a great win in the Manila. Take a look at his Manila sometime. Go to YouTube for that. You can find it. And we talked about it quite a bit, and Chad thought, you know, the way he has a kick will get him to relax, and he'll put that kick into the distance, and he was right.
This is unreal. The Manhattan, one of the most prestigious turf races there is in the game.
To be fair, he hasn't won it in 3 years.
That's true.
I mean, at some point, you may have to hang it up.
8
Better win
wins
this year. It could be over.
In the Manhattan, and a horse we've seen so much that we've become just huge fans of. Spirit of St. Louis, New York bred, who was basically, most of his career, very good, beating up on New York breds. Now as a 6-year-old, he's become a superstar.
Oh, he's the leading turf horse in the country right now. He has 2 Grade 1 wins already in 2025. And I'll tell you something, Richie, with a win in this race, he puts himself potentially in a driver's seat to win the Eclipse Award for top turf horse. Pretty remarkable. A horse that started out, he actually can run well in the dirt as well. He was actually sold by his original owner, Peter Brandt, and bought by these connections. Chad Brown's always trained him, and you gotta love how this guy just shows up every time he runs.
Every time. And now he was the New York Breeders' turf champion from last year, and when he was getting the award this year, I thought to myself, this is just a dress rehearsal for the Eclipse Awards, because at the moment, he is the leader of that division.
No, he is. No, look, a lot can change and very quickly can. It's not like Farbridge is not nipping at his heels a little bit in that situation, and there are other players in there, but look at that record. 16 starts, 11 wins in 3 seconds. I don't think people appreciate how hard it is, and a lot of the credit goes to Chad's staff.
And you know, the distance changed. And do you think that's actually helps him in this race? Because the distance was it a bit of a question?
Oh, that's a great point. It's 1 1/8 miles for people wondering, not 1 mile and 3/16. It's 1.25 miles at Belmont. We can't run 1 1/4 miles in the turf here. And because we didn't want to run both races on the same turf course, which, by the way, has now been upgraded to good, they've moved this one in the inner at 1 1/8 miles. And I'll give you a question. Does that help a horse like Deterministic, who this is a very important race for him because he looks like the Fort Marcy, using his speed to his advantage has made him a better horse. And 1 1/8 miles, he may even have a bigger advantage.
Yeah, I think it helps him a bit, the cutting back another 16th. I agree with you. For him to be successful, he has to use his speed. I think that them keeping Kendrick Carmouche aboard tells me they're going to stick with that style. And I think it hurts Farbridge. The more it gets cut back, the more it hurts him. listen, the one thing about Spirit of St. Louis, he's just honest, and he shows up every single time.
Well, here's Farbridge, 3-time Grade 1 winner, and yeah, he's done his best work going a little bit further, and now this race gets cut back in distance even more to 1 mile and an eighth.
The reason I picked against him today, and I've been a big fan of his whole career, it's amazing that he and Carl Spackler hit the wire together in their respective debuts, 2 of the best turf horses in the country. He got a very sweet trip on the inside, and not just because saving ground like that is an advantage, and Anglophile had to angle around the field and very well may have run a better race. He likes to run inside, and Joel Rosario knows that, but he's breaking from the far outside post, and he's got to find a way to get him over the fence and get his trip. And when you couple that with the fact that while he's efficient at this distance, I think others may be better at this distance, and his advantage may be when they go a bit further.
Yeah, because he's already proven stamina is his strong suit, and you know, he moved a little early last time, but just to take advantage of that inside position. With a horse like that you don't want to have to constantly correct. Runs well on the rail, yeah, you'll move a little early to make sure you can secure that spot before it closes down.
Joel Rosario was born to ride Farbridge. He really understands Farbridge and his quirks. An exceptionally talented horse that's always been a bit quirky because he's so much more comfortable running down inside of horses. And as Richie will tell you, most horses would prefer to make their runs on the outside when they're closers, not Farbridge.
Not him.
Yeah, tough task for Rosario today. We got to give this guy credit, too. You believed in him last summer when really nobody did. And came through for you. Some nice selections here at Saratoga last summer with Farbridge. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Race 8. Moved off the grass, mile and a 16th. We're approaching the 8-minute mark to post. And race seemingly goes through this filly here for Todd Pletcher. Carmen's Candy Jar. An equipment change. Blinkers coming off. She's the odds-on favorite.
Who's the best? Who's top horse? Football Gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at Three Chimneys.
Back on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. And we get set for race 8 off the turf now at a mile distance on the main track. in this New York bred entry-level allowance. We'll start with Book of Wisdom.
Yeah, probably the lesser half of the entry. Not that she's impossible. Might be better going a little shorter.
Gets post 3, that other half of the entry, all the way on the outside, Chasing Daylight.
Well, I picked the 6 in here. I think she's a bit overbet. And actually, Chasing Daylight at 5-2. She doesn't win a lot, but she is the speed, and I think she's an overlay at 5-2.
Island Fox went by.
Yeah, ran first time in the dirt, didn't do much running. A bit of a price.
Odds on Carmen's Candy Jar for Pletcher.
Yeah, filly that's never run particularly fast, but maybe it's just more a function of who she's facing here. Obviously, she benefited the most coming off the turf.
Honorable Becky went by for David Donk.
She just doesn't appear to be as good on the dirt as she is on turf.
And main track only, as is the 1A, Duck Fat.
She's one of my favorite 1 for 35 horses with 13 seconds and thirds. And in this field, I think she's actually a pretty strong contender in here to at least get a piece of these.
I agree.
Lane Leslie gave her a fabulous ride when she finished second up here, beating a half length last year. And I'll tell you something, if she were to run that race, I know she's what we call a camera-shy horse. That race, get her in the winner's circle here.
Now back to the one who was just to her outside, Chasing Daylight, the other main track only. Jose Gomez here on this speedster from the outside.
She's the speed. She's got multiple wins. She's run plenty of races fast enough to win this race. And I really took the 6 in this race, thinking that maybe she'd be actually a bit short. I misjudged it completely. I should have seen Irad and Pletcher and all that stuff. But, Richie, I think at 3-5 in the 6 who I picked versus 3-1 in the 1A, I'd rather bet the 1A.
Yeah, I agree with you. And also speed in these situations is always a good commodity to have. And you would think Jose Gomez is one job. Go forward. Go to the lead. I think Lane Leslie's been riding terrific. The race he won the other day on the turf, Tony Dutro's horse.
To close out the card.
An absolute perfect ride.
A beautiful ride.
Perfect
Threaded
ride.
his way through traffic.
Perfect
and
ride.
Yeah.
Waited, patient, much more patient than a lot of more heralded riders and stuff. And the thing about Lane Leslie, and I think the same thing is true, I love them together because their fathers were riders, Christopher Elliott. And Lane Moore, watching Lane improve, though Christopher's improved a lot, they're never going to get the opportunity to ride some of the horses. Not never, but around here against this colony. And this is not a criticism of them or their agents, but they're not going to be able to get the top rides. And I think both of them have really improved as riders, Lane in particular.
Both physically have gotten stronger, seeing a race better, and they've got to make the most of the opportunities they get. I agree with you. It's hard to get the premium mounts, but you've got to make more with less.
And
go ahead.
I was going to say he's gotten so much more credit since that thing last year when he got smacked in the head and he came back and rode an hour later.
And kicked in the teeth, in the mouth, Lane Leslie in the paddock.
You don't ride with your mouth.
Amazing. Came right back.
You'd have been out
tough
for
to
a
get
month.
mounts here because of guys like this. Rad Ortiz Jr., who tend to be around. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, he right off and gets a lot of the good ones, and he's aboard your heavy favorite in here. And as far as Carmen's Candy Jar is concerned, she's a filly that just never really went on physically. She never really developed, making that jump that you like to see from 2 to 3. But that being said, she's moving well. She's very, very fit. I actually wouldn't mind getting a chance to see her on the turf. I thought it was a bit of an interesting entry in here, but I just think that she kind of makes sense. You know, last time out, she didn't have much of a kick, finishing 4th when going the mile, but Valtellina would come out of there to win with an 81 by her speed figure, and Pretty Magical would come back with a 72. So I think that she faced some decent company in her last effort. And yeah, she's a short price, but she does make a lot of sense in here. The 1A, Chasing Daylight, yes, she doesn't win, but I think that she's going to control in here. She does wear that extension blinker, which she has for most of her life, covering her outside eye, and she's breaking to the far outside as the 1A and a main track only in here. But Jose Gomez is going to be aboard. He's ridden her before, knows a little bit of her quirks, and she typically doesn't drift as much now. I think it's just they're keeping the status quo as far as that equipment is concerned. The biggest question with her is if she's going to be able to seal the deal, because there have been times where she is alone on the front end and does get run down. But I think Jose is going to be aggressive with her, use her speed to his advantage, and she has run some good dirt races throughout. She looks great. She's just dappled out, really well muscled coming in here, hoping that her pace will be a good weapon in here. As far as Duck Fat is concerned, she was off slowly last time out, and she came up in between horses. I agree. I thought Lane really did well sticking with her last time out and getting her to finish well enough to be fourth that day. And it was off of a layoff too, and she is a big rough-built type of mare. And I think that she really does need to kind of race into fitness, especially one that had been running pretty consistently and against some tough open company last year. She's now second off of the layoff and keeping in the New York bred company. She has gotten a bit warm out there, but she's one that sometimes kind of wears her heart on her sleeve. And it has been a bit more humid this week, so I don't mind the way she's acting in the preliminaries. She will be running late, but I think a horse that really benefited from that start last time out, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Post time coming up. And it's interesting with Carmen's Candy Jar. It's certainly, there was some hype at the beginning when she debuted, and as Acacia said, really has not gone on. But in this field, looks like a standout.
She's the horse to beat. She's running against better horses. I guess one of the questions is how far she really wants to go, but her figures and distance races are competitive. I just don't think her form is 3 to 5 worthy even in this field, Richie.
Right, and also, she was named for Carmen Barrera, a beloved Naira employee for years, a great person, a dear friend. And then when she won on debut, I think it really caught a lot of people's attention, particularly because she was named for somebody that was so cared for here at the racetrack.
And she just has never gotten any better.
No.
Having said that, though, in relative to who she's facing here, productive race she's coming out of.
Oh, there's no question
doubt
about it. I mean, I understand, but I just saying that 4 to 5 is a little extreme for a horse who's probably the horse to beat. But is she really that much more likely to win than the 1A?
And again, too, with the equipment change, this Hall of Fame trainer is searching for something he's not been getting from her.
I actually wanted to see her on the turf because her second dam was a very good turf horse for Todd Pletcher and Mike Rapoli, who was second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf. Winning 3 of 8 with 3 seconds and over $300,000 and running 90 buyers plus on the turf. I was kind of interested to see her on the turf. Wondering what took this long to get there. Though Vino Rosso's a good stallion, but not a great turf influence. About 10%.
She is. Arad Ortiz Jr., he won the opener in those silks for Pletcher to kick off this Sunday card here at Belmont at Saratoga.
No, I think Duck Fat's very interesting. She's got the race under her belt off the layoff. She has a tendency to break a touch slow. The outside post probably benefits her. Less chance of her kind of getting buffeted about when she's in the middle of a big field.
Let's go to Frank Miramati. Here is the 8th.
At the last one. They're off. Carmen's Candy Jar was out alertly, but it is Chasing Daylight who's the fastest, and Chasing Daylight opens up a few just like that. Carmen's Candy Jar's second, Book of Wisdom is now in third. They're followed by Honorable Becky, who's fourth and 4 lengths off the lead. It's another length and a half back to Duck Fat, who's toward the back of the field, joined by Island Fox. The opening quarter in 24 and 3. Chasing Daylight is the leader, tracked intently by Carmen's Candy Jar. Another length back to Honorable Becky in third, and then it's Book of Wisdom at the rail. Island Fox, it's a compact field. Duck Fat is just outside of her. Chasing Daylight left alone on the front end with a 3.5 length lead. Carmen's Candy Jar has been second the whole way, and Honorable Becky is third. The half went in 48 and 4/5 seconds. Book of Wisdom is racing in fourth, has 4 lengths to make up on the outside. Duck Fat is next. Island Fox is the trailer. They're coming to the quarter pole. Gomez took a peek back on Chasing Daylight to see the heavily favored Carmen's Candy Jar closing in now. Carmen's Candy Jar let loose at the top of the stretch is up to take the lead. Chasing Daylight back to second. 4 lengths to Honorable Becky in third. It's all Carmen's Candy Jar striding away in the Saratoga stretch as a much the best winner. Carmen's Candy Jar extends that lead to 6. Chasing Daylight second. Honorable Becky third. Then Book of Wisdom and Duck Fat.
Large margin of victory. Carmen's Candy Jar just a little bit too good for this group.
Yeah, I would have to correct what I said. I don't think she was over better 3 or 4 to 5. She was much the best, Richie.
Much the best. And once she got forward position, just intently tracking the 1A, Chasing Daylight. Listen, she looked good today. She caught the right group.
And I think you'll see Todd try to find a spot on the turf for her the next time out. He obviously thinks it's an idea he wants to try, and I think he should try it given her pedigree, and they certainly know how good her second dam was.
So 3 to 5 here, Carmen's Candy Jar. That's just the second win of her career. She won that debut at odds on, and she got put in some pretty tough company right after that. But this now win number 2 in her 10th career start. As you look at her trainer, Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, and handshakes all around as he goes to get his picture taken.
He knows the path to the winner's circle, huh?
He's been there a few times.
Pretty easy way to find it.
I think people still, and we're going to talk about it later, but a little, I'm not going to say disbelief, but expected more out of fierceness yesterday. And Todd talked about a little bit maybe feeling it was such a huge effort off the bench in the Ali Sheba. Maybe it did take something out of him.
I think it would be very foolish to write fierceness off after his performance yesterday. He's run too many exceptional races to say one race that didn't quite live up to it. And let's give a little credit to Raging Torrent. It's a very good horse. I mean, he's won the Malibu and Met Mile. These are two of the most prestigious races on the dirt in this country.
Back to the start.
I got to tell you, I love that we used the drone shot on here to show the start, and I wish that we would do that on a simulcast. Sometimes I prefer different angles, but that drone shot is the only way you can actually see what happens at the start, because it's not a head-on. You don't need that depth perception, and you can see what goes on, whether horses are steadying or getting left.
Well, it gives you a true perception of how the race is starting. You can see if there's bumping or somebody gets buffeted about. That other angle, you're not even quite sure who's in front. Yes. From the drone shot, you can see everything very clearly.
No, I think it would be good if there's a way that we could do that going forward. I think it's the best way to see the start, and I know that you guys agree with this. The start is the most important part of a race. It sets the table for everything.
Absolutely. If you're out of position because of getting bounced around at the break, and now you're in behind horses that you're just naturally faster than, horses use more energy in traffic when they're having to be checked and steadied and pulled around instead of being able to get in a rhythm. That was one thing that I learned early on from Angel Cordero. Don't want to be behind horses that you just naturally have more pace than.
6-1A, 9-1, Carmen's Candy Jar winning like an odds-on favorite should in this 8th race. Andy getting a little timeout.
I often need a timeout.
Really just a break, not a timeout. And we'll bring Paulie back in here in a moment. We'll be back with more Carmen's Candy Jar. Impressive winner here. Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable, and Arad Ortiz Jr. is second on this Sunday card.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. 2 today for Arad Ortiz Jr., both for this trainer and owner, Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable. Carmen's Candy Jar gets the second win of her career. First one coming all the way back in June of 2024. It's been 8 defeats since, and she was much the best here.
Much the best, always in good position under Irad Ortiz. They unveiled a good-looking first-time starter, 2-year-old filly in the first race, Angel Gift, who was ridden with supreme confidence by Irad. And Irad and Todd Pletcher, Paul, they just seem to have, they're on the same page. They seem to have great communication.
They really do. I mean, they've been a potent combination for a long time, and you can see Carmen's Candy Jar 3-5, and your entry got exacta a little under $4. You almost got even money on the exacta.
Let's go to Monmouth. 5.5 furlongs on the lawn coming up in this allowance.
There's only 2 horses in this race that have actually won at the distance. The 4, Like What I See, is a 4-time winner, sprinting on the turf. And then Peeling Lad has 2 starts turf sprinting, Paul, with a win and a 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. The 4 is, I guess, the barometer in here. Now, the 2, Micro Brewski, obviously Derek Ryan, the trainer here, is the trainer, obviously, of Bookham Dano. This horse cutting back from mile 16ths to 5.5. That horse is probably rolling late, but you can't leave Paco out on the 7. That's another horse that's had some races, and I think he'll put that horse in the right spot.
You know, one thing we know about Paco, particularly at Monmouth Park, he just seems to work out these trips. He'll be there with the reins looped, sitting in the right spot, and they just seem to find more.
Mig, did you ever have a situation where you didn't have enough rein on a horse? That just happened with my microphone. And
did you just get pulled backwards? I was wondering what just happened.
I needed a little more rain.
Well, you know, that's why it's so important when you watch riders, right? They get up on the horse and they measure out their reins and they tie their knot to shorten the length of the reins. You want to do that individual with each horse. It's not a pat thing. It's to the length of the horse's neck. You don't want it too short. You don't want it too long. You know, you get a horse with a little itty-bitty neck and you tie off a long knot, you're going to have reins bouncing around, hitting you in the face.
7-time winner of the favorite here, Like What I See, who has been off for a while. 10-year-old making the first start of the year, Like What I See. See what happens here for the Dan Ward barn as we continue along in this cross-country pick 5. Matt Dinnerman, the call.
Like What I See. Peeling Lad to round out the field. We're ready to go. And they're off. Like What I See wins the start as away alertly and strides in front with Alpha Company. Just Comply to the inside of that pair as they come out of the chute. Peeling Lad the gray 4th. Cassation joins that rival. Micro Brewski is farther in. A space of 4 lengths back to Vesparo with Smuggler's Gold towards the back of the field as they head towards the far turn run. Just Comply is the leader of neck. Like What I See right there to the outside. There's a space of 3 lengths back to Cassation clearly into 3rd, rounding the turn. Micro Brewski shake it up. Then comes Peeling Lad 7 lengths behind as they're still strung out. Another 4 back to Vesparo and Bustin' Loose coming to the top of the lane. Smuggler's Gold next. Alpha Company has dropped out of it. Top of the stretch. Like What I See in the white blaze takes over from Just Comply. Cassation in 3rd, 2 lengths off the pace as Like What I See still leads the way. Cassation trying to run him down. Peeling Lad on the far outside. Smuggler's Gold coming on, but it's too light. Like What I See reaching for the wire. He's almost there. Here's Peeling Lad. Peeling Lad on the outside. Nails Like What I See to score. Cassation was 3rd, and then Smuggler's Gold.
Another one coming off the bench, a 4-year-old here, Peeling Lad. Samuel Marin for Ben Perkins Jr.
Hey, Ben Perkins, very good condition. This horse had actually broke his maiden at Laurel at the 5.5 furlongs and kind of with the same run, a little farther back, Mig.
Interestingly enough, they ran 1-2, the 2 horses that actually had wins turf sprinting. And it's a specialized thing. Sammy Marin rides the turf extremely well, Paul.
Yeah, he does.
He really times his runs well, and just did run down the 10-year-old. Like what I see. Got to like that effort.
Talk all about this performance in the Met Mile. Raging Torrent. Doug O'Neill said in his wildest dreams, never thought he'd win this one. It was an incredible performance. We'll look back next.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
The most underrated sale in America, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. Precocious yearlings selected on pedigree and superior conformation, plus a showcase of the freshman sires of 2025. Recent grads include Grade 1 winners Chancer McPatrick and Carson's Run, with a growing list of graded stakes winners. Buy smarter, buy earlier, buy in July. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Back on our Sunday coverage here at Belmont at Saratoga. Don't forget 2 Grade 1s to close out this card. The Grade 1 Jaipur with the undefeated Think Big for Mike Stidham. And the Grade 1 Manhattan with Spirit of St. Louis as Chad Brown looks for a 9th win in the Manhattan. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Let's look back to the Met Mile. And Doug O'Neill thought it just seemed too far-fetched to win a race of this stature. He's got a couple of Kentucky Derbies as well, but shows you what this win with Raging Torrent meant for him.
I think a lot of people don't know, and I think they end up starting to realize that Doug O'Neill comes kind of from the same ilk as Bob Baffert. He lets his horses roll on the front end if they have speed. This is kind of the same effort he kind of put in Dubai. Obviously a much more accomplished competitor in fierceness, but he just put him away.
Fierceness had his opportunity. He got head up with him coming off the far turn. And Frankie Dettori set Raging Torrent down, and he found more. He kicked away. This was a big effort. And I love when you see it was obvious they had a plan. We're going to the lead. We're getting the drop on everybody from the outside. And then they executed so well.
Yeah. And I had said a number much earlier on the show that Raging Torrent received in this race. I think that number's incorrect. I think since that time it has been corrected, but we'll wait and get verification on that. Raging Torrent, though, tremendous performance in one of the real special races, this race known as a stallion-making race. We get the flying leap from Frankie Dettori. He's been aboard for each of these last 3 victories. Malibu, Godolphin Mile, now the Met Mile. Raging Torrent in raging form as we go to Acacia.
Yeah, he really lived up to his name yesterday, Greg, and I think an exceptional ride by Frankie, too. Don't take away what comes naturally to a horse that is very fast and obviously very good. I had remarked before the race that when you see horses come over from, a hard effort, a hard race, and especially a trip over to the Middle East, you see how's their weight, how's their energy, how are they acting. Raging Torrent ticked every single box prior to the race. He was prancing on the track. prior to it, and he went out there and he showed it as well. Really talented, and the Met Mile is a race that I always have loved, and I think it's special that we do get a chance to have it as almost a kind of co-feature, co-highlight on Belmont Stakes Day. It's one that had been kind of really built up leading into it, but I think lived up to the hype. Maybe not necessarily the horse that some had initially anticipated, but a really salty group and a big performance from a horse that's in excellent form right now. And you gotta love the flying dismount from Frankie Dettori. That hurt my knees as he jumped down, but still doing it and still delivering heads-up rides.
Mig, I read you Frankie's quotes after the race. I just love how he described how he won that race. It was in the lap of the gods.
It was poetry. I thought I was, getting poetry recited to me in the lap of the gods.
Yeah, as for fierceness, too, Todd Pletcher, who knows what happened with him today, because he's sensational. He's been sensational. Pletcher felt, and off a 6-month layoff, he ran one of the fastest races he's run in his career, and that Ali Sheba set a new track record. Pletcher felt maybe that race took something out of him.
Yeah, it could have taken something out of him. And listen, you're going over a grueling racetrack. At that time, it was a grueling racetrack, let's be honest. And Raging Torrent was able to get to the front end, and they didn't have the best of the first turns. And it might have taken a little bit out of fierceness, and then he's stalking a horse that's, like you said, in such good form right now, and he was just not able to put him away. I thought he stalked fine, but nobody else come a close on as well. I thought Fierceness ran his race. It just was second best on the day.
Yeah, and I don't think any of us want to, denigrate Raging Torrent's effort. I mean, he ran big.
Yeah.
I mean, he took up the running. He took a big challenge from a very good horse, and he kicked on again, and he's already a Grade 1 winner, so, legitimate kind of horse.
Meanwhile, next for fierceness, Pletcher says that will be the Whitney.
Well, and I think there's a lot to be said for the fact to run so big off the bench, it's not a race that's going to propel you forward or build you up. It's a race that will tear you down a little bit. I think you'll see a better version of fierceness in the Whitney.
He'll be a lot fitter. And here's the other thing is he hasn't performed great on off tracks, and he might just love a dry strip.
That's fair.
We have so much. This was a preview of what we're going to get this summer, seeing all these stars go for big Grade 1s again. Yeah. I mean, he's one of them, but there's so many we've seen over the past few days that they're going to be back again at Saratoga in a few weeks.
Well, this festival has been tremendous. We've been treated to great racing, and it really whets your appetite, kind of prepare you for the summer, because that's what we get almost every day up here in the summer, just great racing.
Jersey Girl is next, named after filly who helped propel Todd Pletcher's career forward. He says more than any other, it was more than ready, and Jersey Girl gave him his first ever Grade 1 win in the Acorn that changed his path forward. 3-2 favorite here. Beauty reigns for Belmont. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start there with your favorite, Greg, as this is a filly coming in off of a impressive win last time out with a 91 Beyer speed figure. Now, I want to see her do it again. It is a far faster figure than anything else that she's ever run before, but she was good in that effort where she broke running, was chasing and took over. Now, she got a very nice trip that day when winning, so we'll see if she can repeat that effort. But I think the biggest thing you take away with looking at her past performances is that she has been far better since they cut her back to sprinting. Her 3 sprint races are 2 wins and a second, whereas her distance races have not been as good. So while she does have some size, she's sharp in here, and I like that they're keeping her running shorter. She certainly is one, if she can repeat that effort, that is a big danger in this spot. The number 4, Long Neck Paula, Wesley Ward looking for another stakes win today. As he mentioned, she's training very well coming into this, as she has been based at Keeneland, where she was last seen running against the boys in the off-the-turf Palisades. She's been effective against the boys before, and that's something that we've seen Wesley do, winning a stake against the boys back last fall. But I thought last time, even though she was quickest out to the lead, it looked like she just took a few strides to kind of even out her gait in the running of that race, and then a little bit high-headed late, looking like she was maybe just struggling a bit, perhaps with the slop and not handling the course as well as she might have on a fast track. So I think getting back to a fast track today will really be key for her. She looks great. She's really strong, really, really powerful in that hind end, but will be interesting to see how the pace does play out in here, and this is a filly who has shown she can settle a little bit if need be. be. The number 5, Indy Bay, comes in off back-to-back wins for Safi Joseph Jr., also won with a gaudy Beyer speed figure last time out of a 90 down at Gulfstream. Another one, love to see her do it again and see if she can repeat that effort. They're saddling her on the walk-in here. She hasn't done anything naughty, but it does seem that she's pretty sharp, and it's best to keep her moving here in the paddock. And she had an outer post last time out. She was wide throughout and made a big wide sweeping move and was still best, finishing to get the win over at Oaklawn last time, I should say, breaking her maiden at Gulfstream 2 starts back. She stacks up favorably physically in here. Just curious to see if she can repeat that kind of effort, as she will now face Stakes Company for the first time. Greg?
I have not seen a more glaring standout race on a horse's past performances than with this filly last time out. What an incredible leap forward. Talk about a one-number horse. Paul, is it for real, and Mig as well, with Indy Bay? Will we see that again?
Well, I picked her. So obviously I think that she can repeat it. I actually think she's just going to trip out here. I think that she's going to be the one poised to make the first run, where the 2, Beauty Reigns, is going to have to kind of figure out what she's going to do to pick her way through traffic.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Indy Bay's got some good numbers to go to, and Safi Joseph has had a couple horses come into. But this is the race at Oaklawn Park on April 25th. When she got the giant numbers, she just sat in about mid-pack and just was able just to keep on going. She ran down Moto that day. Yeah, this would put her right in the mix. Obviously, in 109 and change would make her the one to beat here.
No one has a chance, right, if she returns to this effort?
Yes. The problem that you have is that we just have seen a lot of the Oaklawn horses come out of Oaklawn and just be a little bit wavery a little bit and haven't run that well off that racetrack. Sometimes they need a little race before that. I'm probably putting her in the winner's circle, but I actually thought she was kind of a bet against in here.
Yeah, it's so big a performance, it makes you take pause and say, I want to see it again.
Well, can you make the same case, though, potentially for the 2?
Yeah, I mean, that was a giant effort, right?
Right. I mean, that was a big departure from what
for me, not as near as traumatic.
Not as glaring to you. Okay.
Right. Well, here's the thing about the 2, okay? So the first start of, in April, she hopped to the start and she ran a good race. So the time before that, she was so wide going. So her races going around one turn, she's a bad start away from being undefeated.
Yeah, it's fair. I think you guys are making a good point.
Beauty Reigns, according to the DRF Clocker report as well, big work on the Saratoga training track back on June the 2nd. Got a B+.
Somebody's calling for Mig Lurie in the 9th as we look at Beauty Reigns' last race. Mig, I don't know if you can get a leg up in the 9th, but the guy's calling for it.
Yeah. Father Time's undefeated. he beat me up pretty good about 15 years ago.
This is a great filly right here. Beauty Reigns. She was impressive, Greg, in the start. I mean, was she supposed to do this? Seems like Junior Alvarado and Belmont have been doing this a lot.
Well, I mean, is there a hotter combination than those 2 right now? And obviously coming off the high of the Belmont Stakes. And I contend, guys, and people probably think I make too much of this, when a barn's going good, part of it is the atmosphere in the barn is just so positive, and horses feed on energy. And they're whistling a happy tune in that barn this morning.
No question, but amazing to you. Moment like that, and it's right back to work the next day.
You're right.
No
You can't rest on your laurels in this game. You got to keep on proving it.
There he is, the man of the moment, Junior Alvarado. 2/3 of this year's Triple Crown with the Derby and the Belmont. And yeah, give us a little smile there, Junior. Plenty to feel good about. What a performance. Mig, you and I saw him before this week kicked off, walking in here to this racetrack, and he said, well, journalism's getting all this attention. My horse is doing pretty good, too.
Yeah, I was so impressed watching Sovereignty train all week. Since I got here, every morning I watched him train. And one day, there was a horse acting up really bad within 20 feet of him. And he just stayed there and looked at this horse like, what's your problem? He just has a presence, and he's intelligent.
Here's our post break for the Jersey girl, Mila Candy, coming off a maiden win for the Cantor-Machi barn.
Yeah, Sylvester Gonzalez going to get the ride here on a horse that's 1 for 2 lifetime.
Belmont, Junior Alvarado, Sovereignty Connections, Beauty Reigns.
Yeah, and should set up a good trip. She should be lurking just in behind the pace.
3 in a row for this filly. This is Nilo's Rose.
Yeah, she's been really good for Rob Falcone, a filly by promises fulfilled.
Wesley Ward, she has 2 of the quickest races of really anybody outside of Indy Bay's last, but it came last year.
Yeah, and you get John Velasquez for Wesley Ward. Wesley Ward having a hot hand, winner already on the card.
Here's Indy Bay. Can she repeat that Oaklawn huge effort?
Well, you get the right man in the irons today with Irad. He's looking for his 3rd.
Italian Soiree, trained by John Terranova.
Also what they called my wedding, an Italian Soiree. It's another one that will be coming from off the pace.
I wish I could have been there. 18-1. Paula's a star.
Yeah, speed from the outside for Tommy Morley. He's already struck twice so far at this little meet. Now, I think that's kind of the sneaky horse, at least to crash the party early.
She's way too big a price,
yeah,
isn't she?
I'm with you. Way too big.
And Mick, we were talking about that filly earlier. Faced the boys a couple of times, including in a stakes race 2 starts ago. Paula's a star.
Yeah, she ran against Colts on debut, came back to Breaker Maiden against fillies, then went back to Colts in the Jimmy Wingfield, which was a pretty ambitious placing.
Back to long neck Paula, and I just thought form a little dirty. Look, she's taking plenty of attention right here. But a wet track taken off the turf in that Palisades. Before that, that was synthetic. 2 prior dirt starts. Those were really good.
They're really good, right? And ever since she took the blinkers off, she got a little bit better, at least as a 2-year-old. Now as a 3-year-old, you kind of wonder a little bit what's going on. And, if you go back and you look at her 2-year-old races with the blinkers on, she got trounced by the Queen's MG, who got trounced by a lot of horses. And you go to Italian Soiree, she was not that far off. So the 6 to me is the outside horse that can win this race at 10-1 from way off the pace. But long neck Paula, just Wesley has his horses so well prepared. I would think she's going to pop out of there.
Yeah.
John Velasquez will ride for WW. 2-1 second choice. Right now, this one right here, Indy Bay. Safi Joseph had a quiet week to this point. Obviously, this one of his main shots probably the entire week. And Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard.
You can get Irad, who had a little bit of a slow Belmont Stakes Festival week until today. Now he's got 2 wins on the card. I think he's been riding in tremendous form. And I think he's really kind of evolved where he's toned down. He's still very aggressive, obviously. But he's a little more thoughtful about it. He's toned it down just a touch.
Yeah, he has. I mean, listen, what ends up happening is sometimes you come into the meets like this and you just don't have the mounts. And it looked like Junior Alvarado had the mounts. Flavian Pride had some good mounts, too, as well. So Irad will be back with some of his horses, too, when it comes time for some grade ones.
It's incredible that he's ridden over the last 10 years at least 300 winners every year for 10 years. Unreal.
I compare him to Pete Rose. Like everybody says, I said, go 20 years, stay healthy, and get 200 hits. You're still 256 behind him. 200 hits a year. We don't even see that anymore in the MLB.
I always compare him to the late Kobe Bryant because he has that Mamba-like mentality. But, yeah, Pete Rose, Charlie Hustle, they put him right there, too. He did, as you say, make it right to 10,000 claimer like he does the Travers.
It doesn't matter what level of race. He goes out there like it is the absolute most important race that he's ever ridden. And you know what? As somebody that owns, trains, rides horses, you got to appreciate that because for them, the connections, it is the most important race in that moment.
Yep. With more on his mount in this upcoming Jersey Girl, let's go back to Acacia.
I wanted to circle back to Indy Bay, as I had mentioned back in the paddock that she was being saddled on the walk and was curious as to how she would stack up against this field. I picked Long Neck Paula in here, but I gotta say, Indy Bay really won me over in the warm-up, framing up beautifully, and she settled a lot. The number 1, Mila Candy, is coming in off of an open leg score last time out. Thought that she actually ran pretty well on debut, too, and yes, the buyer speed figure did jump quite a bit. She's a big price. I still wonder on her pedigree and the way she's put together if she might actually do well on the turf moving forward, and so maybe she liked the off track as a result of how she moves, but she looks so good coming in for the Cantor Massis. She's really powerful in the way that she's put together. I thought that she won nicely last time out when she was kind of knocked off stride early on from the rail. She'll draw the rail again today, but a horse that has shown that she can come from off of it a bit if need be. The 3, Nilos Rose, wired the field last time out. She was with the track in that effort, but she's another one that has improved, I think, when cutting back to a sprint distance once again. She's been training sharply coming into here. Just don't know if she's quite as fast early as the likes of Long Neck Paula. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Yeah, big number there on a filly who has reeled off 3 in a row downstate at Aqueduct.
Yeah, kind of like her sire, Promises Fulfilled, and kind of like her grandsire, Shackelford and Promises Fulfilled. They were 2 horses that were almost the exact same, and it seemed like Shackelford threw a lot of horses like him. If they didn't get to the front end, just over it. But when they get to the front end, they're tough as nails.
Yeah, Promises Fulfilled was one of those horses who was better going faster.
Yeah, 100%.
When he threw down fast fractions, he could kind of maintain. He wasn't going to, change gears and quicken for you.
Still to come to close out this week and this card. 2 grade 1s on the grass. The Jaipur with undefeated on the turf, think big, and the grade 1 Manhattan with Spirit of St. Louis, and the I think one of the most interesting horses we're going to see all week, Deterministic, with what he did in the Ford Marcy and just how he's improved as a 4-year-old.
I love that they left Kendrick Carmouche on this horse. He's not always one of the Clement Stables' go-to riders, but he rides a horse like this so well. Free running, get out of their way, let them use their stride. I think Deterministic is better when he's allowed to use his stride as opposed to being held up. And a couple of times, Joel Rosario took him back, and I just thought it was a poor strategy.
It's a really good race, man. It really is. Integration's got a big shot in there. Now with Johnny V aboard, obviously Spirit of St. Louis. And let's not forget about Carson's runs. He likes it here in Saratoga.
Loading up for the Jersey girl, there's Mila Candy. This is a tough test, first time against winners. Big price here at 21-1, but looked impressive, breaking her maiden. So take a shot. Ilkai Cantermachi Barnes, 7-5 favorite though. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, fresh off that victory with Sovereignty. And there's Junior on this Into Mischief filly coming off an impressive win at Churchill Downs. The one to beat on the board, and the Jersey girl, Frank Miramati, with the call.
Here is Long Neck Paula coming up. Wesley Ward having a fine afternoon. Indy Bay looking for her 3rd straight. Italian Soiree and Paula's a Star. Goes up. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Jersey girl. Long Neck Paula is going out for the lead. A tiny bobble there for Indy Bay, but right up alongside. And Nilo's Rose is flashing good speed. Down at the rail, Mila Candy trying to get into the mix from a tight spot. They're followed by Paula's a Star, who's only 3 lengths off the pace. It's a very compact and traffic-filled race. Beauty Reigns second to last, and Italian Soiree at the back of the field. 22-1. For the opening quarter mile. Long Neck Paula leads it by a head. Pressed by Indy Bay alongside. Those 2 on even terms. With Paula's a Star 3 deep in 3rd. Just behind them, Mila Candy. Beauty Reigns out of harm's way, launching a 4-wide attack at the top of the stretch. 44-4 for the half mile. Long Neck Paula keeps going. A length and a half now in front. Mila Candy on the inside. Between rivals, Indy Bay keeps on fighting. Indy Bay trying to wear down Long Neck Paula, and on the outside of them, Beauty Reigns. 3 of them have a chance in the final 16th. Indy Bay, Long Neck Paula, Indy Bay. Indy Bay ahead. Long Neck Paula was right there with her, and Beauty Reigns a close 3rd in the Jersey girl.
That performance last time out apparently was for real. Indy Bay back-to-back wins, 3 today for Arad Ortiz Jr.
Johnny V did all he could do, and Wesley Ward's horse ran giant, breaking out of the gate, taking control, and she never really got pressure. You got to give credit to Indy Bay because, I mean, this is token pressure for a Wesley Ward horse, and Indy Bay just kind of grinded away.
Well, and it looked like right here at the top of the stretch, Paul, Long Neck Paula kind of gave her a little bit of the slip, right? Like, it looked like she was going to get away from her, but under insistent and constant pressure from Irad Ortiz, she just kept coming with this resolute rally. Beauty Reigns loomed up outside, just not enough to get by the top two, but this was a nice effort by both the winner and the actually all three, the first three finishes.
Can't keep a good man down. Irad, huh?
Nope. 3 on the afternoon. Indy Bay. She is, in her last 2 starts, become a different filly for that man right there, Safi Joseph Jr.
He was Safi. He's such a good guy. I love when he starts doing the sign of the cross. He'll get the rosary out. He'll start praying down the lane. But Indy Bay, good job here training. This horse ran a giant race at Oaklawn and kind of franked it today.
Oh, he's got a big kick out of last summer. His son wearing the silks all the time.
Oh, that was one of the best. Wearing the Klarovich silks, right?
Ramsey, right? Ken Ramsey.
Ken Ramsey silks, that's what it was, yeah.
One more look down the stretch, and long neck Paula looked like she was going to be tough here. But a relentless Irad Ortiz Jr. and Indy Bay keep on coming and up for the win.
You're right. I mean, it was relentless. I mean, the 4 I thought had the race won, and the 5 just kept on coming. Just a good job by Irad. He carried that horse on, but you can't. Nothing Johnny V could do. Johnny V gave the 4 a tremendous ride.
He gave his horse every opportunity, and the first quarter was actually, pretty temperate.
Yeah.
Yeah, very reasonable.
Yeah.
And she fought hard all the way to the wire. Kind of interesting. It's like the old guard, Johnny Velasquez, the new guard, Irad. Obviously, both graduates of the jockey school in Puerto Rico that consistently turning out top-class riders.
Indy Bay impressive in this Jersey Girl 109-3. Final time of the 6 furlongs, and you can't keep either of these good men down. Irad with a big day, and Safi Joseph Jr. had been a quiet week. We knew eventually he would surface, and he has here. Mig, your turn to get a quick little break.
Yeah, man, I'm exhausted. Those 2 races took a lot out of me.
We're going to take a timeout. Andy comes back in. Mig will step out for a moment. A lot more ahead in the Jersey Girl. It's Indy Bay, 3-win Sunday and counting. For Irad Ortiz Jr., Safi Joseph Jr. has this filly going the right way.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Back with you to close out this Belmont at Saratoga Racing Festival week here on America's Day at the Races. Brought to you in part where you can play all the action at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including when we come back here all summer long and beyond at Saratoga. Jersey Girl, Indy Bay, proving that last start was no fluke.
Yeah, I mean, it really felt like, and I heard you guys in the set before I came on, and I think Richie was saying, or you were saying, Paul, it felt like the 4 got away from this horse top of the stretch. And if anybody was going to run the 4 down, the 2 was going to be the one. But she, it has been a rough weekend for the Safi Joseph bar, and you're used to him winning at such a high percentage. And this is the one that showed up today. Showed her last race, not a fluke.
3 and counting for the man standing by with Acacia.
He's had a good afternoon, that's for sure. Not done yet. Irad Ortiz here with me. And Irad, first of all, this filly, Indy Bay, coming in off some big efforts, but you could really tell when she started warming up. She framed herself up so nicely.
I mean, she looked amazing before the race. Warm up really good. She was sharp, and she got me closer than what I thought. And after that, I mean, it was beautiful because I was available to jump on long neck Paula earlier than what I want to, and she deserves a lot of credit. She kept fighting all the way to the wire.
It turned out you needed every step of that stretch to get by.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough customer, but Indy Bay just do what she knows, and she put the head in front the last couple jumps.
A nice performance for sure, and as mentioned, that's your 3rd win today. You know as well as anybody, it's tough up here. How meaningful are all these wins, especially on this big week for Belmont Racing Festival?
It means a lot just to come here this year for the first time and available to win a few races. It's amazing. We have a good crowd. Yesterday was an incredible day. We was not available to win a race yesterday, but we enjoy it. We try all the races yesterday. We can't get it done, but I mean, we're here today and we fight through it. We keep trying, and that's ourselves. So we're gonna keep trying all the way through it, and thank God we have a few today.
Love that attitude. Congratulations and good luck with the rest of the card.
Thank you.
Greg?
That man always laser focused and having a huge Sunday afternoon here in Saratoga.
Yeah, 3 wins on the card today. Like I said, you can't keep a good man down. And the thing that is so unbelievable about Irad, and I said this before, I compared him a little bit to Pete Rose in his career, is like you have 20 years of getting 200 hits. You have to be so laser focused at all times to do that. You can't give bats away. You can't give rides away when it comes to Irad. And it just seems like he's got that competitiveness. You mentioned this earlier, Greg. It doesn't matter if it's a $25,000 claim or it's a Greg 1. He's going to ride Andy. You've said this before, and he's going to put up historic numbers before he's done.
He does not take days off.
He does not
take races off.
Nope.
And like I said, I mean, no, the assumption is that, I mean, others do, but that's not what I really mean. This guy rides, as you say. It doesn't matter. Cheap, lower level claiming race, Grade 1. Irad wants to win them all.
It's not easy to stay locked in like that.
No, it's not. You have your mental days. Year. Listen, I hate to say this, but as a professional athlete, there's some days you don't want to go to work. You're hurt, you're beat up a little bit. So to be that focused here, you got to be focused here. It's amazing what he does.
Continues to impress us. We're so lucky to be able to see him.
This
summer
is, by
after
the way,
summer here in New York.
Coming from the man who owned Randy Johnson. You have, Paulie's, I say because you're the most modest guy I know. You never, ever brag about anything. Your numbers against some of the best pitchers in the history of baseball are off the charts. I tell people, look up Paulie against Maddox and Smoltz and Randy Johnson. It's scary.
Well, my greatest thing is I've never struck out against Maddox or Glavine.
That's
incredible.
Right? Yeah.
And Maddox had a pretty big strike zone, so
yeah, he did.
He got a little, got those corners and the edges.
Master at painting the corners.
He was, but I got him a couple times.
More than a couple.
Race 10, 6 furlong sprint. New York breds, first allowance condition coming up, and I'm wide awake. Norm Cassie, right now the favorite at 5-2.
Listen, if this horse runs one of his A races, and he's got quite a few recently, he's going to win this race. And clearly feels like the connections purchased him probably to come up for this race this weekend. 8 races at Oaklawn. That is a heavy workload on the Oaklawn surface, and I just wonder, especially with his last race being a bit of an underperformance for him, I just wonder if we could trust him. And you know what's crazy? He's not favored. Now, maybe well, I'm looking at the Grand Slam. I'm sorry. I guess that the number 7's taking a lot of IRAD money, and we've looked at back-to-back IRADs, but I just don't trust I'm Wide Awake, Paulie.
Yeah, I'm Wide Awake is an interesting horse. Now, John Horan's a very good trainer. He's actually the leading trainer at Horseshoe at Indianapolis. He shipped all his horses there. So this must be a private purchase. But
it is a private purchase.
I'm with Andy. Been running a lot, and you wonder what you're going to get today.
Yeah. We're going to take a timeout. He didn't even need partner Steve McGarrett. Doing it all by himself. Bookham Dano for trainer Derek Ryan. Big win, grade 3 that felt like a grade 1 on Saturday in the True North. The New Jersey bred stepping up again.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Monmouth Park's lucrative and star-studded Haskell Preview Day is Saturday, June 14th. Wager on the Naira Bets Pegasus for 3-year-olds, plus 3 graded stakes, all on the road to Haskell Day Saturday, July 19th. Play into 6-figure pools all day long, starting with a $12.50 first post. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Good to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon from Saratoga here in horse racing heaven. Race 10, 17 minutes away. Let's look back to the True North. Trainer Derek Ryan said he'd be retired and probably somewhere in Saudi Arabia if not for Bookham Dano.
He's just been such a joy to watch. Always shows up with a big race. Tailed off a little towards the end of last year. He also had some unlucky trips in those races, and I thought he was really hurt, Paulie, I thought in the Churchill Downs by drawing inside and kind of made that, not premature move, but just a little too soon. Nothing got in his way yesterday. He's such a good horse.
I think the rail's the only thing that's kind of got him in trouble. When he draws an outside draw, he's a tough sprinter to beat.
Derek Ryan said he's been preaching for a year that he likes to be on the outside, says he finally got someone who do it for me.
Yeah, it's true, because it seemed like for whatever reason, and I'm not trying to criticize Irad because it's rare to see Irad give a bad ride, and I'm saying a bad ride, but it seemed like Irad was overcommitting to the rail. Yeah. He did it at, I think it was the Phoenix at Keeneland. He seemed to do it a bit in the Cigar Mile, and I'm feeling the same way. Why does he keep staying inside a horse that's much better in the clear, and it's proven to be the case? He may, to be fair, he may have been tailing off a bit at the end of the year last year also. And a mile's probably a little, I mean, I know he ran well in Saudi, but maybe a little bit of a stretch for him. He's better at this distance.
Grade 1 winner here last year in a race that it says G3 up there, but
come on.
Group he beat. This was grade 1 quality for Bookham Dano. 8 wins in his career, $1.3 million plus in earnings. He continues to be the pride of New Jersey and just a tremendous story, Acacia.
He really is, Greg. And yeah, there were several Grade 1 winners in there, including the horse that he beat in Mullican. And Bookham Dano himself, a Grade 1 winner last year here at the Spa as well. But I thought it was such a rewarding win for him. And as you said, getting the kind of trip that he needs to. I thought this year he was coming in off a race where he actually ran pretty well in that Churchill Downs. And I think that it really set him up for a big performance yesterday. He's actually grown, filled out more, coming back this year. And I just have so much respect for the connections who have continually taken the route that is best for the horse. Never lured by the Triple Crown, never trying to stretch him out, just doing what is right for him. I know that Derek has actually always said that you'd be curious to see him try the turf, but I think for now, he's running in the races where he really does fit, and effective yesterday with the win and catching up with the connections. A really enthusiastic group at the Atlantic 6, and that story that I shared about Mark Rubenstein, one of the owners who for the past year has also been working alongside Bookham Dano as his groom. Just a really cool experience and a very fun horse to follow.
He's making a name for his sire too, Bucaro. What a horse this is, and as you know, you said we followed this ride for quite a while. The ownership group, they're a lot of fun, and they have a lot to be thrilled about.
Hey, Mr. Rubenstein, he gave Bucaro a happy Father's Day, which will be next Sunday, which I thought was actually funny. But I caught up with Atlantic 6 Racing, the guys outside, and they were asking me, hey, you going to Mama tomorrow? I said, wow, you guys aren't going to enjoy it here at Saratoga? I said, no, we're going to be right there at the Summer Wind Bar, which is what they play at the end of the races, Summer Wind by Frank Sinatra, if you're ever at Monmouth. So great group of guys, and they love racing.
No, I agree. Been a pleasure having that horse around.
Yeah.
And he's a gelding. And let's face it, I mean, you learn to love the geldings, especially any of them, but to know that he could stick around for years and years and seeing him run as long as he holds his form. And you look at his record, 8 wins and 3 seconds and a third and 14 starts. And most of these races against top competition, he's really all racehorse.
One of the top sprinters in the country, proves it again with that victory. And again, a Grade 3 that felt like a Grade 1. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Race 10 is next. I'm Wide Awake. This is your current favorite in this New York bred entry-level allowance. Moving to the Norm Cassie barn, a 7-time winner. John Velasquez will be aboard. We'll have the post-parade when we come back.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we have New York breds coming up in this 10th race. And as always, check out nybreds.com for more information. As we'll start things off with the number 3, I'm Wide Awake, who will make his first start for trainer Norm Cassie and get to face fellow New York breds after having run down at Oaklawn consistently recently. We did just see in the very last race a horse that was coming in off the back of a win at Oaklawn Park come and be victorious here at Saratoga. So we'll see if I'm Wide Awake can do exactly that as well. I did notice watching his last replay, he was kind of leaning in a bit, hanging on that left lead late. So seeing him here, he is outfitted with a cage bit, which will give a lot more steering and control to his rider and hopefully help him to switch leads, keep a straight stretch there as well. But a horse that all in all has been consistent, and with that last race aside, running some fast speed figures, and I think intriguing, getting into New York bred company for the first time in a very long time. The number 7, Ball Don't Lie, is another intriguing one who switched over to New York breds last time out, kind of a similar type of trip to Train the Trainer, who Rob Atras had win a New York bred stake on Wednesday. But this one was third last time out after a very bad start at the beginning, which did impede attorney Wade. I'm sure they were happy to see each other right next door in the gate once again, and pretty erratic in the running of that race. Ball Don't Lie, running on late inside. He's very sharp here in the paddock. I wasn't in the paddock for his last race, but he has gotten a touch warm. I'll continue to keep an eye on him in the preliminaries. He's very strong, very well muscled, just hoping that he can keep things contained, especially as they get closer to the gate and throughout the running of the race itself. The number 6, Fireballin', coming in off of a bit of a layoff, not having run since finishing 4th behind the talented Sand Devil in the Damon Runyon last time out. A horse that I think actually showed some ability early on in his career, and we could see some natural progression here. Maybe a little bit of the time off will do him well. I do think he will benefit from a start, though, just to maybe tuck up a bit and bring everything together. But a horse that has not been the best with getting out of the gate. So that'll be one that will hopefully, with some time off, some more maturity, break a bit sharper and get himself into the race because he's on his toes heading out. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. 8 minutes away, this 10th race. We'll have the post parade when we come back from a short rest. Well named here, a hunch play. Christopher Elliott on Stewie. Dad Stuart Elliott. Stay with us.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Hats and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Be a part of history and reserve your place at the all-new Belmont Park. Secure your priority deposit today for an exclusive selection of hospitality offerings, from luxury suites to premium lounges with breathtaking racetrack and paddock views. The new Belmont Park will feature modern amenities, delivering the perfect blend of tradition and innovation alongside world-class racing. Don't miss your chance to experience tradition reimagined. Visit newbelmont.com today and claim your spot.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Back with you, Belmont at Saratoga. And here's our post parade for the 10th. Christopher Elliott on Stewie. for trainer Jamie Begg.
It feels like I'm Wide Awake might be faster, but this horse has a lot of speed, and if you're looking for a price, you could do worse.
Dad Stuart Elliott won the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown. Way back when on Smarty Jones. On the hill, long shot, Katie Davis.
Yeah, 3 for 19 lifetime. 3 and 4 starts back were really good starts, but last couple haven't been good, but had a bad beginning last time.
I'm Wide Awake, Norm Cassie.
Listen, if he runs his best race, he's the horse to beat. I don't trust him to do it, but he is the horse to beat, at least in my opinion.
Linda Rice, Consider It Done, went by.
You're looking for a 3-race win streak with Jose Lezcano aboard?
Last time on Dur, that was a huge effort from Leo's Reward.
I agree. I think this horse is being ignored and kind of dirtied up form by the turf races, excuse me.
Fireball and Mike Maker off since early February.
This horse gets Lasix for the first time, so maybe it could be very dangerous here at 7-1.
Here's Ball Don't Lie. Irad looking for number 4.
Listen, he was once a horse that would tower over these, but I don't like the way he can't get out of the gate anymore. I can see why he can win, but I don't trust him.
Tourney Wade with Kidder Carmouche went by.
Yeah, lost the rider last time out, but I think a horse that, if you look at the race where he won going in the maiden special weight, player in here.
And Uncle George, speed outside.
I mean, listen, he's got credentials, and there are a lot of horses in this race at prices. If you don't trust the 3 in here, you're going to do okay if you're right if you throw him out in here, because pretty much everybody else is a square price.
Back to the favorite. So, yeah, as you mentioned, that heavy workload earlier this year in Hot Springs at Oaklawn for this favorite.
Yeah, I mean, John Horan is a very good trainer. And, this horse ran second, third, first. So it was in really good form. Then the last couple efforts just went really too fast on the front end. He got beat by Hap Hot, Lockboard. Those are decent horses down there. Obviously, he was privately purchased because he's a New York bred. Now he's facing New York company. Does he get to the front end here? It remains to be seen. And I'm kind of with Andy. A lot of races with no breaks.
Yeah, 8 races at Oaklawn is a heavy workload. I'm a little interested in Attorney Wade. I mean, he stumbled and lost the rider at the start last time. Tried the turf before that. What's wrong with his maiden win? Why isn't his maiden win competitive in this field? If I'm right about the 3, I'm going to preface everybody saying I think the 3 is way the horse to beat. I don't have a problem with being a short price. I just kind of want to beat him. And I thought the 8, because I don't trust the 7. I mean, I get that the 7 has it in him somewhere, and I was willing to sort of forgive his race 2 back when he just didn't break, but then he does it again last time out. I don't trust him. I don't know how you can.
If the 8 can solve the gate, the 8's a major player in here.
2 minutes to post here in the 10th. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, I do think that the break for all of those horses you guys were just mentioning really is key, Attorney Wade included. But wanted to take a look at the number 5, Leo's Reward, who is cutting back in distance and going back to the dirt. I agree, he's kind of getting ignored, but I don't mind him going back to the dirt. He's worked up really well out there with Manny Franco in the saddle, and this is a horse that will be kind of running on late and a horse coming from off of it, but one that I think does have some dirtied up form and just is really, really well turned out, looking like he's doing very well right now for Dave Donk. The number 4, Consider It Done, did win an open allowance last time out on the wet track, gradually moving up to the lead and just kind of finishing best that day. I do think he beat a pretty hungry field, even though open company, and he's coming back to allowance company now against New York bred. You certainly have to respect the good form that he's been in, but I do think that this is a taller task than what he faced recently. However, his early speed, and he has shown that he does not have a problem getting out of the gate and getting into the race well early on, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Don't forget, we also have a pick 4 that starts here, races 10 and 11, and then 2 grade 1s to close out this Belmont at Saratoga Racing Festival with the Jaipur and the Manhattan still to come.
Yeah, and it's good that we gave the turf courses a chance. I mean, I think one of the things that to talk about a little bit with taking the race off and running them is the problem isn't that we couldn't have run them. The problem is that we couldn't have run maybe 2 races on each course today. Problem is you do that, you chew the course up significantly. And as a result of that, don't forget we're running 44 days this summer, and we've run 5 days this time. You can do damage to the course that ends up having the effect of not being able to run as many races during the meet. So you got to really think not just about one day, but about the entire big picture. And listen, to be fair, it costs us a lot of money to do it. And we don't want the fans to have a bad. We want the fans to be able to bet the races that they want to bet. We want the owners and the trainers to be able to run their horses in the races. But it's not always just about one day.
Great that we're able to get those.
Yeah.
These are important, prestigious Grade 1s on the grass, and we're getting them in today.
And if you delay them, you say we're going to run them next week, well, everybody's shipped up here, and people are up here to see their horses run. So you try to make the best out of what was a very difficult situation. And I totally understand the fans who are disappointed and frustrated by it. I totally get it. Having said that, it's complicated, and sometimes you have to make what is the best situation best decision under the circumstances. You're not always going to make the right decision about everything, but we're trying to do the best we can.
You see a good day out today. Yankee fans out today, they're noticing themselves.
Where are the Met hats?
Sorry.
Where
I'm
are the
sorry,
Met
I was
hats?
looking at some different, but yeah. I was going to say something about that, too. I think the other part, they're the Yankee fans, I'm sorry. The other part about that, Andy, that you make a good point is that we're not hoping that it rains. You know what I mean?
No,
Like,
it's terrible for business. Listen,
Yeah.
but to be fair, it's really about the fans and about them. And I don't, you want to do it. It's incredibly disappointing. I totally understand the frustration of people yesterday, but we're trying to make the right choices. I think the 6 here is a little interesting.
Yeah,
I
I
fooled
do too.
around with a 5, 6, and 8 in this
that
race.
horse is the
Probably
first.
3, 7.
That's the horse that's getting Lasix for the first time in this field.
Yeah, and his race is early 3-year-old, late 2-year-old weren't that bad.
I thought the 5 incredibly dangerous. Surprised to see him at 10-1. Last 2 are on the grass. Forget about those. The last dirt start.
Yeah, it could be a
No,
big
I-
number.
I
He's
feel like
like
I'm Wide Awake has to improve to beat that.
I think this is an interesting race. Maybe it ends up finishing 3-7 or 7-3, but I think this is a good fool-around race.
Very good 10th. 6 furlongs, New York breds. First level allowance, Norm Cassie. With John Velasquez on the favorite to 3. I'm Wide Awake. Frank Miramati with the call.
Uncle George, the last one. And they're off. Uncle George was quick, so is Stewie. And Stewie is up to take the lead. I'm Wide Awake now, matching stride second, and Consider It Done third. Uncle George is fourth. On the hill, along the inside, a joint fifth heading toward the half-mile pole, where Stewie shows the way. They are followed by Leo's Reward, 7 lengths back, Attorney Wade, and Fireball. And 22 flat for the long shot Stewie, with the favorite I'm Wide Awake looming up alongside. They move into the far turn. A wide bid from Fireballin', passing horses one by one. Uncle George is just in front of him as they reach the top of the stretch. And I'm Wide Awake comes to Stewie and goes on by, coming to the 8th pole. I'm Wide Awake by 2. Fireballin' is still just 3 lengths back in third and trying his best. Coming to the 16th pole, I'm Wide Awake, and John Velasquez well clear, and they've wrapped this up. I'm Wide Awake wins it by 4.5 lengths. Second goes to Stewie in front of a flying On the Hill who was really motoring late.
Public nailed this one. I'm Wide Awake. Even money. Picks up the 8th win of his career. First time in the Norm Cassie barn.
Listen, as we pretty much all agreed here, if this horse runs his good race, he's probably too good for these horses. I think he ran better in his good race. He ran better for Norm Cassie. Happy to see Norm get the win. Tried to beat him, didn't work out. Well, that was quite a late run from the 2, who came from absolutely nowhere. And for those that noticed, the 7 just can't get out of the gate anymore, and I believe he was eased.
Yeah, he was eased.
Pretty
Hopefully
much.
everything's okay with ball going live. But you're right, you get some prices right behind. As you see, I'm Wide Awake just takes control right here, but you do get the 1 and the 2 behind at 17-1 and 33-1. You're going to see the 2 way in the left side of your screen here show up late.
I don't know why the 2 was so far back. I don't think he broke badly in there. The 6 broke badly and kind of made a run and sort of stalled after that. But the 2's a horse you would have thought would have been a little more forward than this.
I'm Wide Awake. There is Norm Cassie.
I want the better half. I want Gabby.
We love Gabby.
We love Gabby.
His tremendous wife, who spent some time with us here.
Yes.
on the show many
She's
years
threatening
ago.
to come visit here this summer. I hope she
We
does.
would love that. We miss you, Gabby. I'm Wide Awake, winning for the 8th time, and incredibly dominant against this group.
I don't know what they paid for this New York bred. They probably underpaid the way that he ran today. He looks like, I mean, this effort, honestly, this effort means he could move up and run against some very good horses. This horse.
Yeah, he's almost got already. Well, now he's got 300,000 in the bank, and he's been running. This is the first time he's ran in New York bred company.
No, he's run twice here in Saratoga. I was thinking he hadn't either. He's got 2 races in Saratoga. He didn't run a step. Well,
that's crazy.
He ran today.
Yeah, he did.
I was thinking the same thing. Why hasn't he been running here? I guess he has in the past. Jacobson have him a long time ago. Can't remember.
I guess, huh?
3-1, 2-6 in all numbers here underneath. 17-1, 33-1, 8-1 underneath. They're even money favorite, but a dominant performance from I'm Wide Awake, Norm Cassie, John Velasquez in the 10th.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Back on our Sunday coverage as we close out Belmont at Saratoga Race Week. 10th in the books and a dominant I'm Wide Awake at even money. Norm Cassie and the winningest rider in the history of this racetrack. John Velasquez aboard.
Yeah, this was about as easy a win as you could get, and what a weekend it's been for John Velasquez.
He really has. He's ridden well. I mean, I thought he gave Fierceness an okay ride, just got outrun. But he's been brilliant, and he just missed in the earlier race. I thought he gave the runner in the last race a good ride, Long Neck Paula, and just lost. So he's been really on his game.
4-win Friday for Johnny V. $4.30 here on I'm Wide Awake. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, Yes, I'm happy to be joined by winning trainer Norm Cassie. He's getting his picture taken by Barbara Livingston. When that's taking place, you know that you're doing something right.
Yeah, but you know what? Today we got to give a lot of credit to Justin Nicholson. We've been trying to get this horse privately for about a year and a half. He's obviously a New York bred. He hasn't been running against New York company. That's the difference today. Johnny rode him well, but Justin deserves a lot of credit today.
Justin, birthday weekend for him as well, of course.
Happy 40th to Justin Nicholson, and I'm just happy for everybody involved. They took a big gamble on this horse, and it's paid off.
It really did. This was impressive today. Switch leads, too, in the stretch. Do you think about some New York bred stakes down the road for a horse like this?
I think we got to. I mean, he ran really fast today. He figures that's where he belongs. That's what we'll look at.
Well done with the whole team and getting him in the right spot and a win today. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Greg?
We always love to see Norm Cassie do well. Had some big wins with some of the most popular silks that have ever been on these grounds. The late Mary Lou Whitney.
Yeah. And also, you know, very instrumental in Tepin's career. I mean, obviously his father, the listed trainer, but Norm working for him. And he was very involved with Tepin. It's funny, you think back to Tepin, she goes 2 brutal beats up here. I think she lost both the Diana and the Boston Spa by a head or a nose before she went on that big run. Just a little bit less distance helped her out to become really one of the best horses we've seen over the last 20 years.
We'll move along. Race coming off the grass up next, and then 2 grade 1s, the Jaipur and the Manhattan. That is going to be fun, the way we close things out today. This race, though, 5.5 furlongs, now main track. And favoritism, mildly Acoustic Avenue, 7-2 right now with a big win last start for Linda Rice.
I mean, other than the stumble 2 starts ago, Paulie, I mean, every one of his last 5, the 4 of the last 5 races, all make him the horse to beat. But I'll tell you something about this race. I actually think this might be a more interesting race off the turf than on the turf. You know, where Creditworthy was going to be probably a pretty big favorite if he ran this race in the turf. I thought this race was wide open.
Yeah, the 16 Paxational gets now Brad Cox in his corner. You get Irad. Gray Wings with not out a shot. I thought the 4 Silo Ridge was a horse that has some decent dirt numbers to go to. So this is a difficult race.
23 minutes to post. We'll get back to it. Not what was intended surface-wise for this super filly on the grass. She was pretty sensational first time on the dirt. Nitrogen, a canter in a pretty quick time, too. We'll look back at the Wonder again next.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter, you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum, and we're ready for more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
What a beautiful sight that is to any horse racing fan, this historic race course in Saratoga Springs, and our final day of this Belmont at Saratoga week. Coming down to its final 3 races with 2 Grade 1s that will close it out. The Jaipur Manhattan rescheduled from Saturday. Final 2 races on the card today. We're going to look back to yesterday and the Wonder again, and without question the best 3-year-old filly on the grass. Wonder again, though, came off the turf, wound up a 3-horse field, including her stablemate Nitrogen, looking like she loves this surface.
It was only a few ticks slower than the Met Mile. That's how impressive it was. And you can kind of understand the connections are thinking now, are we supposed to be looking at a race like the CCA Oaks? Try to get her a big win in the dirt? But she's the dominant horse on the turf, and something about off-the-turf races where you always sort of wonder, are they going to be as good in a genuinely scheduled dirt race? But I got to tell you, this was some performance.
Well, Greg just used the word canter. She won in a canter. I mean, this is just a happy gallop through the stretch. 17 lengths in front.
She was breezing.
And it was the best figure she's earned.
What number did she get?
Like a 91, a 92?
Well, I don't know. I don't want to say. I think we need to check it again because my numbers were wrong that I got.
I could see it being higher than that, to be honest with you.
I would agree.
Yeah. I didn't see it. I'll see if I can figure out what it was. Regardless, she's a dominant turf horse, and because, I mean, not the same owner, but Marcassi has Lacara, but that was some performance by her. You do probably imagine we'll see her here on opening weekend here in the Belmont Oaks.
Yeah, that's the target. That's what he talked about. But it was interesting before that race. Marcassi had said they were actually trying to find a spot for her on the dirt. After that performance, I think we all want to see it. I mean, she's sensational on the grass, but as Andy said, the target next is turf, one of the big ones, as we go to Acacia for more.
Yeah, she was dazzling. I think just more than anything, she was the best horse in the race by far. And you could see when Jose Ortiz took a look back behind him and knew that nobody was traveling as easily as Nitrogen was. And this is a horse that I had been really excited to see running on the turf or running at all this weekend, because last week when she worked on the turf, she actually inadvertently linked up with Carson's Run and Deterministic, 2 horses will be running in today's Manhattan. Older colts, and while they galloped out more than she did, she kept up with them in the stretch and was pretty impressive watching that. And she's a horse that I think is really just flourishing right now. She's been very impressive throughout, but I think that she's an even better 3-year-old this year. Yes, she was dominant yesterday, but I would love to see her back on the grass because I think that she is very much the leader of that 3-year-old turf filly division. And there's some big races that she'd have some really big chances in still to come, Greg.
Yeah, there's no question that's the target. Belmont Oaks, July 5th. That's where we're going to see her next time out. She is the undisputed leader of this 3-year-old filly division. I just got very excited seeing how good she was on that surface.
Well, I mean, you have the Belmont Oaks, you have the Saratoga Oaks. I think we run that long distance race later, but I wouldn't be surprised if after the Saratoga Oaks, maybe they consider trying the turf, because I don't think there are any great dirt. Well, they'll also probably want to go to the QE2 at Keeneland.
Yeah.
So there are spots. I could see the temptation, though, in that division. Why not?
Well, her sire, Medaglia d'Oro, was pretty good in the mud here when he won the Travers, wasn't he, Andy?
I mean, she's got a little bit of a dirt pedigree, which is kind of crazy, but the way she ran yesterday, the way she cantered over it, now when the races come off the turf, you can leave her on. And
that figure is the fastest Good Cheer's ever run.
Well, it's the fastest figure she's ever run, too, on turf or dirt.
Yeah. Interesting. Food for thought.
Yes.
And stablemate winding up second in there. Not a bad way to earn a nice check at a 3-horse field.
By the
way, couple of stable weights.
You don't get a race off, Greg.
Woody Stevens for 3-year-olds. Proud of that one?
Yes.
Patch Adams. Brad Cox making the right move, cutting this one back, and Patch Adams sprinting is a different horse.
He is. It's funny, I was talking to Brad Cox before the race, and he said to me, the weirdest thing with this horse is every time I've run him long, he doesn't get out of the gate that sharply. When he sprints, he gets out of the gate. He had run a very fast race last time out, and this was a nice performance by him.
It's a perfect example that anytime you've got a 3-year-old early in the year that has shown ability, you stretch them out to see if you have a potential Kentucky Derby horse. They went back to his strength. This is what he wants to do, Paul.
Yeah, it is. And he really ran, too. He ran to his looks, too. He looked tremendous on the racetrack. And take nothing away from anybody here. I thought just this horse was giant. I also think the third place finisher, Big Truz, has got a giant future.
It's a very good race.
Yeah.
Big performance. Patch Adams, he had that just breakout performance in that maiden win. And off that, Brad Cox sort of had to put him on the Triple Crown Trail. It was so good. See what he had. Didn't work out. Back to sprinting. Now a grade 1 win with that performance.
And I'm sure we'll see him, as long as hopefully he'll see him back, but they would be pointing towards the Alan Jerkins.
Well, none of us smart enough to select that horse. Acacia was.
Thank you, Greg. Yeah, Patch Adams, just a horse that I loved that they cut back to sprinting because he's built so much more like a sprinter and he acts like a sprinter too. And to Andy's point, getting out of the gate and getting into the race, we see him be able to do that much more when going shorter. But I mean, you look back and he'd run that gaudy, I believe it was 98 Beyer speed figure early on in his career. And I think his last 2 performances have really validated that that wasn't a one-off. He's just that good. He's that good going shorter. And when I spoke to Brad Cox after the race, he did mention the Alan Jerkins as the game plan for Patch Adams, which will be a lot of fun to see. I thought that was a super competitive race, and it was a big field and a lot of horses that could potentially step forward, and I think there were several in there that will be good moving out of that race as well. But it was Patch Adams and his day to shine, a horse that has really relished staying at the sprint distances.
Yeah, no question about that. Sprinting, he has been sensational, and that was a salty group he lined up against.
No, it was. No question about it.
I guess the disappointment in the way he seems is Chad's horse.
Chancer McPatrick?
Chancer McPatrick.
Yeah, no, he never really got in the race. Now, the pace pretty much held together fairly well, and he kind of moved inside of horses, but I agree. It was a disappointing effort by him. Sealed track, I don't know. It's hard to know where he is right now because obviously he didn't run as well going longer, but he needed to run better than that.
It just makes you feel like, did you see the best of him as a 2-year-old? And he was a horse that was just more, mature than the others at that stage, and he just didn't make the next step because his Hopeful and his Champagne were terrific races.
Yeah, I mean, both of those, he overcame adversity too.
Yeah.
We'll see if they make some tweaks, and we'll get to see him back to his best. Yeah, 2-time grade 1 winner as a 2-year-old. Race 11, again taken off the grass before we get to these 2 grade 1s that are on the turf. And the turf listed is good, by the way, when we do get to the Jaipur and the Manhattan. This race, price getting shorter on Acoustic Avenue down to 5-2.
I thought the 16 would get a lot more play. I understand where the 6 is the favorite. That last race was a really dominant win off the claim from Wayne Potts. But if you go to the other 3 races, this horse has got 4 or 5 races to go to that win this race.
Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start there with Acoustic Ave. I wasn't in the paddock last time out, but I remember Maggie saying that he just had done a complete 180 as far as his appearances going into that race. So certainly had taken a big step forward when moving into Linda Rice's barn. And yeah, he was dominant there, where he was just kind of out-footed at the start and was able to drop back and then seemed to be cruising every step of the way throughout the running of that race. He's a horse that you can really kind of tell with the way that he's turned out, how he's doing. And he looks great once again here in the paddock, kind of sharp getting the tack on as well, but very good weight, good in his coat and in his flesh as well. He's a horse that has run decent on the turf in the past as well, and I know that he never really got many chances. He often got rained off, but the fact that this race was rained off, not a bad thing for a horse that does have plenty of dirt form to go back on. The number 12, Tap to Mischief, is a little bit intriguing as he does stay in here. Has been gelded coming back for his second start, and he did win nearly a year ago, last summer in July at First Asking when sprinting on the turf. And he's very quiet, very laid back, coming back here as a gelding. They've saddled him outside the saddling stall, but so far has not done anything wrong. But he has an intriguing pedigree. On the bottom side, the dam actually won a couple of times on the main track, and there was a sibling who never won, but ran back-to-back 92 Beyer speed figures on the dirt. And this is a horse that I'm not opposed to seeing try the main track. It could just be he hasn't run in 11 months, get him a race off the bench and give him an opportunity to run and get some fitness before switching back to the turf, which might be his preferred surface, but he's acting really well. And I'm, like I said, intrigued to see how he might handle it today. The number 16 to the outside, Pexational, a horse that at one point had run some pretty good races and in good form, and then really was able to put everything back together last time out. And I think, yes, with the flow of the track being forwardly placed, though he was in the 2 path throughout. But first off the claim for Brad Cox and Sandy Goldfarb, we have seen throughout the last couple of years how potent this duo can be when claiming horses. And I think a very sharp entrant with this one going in for main track only. I've always felt that shorter is better for him. He is stout and compact in the way that he's built. He looks great coming in here, very relaxed, and I think this is a good spot for him, for a horse that has natural speed, coming in good form, and for very dangerous connections.
Acacia, thank you. Post parade coming up in a moment. Keep in mind, even though we have a 5-2 favorite, that was a huge performance last time out. 3 main track only entrants. 6-1, 9-1, 6-1 on the outside.
The 14 is actually vying for favoritism. If I'm looking at the multi-race bets, I mean, I'm not saying he can't win, but geez, I'm surprised. I'm going to take the 16 Pexational. The excuse me, the record of the Brad Cox horses claimed over the last year for owner Sandy Goldfarb is just off the charts.
Yeah, and also he's a horse that can lurk from just off the pace, even though he's natural speed. And I see a lot of speed signed on in here.
Yeah, the 15 has some speed. Gray Wing, the executive order, does possess some speed. The 14, we don't know what's the 12 will be on dirt, but I would think that horse.
Tunisian Spring?
Should, yeah. The Tunisian Spring's got some speed. You're right. The 3. Silo Ridge has got a little bit of tactical speed. And, you know, Fifth Avenue did wire a field first time out, and for the 5, but hasn't been seen in a while. You don't know if that horse is going to show some speed.
Junior Alvarado shaking a lot of hands today after that incredible performance from Sovereignty. And by the way, they've announced, you know, assuming everything stays A-OK, Jim Dandy, Travers, the plan for Sovereignty, and journalism going back to California, Michael McCarthy says, to sort of get his feet underneath him, regroup. But they are first choice looking at Jim Dandy, Travers, so we could see the rematch again.
You know, I've had such a good time here this weekend. I think I'm going to come back here in July. What do you think?
You know what? I'm going to join you.
You know, why don't we'll make it a thing of it, the 4 of us?
Okay.
Should we have a show?
Sounds good. We hope you come join us. You won't want to miss that.
Man, I really hope that we get to see them match up at least one more time during the summer. I'm sure we'll see them in the fall if everybody stays healthy, but that would be really cool if they square off a few times.
Yeah, these are good horses, and I think it's important to really appreciate the really good horses. Yeah. They're both exceptional horses. I don't want to just talk about Sovereignty. I want to talk about journalism too.
Yeah,
you know, just
they're
excellent horses.
These are good horses. We're really privileged. A good crop of 3-year-olds, and you know, Baeza could still improve. He's going to have to, but you know, a decent third for him. But the story is those 2.
Yeah, no, sure. Yes, Baeza needed to step forward, and he didn't do it yesterday.
Right.
I don't think he's there mentally yet with those 2. He might be as talented. It's hard to say, but mentally wise, those 2 horses are just physically and mentally ahead of all the 3-year-olds.
And all that talk about the older horses, suddenly these horses keep improving a little bit, and they could be the 2 horses to beat in the Breeders' Cup Classic. But that's a long way from now. We'll worry about the Jim Dandy and Travers.
Post parade coming up shortly. Speaking of the Travers, man that owns it right there. 7. For Javier Castellano.
That's it.
Incredible.
It's truly incredible.
Well, he had that one summer, too, where I think he won like 7 Saturday Grade 1s throughout the meet as well. Magical summer. He won the he won, I think, the Alabama for with a brace de lace for Tony Dutrow. He upset American Pharaoh in the Travers. He picked him out on Liam's map in the Woodward at the end of the meet. It's the reason he won a lot of Eclipse Awards.
Post parade, we will start with Tunisian Spring. And yeah, Mr. Travers himself, Javier Castellano, aboard for the John Kirby barn.
Yeah, and John Kirby actually has terrific numbers off of the claim. And actually, the numbers the horses claimed off of Wesley Ward are pretty good as well.
Big effort from Silo Ridge. Was expected to win that race, though, last start.
Yeah, 7 for 10 in the exact. You're getting a good price with Kendrick aboard.
Gate to wire win. Last out for Fifth Avenue. It was a long time ago. Last June 23, excuse me.
Almost 2 years since his last start. Plenty of time for him to get the 10 lengths faster he probably needs to be to win this race.
Acoustic Ave, the favorite.
Yeah, the favorite have a nice win last time out, but there's some other races to go to that puts him right there.
Marcus Gift, a huge price with Lane Luzzy.
Yeah, and this horse that has had a couple races on dirt, not much. This one for Penn and Bradley Racing.
Finger Lakes Shipper has won back-to-back starts. This is a tough spot, though.
Well, but he's a horse that has some speed in here, but I agree. I'm surprised he's only 22 to 1.
There's the 12. Tap to Mischief. One start. It was a win. It was on grass about a year ago.
Yeah, but if you look back, you got to like the works a little bit earlier in April, and now they've kind of just harnessed him up to June. He might be fire here.
Mott with Lescano aboard there. Chess Master, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Said he has run some good races on the dirt in the past, why they left him in.
And the main track onlys, here they come. Junior Alvarado on executive order.
Yeah, we go for the 9-year-old Chess Master to the 3-year-old executive order who wired a field last time out.
Gray Wing has speed, and he's won 3 of his last 4.
Yeah, but he was at a big speed track last time. I think he's up against it, against this field.
Manny Franco for Oscar Barrera, 9 to 1 on Gray Wing. And then Paxational, with the guys we're talking about earlier, Rad Ortiz Jr. looking for number 4, just claimed by Brad Cox.
Yeah, and a horse that in the past has been a need-to-lead type, but we'll see what happens today under the new care of Brad Cox, and does get Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard.
So 5 to 1 from that outside slot. Let's go back to the favorite. Linda Rice claims this one off of Wayne Potts and immediately puts him into the winner's circle back on May 10th.
This horse has been in raging form, and not only the 11. We're showing the 11 right now, a horse who is up against it. We mentioned him before.
Now on the Finger Lakes Shipper, Storm and Sammy will bring some speed to the party. Let's get back to the favorite, though, Acoustic Ave. And here is that victory first off the claim for Linda Rice.
I mean, I don't think there's much to say. I mean, he's just in great form, other than the stumble to break 2 back. His last 4 races, 4 of his last 5, the other ones, I think they all make him the worst to beat in here. There's a reason he's 5 to 2, and he should be the favorite.
And he should be sitting a good trip, right? That 3 or 4 real good speed horses, and he's the one sitting right in behind them.
I would think so. I mean, he looks like he can make his own trip. Like Andy said, the only really bad race is when he stumbled 2 back, but he seems like he can be a horse that can rate a little bit from off the pace, and he does get a good trip. Now, he's going to be in the 4-hole, obviously, so a lot of horses scratch the 16 on the outside. It's going to be very interesting if that horse can cross over from out there, but I think the 11 might be the fastest of the fast coming out of those 4.5 furlong races.
Back to Acacia.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how this pace does play out in here. And I like Paxational all the way to the outside. And I think what you said, Greg, is a solid point. Drawn to the outside, has shown doesn't necessarily need the lead, can kind of set up shop there. Whereas the other 2 main track only runners that we'll take a look at now, the 14 executive order starting there, I think he runs best when he can use his speed. He's a horse that had a little bit of a tricky path when he broke his maiden in a restricted maiden special weight so impressively, and then went right into the Champagne. They tried some Maryland bred stakes company. That didn't work out. It was good to see him get back on track with a win last time out and off of the layoff, where he gradually went to the lead. And he is a horse that I think it takes a little bit of time to get into his stride. He looks very fit in here. He has filled out as a 3-year-old, but I think he runs his best races when he can use that speed. And I think the same about the 15 Gray Wing, who was able to take advantage with the way the track was playing last time out. But he's run some quick races, but that's when he can control and be forwardly placed. He's a big boy in here as well, as he is sharp going out, has settled nicely out on the track. But I will be interested to see how the pace does shake out, particularly with those two other main track only runners. But they're kind of being ignored on the board, even despite their dirt form. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Minute to post coming up in this 11th on the card with 2 grade 1s on the grass to come.
Should we talk a little about Tap to Mischief, the 12th, who's taking a lot of money right now at 5-1 in this field? It feels he has a pedigree that suggests he could be a dirt horse. But my guess is he's probably more of a turf horse. He hasn't run since his debut on July 6th last year, a winning one, where he was a little lucky, be credit-worthy. Was scratched out of this race, who had some real trouble in that race. But he still ran well. I wonder a little bit, and the way Belmont's barn's going this weekend, I don't want to discount anything he puts on the racetrack, but I kind of wonder if this is kind of like, he needs a race. Let's see what he does in the turf. We can find out if he's a dirt horse. But it also feels like it's not that they're not trying to win or don't want to win, but it's like leave him in, get him a race. Probably not the right surface.
In Monarcho's colors.
Well, and the other thing, too, is
John Oxley. Jack Oxley.
The half-brother, right, Mainstream, was beaten ahead here yesterday.
By Belmont, for the first time starter.
Right, exactly. You know, so, and that horse has run 3 times with a 3rd and 2 seconds on the dirt. So
is that Santa?
There is some pedigree to suggest.
Santa's here. You guys missed.
That guy shows up everywhere. I don't know if you've known him. Obviously, if people know my past, I always used to stay at the hotel here. That guy show up at the hotel all the time.
Yeah.
Well, every day.
He's got time until he has to get the presents ready.
Every day's like Christmas morning in Saratoga.
Yeah, got that right.
For horse players, no question.
He's got the rosy cheeks, too.
Kind of wish Will Ferrell was here, you know?
Elf?
Yeah. Come on, it's one of the all-time great movies. You don't love Elf.
But what was the point you were making?
Who?
And with that, we'll see you on FS1. Our coverage wrapping up here.
Been a long week, guys.
On FS2, yeah, we'll see you over on FS1 in a few moments with this race and then 2 grade 1s on the grass. The Jaipur, the undefeated on the turf, think big for Mike Stidham. And the grade 1 Manhattan, Chad Brown, looking to win it for a 9th time. Welcome to America's Day at the Races. Belmont at Saratoga week, wrapping up final 3 races of what has been a tremendous week of action here in upstate New York. Post time coming up for the 11th grade wolf. Andy Sterling, Paula Duca, Richie Migliori, and obviously an incredible performance in the Belmont Stakes. Sovereignty has moved to the head of the class with that performance yesterday.
Oh, absolutely. He was so impressive in getting the job done yesterday. Excellent performance. Take nothing away from journalism. There are a lot of years that he would have won a Triple Crown, to be honest, with the performance he put in. Sovereignty was way too good for the field yesterday.
Yeah, it was just a repeat of the Kentucky Derby. It really was. I mean, they ran 1, 2, 3 like they did before. As you see, the 11th race is starting to load here, Greg, in a wide open group off the turf.
Yeah, this race, meant for the grass, 5.5 furlongs, main track. Now that Mig is the favorite, the 6, Acoustic Ave, Linda Rice.
Yeah, coming off a really big effort. Paxational taking some money now down to 7-2. I think a lot of people thinking along the same lines you and I, Andy, getting in the Brad Cox barn for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, it's not like he doesn't make sense anyway. If you think he's going to improve a little bit off that race, then he can really win this race. And they also like Irad Ortiz.
And he is having a huge Sunday afternoon. Knew it wouldn't stay quiet for too long. 3 wins today for Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, a disappointing weekend for him, obviously, with not getting any wins after Wednesday's card. But it doesn't matter how good you are. Everybody has those kind of days and those kind of runs.
And they're far and few in between for him.
Yeah, my guess is he probably didn't get bad rides during there. He just wasn't on the right horses.
Frank Miramati with the call. Here is the 11th from Belmont at Saratoga.
Marcus Gift, Gray Wing, executive orders in. Just one more. Gray Wing a little hesitant, backs away. Still working on Gray Wing. And now Paxational. Awaits his turn. Goes in. They're in the gate. Any moment. And they're off. And Fifth Avenue rockets out of the gate with sharp early foot. Stormin' Sammy alongside, and Chessmaster in the pink silks is 3 wide in third. Those 3 right across the track. They're followed by Tunisian Spring is down on the inside. And in between horses comes Tap to Mischief as they move through the opening quarter mile. Paxational is just outside of them. They went 22 seconds flat for that quarter mile as the field moves around the far turn. A gap of 4 behind this group to Acoustic Ave, who's racing on the inside of Grey Wing. 5 lengths back to Marcus Gift as they reach the top of the stretch. Fifth Avenue is just in front. On the outside, Chessmaster moves to engage. Out in the center of the racetrack, Acoustic Ave is starting to really fly home. And here's Acoustic Ave with all the momentum. Acoustic Ave will go on the outside of Tunisian Spring. It will be Acoustic Ave to win it. Tunisian Spring finished second, and in behind them, the third place went to Tap to Mischief.
Acoustic Ave, Dylan Davis, since being claimed, back-to-back wins for trainer Lena Rice.
Best horse won the race. A good ride by Javier, slipping up the inside with Tunisian Spring, but the winner just too good for these, Acoustic Avenue.
Yeah, back-to-back victories for this son of McLean's Music, who just got produced in the middle of the stretch here. It looked like there was many chances made, but at the end of the race, the best horse won.
Yeah, and we anticipated a lot of pace on. There was. And he was able to angle out to the clear, full run down the center of the track. Paxational lingering on that left lead. I wish he would have changed his right lead. I would have felt a little better about it. Maybe he would have finished just a touch stronger. And coming up in here, just like he kind of took a little bit of an awkward step, didn't he? Right there,
right
he
there.
bobbled.
Bobbled.
Yeah.
Tunisian Spring gave him a test.
A very good ride by Javier.
Yeah, saving the ground, and yep.
I don't think it's a strong bias, but I do think the inside's good today.
I thought the 12 ran good. We talked about the 12 late. The 12 ran okay. You know, that's probably a good start for that horse to come back after that layoff and then go back on the turf.
Oh, yeah. No, he was right there between horses.
Yeah.
Yeah, over a year away and first time on dirt for the 12, Tap to Mischief. But it's Acoustic Ave, the win. Back-to-back trips to the winner's circle since being claimed from one of the best barns certainly here on this circuit. Lena Rice, 7 wins now for Acoustic Ave, and Dylan Davis aboard.
And a very generous price at 3-1. This is a horse to beat. I'm surprised he paid this well, to be honest with you.
6-3, 12, 16. As Acoustic Ave with the win, and what remains? 2 very big ones on the grass, rescheduled from Saturday. Grade 1 Jaipur. Think Big, who's undefeated, sprinting on the turf for Mike Stidham. And the Grade 1 Manhattan with the New York bred Spirit of St. Louis trying to win that race for trainer Chad Brett for a 9th time in his career. You can play all the action right there. Get signed up, started with Naira Bets. Code to punch in for new members at sign up. Bonus 200. Get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus and bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. So the race that will close out this week, Belmont at Saratoga, Grade 1 Resorts World Casino Manhattan, shortened up in distance as well. It'll be 1 mile and an 1/8 with this purse of $1 million in Spirit of St. Louis, a New York bred who for most of his career was beating up on New York breds. And then all of a sudden as a 6-year-old, Chad Brown, well actually late in his 5-year-old campaign, says let's try the best company in the game. Grade 1s, and he's responded.
Turns out he's the best company. He's the best company in the game, as it turned out, and didn't have a particularly good trip at Fairgrounds 2 back when he was wide against a good rail. And other than that, Pegasus and this, both excellent performances.
It's just a gem of consistency. You gotta just admire this horse. And even in off the turfer right here in Saratoga last year, he galloped in the Kingston on an off track. So he's just very special.
Well, anytime you're 11 for 16 lifetime, you're a pretty nice horse. And he likes Saratoga, too. He's almost 3 for 3 here. He does have a win in 2 seconds. He's the horse to beat in here. And you get Manny Franco aboard with the scratch of the 3 Highway Robber.
2 Grade 1 wins for the New York bred in his last 3 starts. We'll see if he can add another one for a man who has just simply owned this race. Chad Brown, incredible, the work he's done in the Manhattan. That is still to come. Jaipur coming up next, Grade 1 sprint, 5.5 furlongs, and we'll take a look back to the Belmont Stakes from Saturday. No question who the top 3-year-old in the land is after this performance. From Sovereignty, same 1-2-3 finish as the first Saturday in May. Belmont, Junior Alvarado once again in the Belmont.
To have this weather and to have the beach and this racetrack, this is paradise. You can't beat it.
This is the Breeders' Cup World Championships from Del Mar.
Oh, it's wide open. Who's it going to be? Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Back with you on Sunday from Belmont at Saratoga, and what a Belmont Stakes we had. We'll talk about it momentarily. Acoustic Ave, back-to-back wins now, and was very good near as Andy, as you said, generous price.
I think it really was. I mean, he just seemed like way the horse to beat in this race, and it turned out he was.
I think it's a function of big field that they've just kind of got
a little bit
slightly underbet.
Well, I think they also bet some other horse. You know, there were other horses they were more interested in and stuff. Like the horse I liked, who was sort of disappointing 4th or 5th.
2 for Dylan Davis, who had a pretty great week as well. A couple of graded stakes wins, including a big upset in the Acorn.
Doubled his Grade 1 totals in one day with the Acorn and the New York. That was New York, right? No, just a game. I'm sorry.
He gave
just
a
game.
Great ride in just a game.
Yeah.
$8.10 on Acoustic Ave. 2 Grade 1s to close out this incredible week of action. First up, Grade 1 Jaipur, 5.5 furlong sprinting on the grass, $500,000 purse, and think big since they've moved this horse to the turf. A perfect 4 for 4 sprinting on the grass.
Obviously, he's gotten very, very good. He can handle a little bit of give in the ground as well, and he's a substantial favorite looking at the double over the 9, AG Bullet, the race mare, who seems like a very, very stern rival, but he has been good.
Yeah, really good. I mean, his last 5 races, even off the turf event that he got on sloppy racetrack, he ran well. But 4 for 4, and he's won from the 11 hole and the 10 hole. It seems like he can win from anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, 4 for 4 at the distance, and it's a very specialized distance, 5.5. And, you know, interesting enough, horses that are successful going 6 furlongs on turf not necessarily translate to the 5.5. It's pretty much go time, 5.5 on the grass.
So Jaipur, Manhattan coming up on a turf labeled good for now. With more on this turf course, let's go to Acacia Clement.
Yes, these two races originally scheduled for yesterday, Greg, and rescheduled to today. And they will be our only 2 races run on the grass this afternoon per Glenn Kozak in charge of NYRA track maintenance. We got over 2 inches of rain between Friday and Saturday. Luckily today on Sunday, it has been dry and given this turf course a chance to dry out a little bit. But as a result, with these 2 races staying on the grass, the Manhattan has been moved to the inner turf course. So to use the 2 turf courses that we do have available so that these races will not be run on the same paths. As a result of moving the Manhattan to the inner, it has changed the distance from 1 mile 3/16 to 1 mile 1/8. So a shorter distance today, which may be good for some of the runners and not so good for some of the others in here. Who does it affect? It might positively affect your favorite, Spirit of St. Louis, who has been proficient at the distance. It might negatively affect one of the other favorites in Farbridge, who is drawn to the outside. For a horse that prefers to run on the inside along the rail, it's a very tough post position for him to navigate, not to mention at a distance that he has been effective at, but likely is a bit shorter than his best. In fact, even the 1 3/16, I know Connections were a little bit concerned if it might be a touch short for him. So we'll see how they all do navigate the 1 1/8, a little bit of a different type of race today, but doing the best NYRA management possibly can to get these races to run on the grass, important grade 1s, and we are very happy to see how that turf course has dried out, now listed as good today, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. She's brought up points that we've talked about a lot, seeing Farbridge run over the past couple of years. Can he overcome that outside post from a horse who likes to be on the inside?
He is a very unusual horse. He's obviously extremely talented and has been one of the best turf horses in the country for quite a while. But he's a horse that really likes to rally inside, and that's not what most horses like to do. But he does his best work inside. Has he run outside a horse and run okay? Yes, but he can get a little uncomfortable. In this kind of race, it's up to Joel Rosario to get that kind of trip, and I think if he doesn't get it, he's going to have a hard time winning this race.
Tall task for Joel Rosario.
Yeah, from that outside post, now 1 mile 1/8, a little bit probably shorter than his best. Yeah, and when he's outside, he's constantly have to be corrected. You can't let him run freely. That's why he needs to find the rail.
We'll take a timeout. Back-to-back grade 1s to close out one of the great weeks of racing all year long. And there's the horse to beat in the grade 1 Jaipur. Think big, undefeated since moving to the lawn. A perfect 4 for 4 sprinting on the grass for trainer Mike Stidham. Chance for a grade 1 next.
And clear off at the NYRA Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With NYRA Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with NYRA Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nyrabets.com.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires including Exalted, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Walkathon, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Saratoga season passes are on sale now and include free admission to the special July 4th Racing Festival. Enjoy 4 additional days of Saratoga for the same price as last year. Secure your season pass for just about $2 per day at NYRA.com/Saratoga.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
And they're off. Journalism makes a decisive move, and he takes command of the Belmont Stakes. Sovereignty angles out to try and run him down, and here comes Sovereignty. Sovereignty goes right by Journalism once again, leaving absolutely no doubt who the best 3-year-old in the world is. Sovereignty and Junior Alvarado in the Belmont Stakes.
What a performance. What a Triple Crown season we were treated to. And the rematch, first time since 2013, top 3 finishers returning from the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont Stakes, and same order of finish, Sovereignty asserting his dominance.
Just great that the form's really held up. These 3 have risen to the top of the class, and certainly Sovereignty. The way he was traveling. But what impressed me, guys, he put himself right in the race. He was up in the pocket, beautiful position.
He just seems to be maturing with every single start. And it's also a real credit to Belmont and his staff as well. And I'll tell you something else that's kind of fun. He debuted on Travers Day here last year and finished 4th, but I remember a good friend of mine was friends with Dan Pride, runs Godolphin in America. He said, this is our Derby horse. You know, we're not going to win the Derby. He's saying this is our best hope going forward. And boy, it would be kind of cool to win the Travers, you know, almost exactly a year, but for race day year to year after he made his debut. And Belmont never won the Travers. Amazing,
wow,
right?
Yeah, that's
got his first
interesting.
Whitney win last year and a chance to win his first Travers this year.
And that, of course, a race that he broke through in the Classics with his win with Drosselmeyer, and now a horse who takes 2/3 of the Triple Crown. Let's hear from the winning trainer.
You know, each race is a challenge, but we're glad to have a Derby and a Belmont, you know, on his resume.
Some of the biggest races, of course, in our sport. And I know New York is home for you. You've won the Belmont before, but can you describe winning the Belmont Stakes here at Saratoga?
Well, I think it's special. You know, the winning at Belmont Park was really great, but here in front, it's basically kind of the hometown now for us. We've lived up here for a long time in the summers, and you know, I think our horse has a lot of fans, and I've got a, you know, have a lot of acquaintances up here, and it's great to win in front of them.
What a performance. Sovereignty does it to Journalism again, widens that margin in the rematch. And there's a look at what he's accomplished to this point. And after crossing the wire, tremendous shared moment between the top 2 finishers. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale for more on that.
Oh, and I was so privileged to have a front row seat to the camaraderie that was demonstrated between Junior Alvarado and Umberto Rispoli aboard Journalism and Sovereignty. And it just speaks to the fact that, yes, they are elite athletes, elite jockeys. They're also fans of the sport and horsemen themselves, because you could tell how much they respected their horses and each other's horses. And you can tell that also it's not lost on them that they realize that these are 2 very special equines, that they might be the best 3-year-old that we have seen in quite a while. But it just brought you so much love, so much appreciation for the sport and for what these horses do, to see the guys on their back respect, you know, their rivals. So I was so privileged to be right there for that moment. And I'm glad that we all got to see it on camera as well, because they were just happy for each other and happy for their horses. And that's what the game is at the end of the day, guys.
Thank you, Maggie. There's the pilot of journalism, Umberto Rispoli, who shared that moment with Junior Alvarado. That was neat to see. And great news, too, that we could see this rivalry continue into the summer here at Saratoga. Both connections have said Jim Dandy Travers potentially targets for both sovereignty and journalism. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look here at the horses for this Grade 1 Jaipur. And we'll take a look first at a mare taking on her male counterparts, and that is the gray mare, AG Bullet, as she comes out of a troubled trip last time out in the Unbridled Sydney, in which she was favored, but she was stalking on the rail. She tried to go up the inside, is what you want to do also when riding turf races, but then she got cut off and steadied back quite significantly at the 3/16 pole, a really crucial part of that race. And looking at her here in the paddock, I don't know her, and honestly, why should I? Because trainer Richard Baltus, he's only run 5 horses here in the past 5 years in New York. None have won, but we'll see if AG Bullet is ready and up for the challenge, as she was brought in with the pony, brought in with a training saddle. You could tell she can be a little bit obstreperous to get the tack on, but she actually handled herself beautifully. And considering she's second off of a layoff here, she looks incredibly fit and ready to go. Let's hope for a clean trip and a more outside post today. Moving on to the outside runner in here, or excuse me, number 4, that's My Boy Prince. He's also second off the layoff, but he came back and won the Elusive Quality. Now, maybe there's some tougher rivals in here, namely your favorite in Think Big, but he ran very, very well to get the job done. And when you win by a length in a turf sprint, I almost feel like it's winning by 3 lengths on the dirt. He is really nicely settled in here. He was a little bit fresher off the bench last time out, but really fit, really strong. He's developed into a very good-looking 4-year-old here for trainer Mark Cassie. And then we'll take a look at Allegan, who also exits that race and actually had more of a troubled trip. He continued to lose ground in the early stages of that race, but then once he got outside, he was able to re-rally. And 2, historically, he's a horse that has needed a start, and boy, he looks really fit and ready to go here. He's also very sharp, as of course, Greg, the rain's starting to fall.
Yeah, those skies started to darken behind us and looked like rain was on the way, even though none in the forecast, but here we go. Hopefully it's short and sweet, passes through. That's a look at the mare, the 9, who will be tackling the boys in this spot. AG Bullet. She went against the boys in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint at Del Mar end of last year, and she only missed by a neck.
And she also showed that she could rate a little bit comfortably in that race, and she didn't win, but she ran extremely well in there. Didn't get the best of trips last time out, and now we'll see if she can get it done in here. She's very, very good, and I really actually think if she runs her best race, she might be the horse to beat.
Yeah, she's got to win at Kentucky Down. She's got to win down the hill at Santa Anita. Those are really tricky courses. So, and then you got that race there. So it seems like she can run on anything. And yeah, on her best day, she can put up a fight against the boys, definitely.
Yeah, she had significant trouble last time. You get Johnny Velasquez picking up the mount here. Absolutely a major player.
She is taking considerable money into this 7-5 favorite. Here's what's at stake in this Grade 1 Jaipur. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint November 1st at Del Mar. Entry fees paid, $10,000 award, and $10,000 travel allowance as well. So we'll see if this race mare, AG Bullet, can book a return trip, or if Think Big, who's eyeing his first test here in Grade 1 company, could book a trip to Del Mar.
Well, it's already been a pretty good weekend for Godolphin.
It has.
But it may continue to get even better.
I think Bid was acting up a little bit behind us. Explain to what he was wearing a little bit, Mig.
Yeah, he had a metal halter on, which gives a groom a lot more control over a horse. But a horse has to be a noted bad actor, a horse that acts up a great deal for them to outfit a horse with a halter like that. I haven't seen one used maybe half a dozen times over the last 10 years.
And I don't want to jinx it, but about 30 seconds of light drops of rain, and that was it. It's already stopped. Here's a look at the post parade. We start with Extendo. Joe Orsino trains.
Yeah, it's a very tough spot for a horse, though, who did run extremely well last time out. Comes in good form.
7-5 favorite, homebred for Godolphin Think Big.
Yeah, the same Silks who won the Belmont yesterday. They're looking to have themselves a heck of a week.
Undefeated on the turf. Our Shot, John Terranova trains.
Listen, he has races that make him a player, including his second in the Harvey Pack here last year, but his races so far this year have not been good.
Stakes win last start for My Boy Prince.
Yeah, I've always thought he's been a better sprinter or wanted to sprint. I think he's definitely got a look in here.
Very good runner here in Arzak at a price with a Rat Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, he's had some really good races. He's got to improve, though, off his last race. I didn't really find any excuse.
Vinsanity has Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, 62-1 for a reason, but did win last time out.
Here's Bold Journey with Eric Cancel.
He was second the horse I like, My Boy Prince, last time, but one of the reasons I like that horse is I felt the race collapsed. This horse was closing while My Boy Prince was speed.
Allegon, rider change, Manny Franco.
I like this horse a little bit. You know, it was a good race last time out off a long little layoff, and this horse has been working well. You get Manny Franco for Eddie Howard.
Coppola, 24-1, Umberto Rizpoli.
Quick from the blocks, really quick. So what's going to happen with Coppola, whether he can get over and clear this field, I just don't know if that can happen.
And there's the race mare looking for a return trip to the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
Yeah, I think that she's a generous price at 5-2 relative to the odds in the two. Nothing against the two Think Big, but her good races are very, very good.
4 minutes to post. Let's learn more about the horse this race is named after.
August, Saratoga, and the Travers. Today, all eyes are on the two giants, Rydan and Jaipur. In the final strides, they approach the line with the issue still in doubt. Now, Jaipur on the outside. As they hit the finish line, it's Jaipur. What a race and what a horse. 1/5 of a second faster than the legendary Man of War time in this same race. 2 minutes, 1 3/5 seconds.
1962 Travers equaled the track record, broke the stakes record of Man of War in that performance, and that was just the second time that the infield canoe was painted in the winning owner's colors.
A tremendous race, a very famous race where they basically dueled around the track, sort of an affirmed and Alydar type race. And I remember when I was a kid, I first started coming here in the mid-70s, they would show a movie like at about 11 o'clock on TV about history racing, and this was a race they showed quite a bit, so I've seen that race many times.
Well, for a mile and a quarter, they were never more than a head apart the entire time. But what got lost in the shuffle there was the third place finisher was Best, Military Plume.
Cicada
he got
as
bothered
well.
by Cicada, turning for home, and he came finishing fastest of all, and the inside was really good that day, Andy.
Well, I thought you gave him to be honest with you, I thought you gave him a bad ride, Richie.
This race goes through the 7-5 favorite. There he is, Think Big, undefeated since switching to the grass. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with his trainer, Mike Stidham, sending out Think Big. Since he switched to the grass, this has been a different horse.
Absolutely. I mean, he's definitely stepped up to the big league, and you know, the turf is what changed him. He's always shown us a lot of talent, but the turf has been the thing that set him to this level.
Was he always one that kind of gave you the inclination he might like the grass, or was it a little bit of trial and error as you went along?
We knew the family had grass in it, and with Twirling Candy being, you know, having so many good grass horses, it was something that was always in the back of our mind. So,
well, it certainly has panned out. John, to the inside, what kind of trip do you envision?
Well, Ben and I talked about it, and there's 3 or 4 in here that are going to go, and I'm hoping that we can just get a good tracking trip, and then when the time comes, he's got to find the hole, and that's going to make or break the race.
Well, thanks for the time. Best of luck.
All right, thank you.
Greg?
Think Big, perfect to this point. And yes, specialist turf distance, and that's what's on the line. When you're in Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, we'll see if Think Big could punch his ticket.
And, you know, yeah, listen, he's been very good. I have no knock on him. I think both Think Big and the 9 AG Bullet, they may be 2 of the best turf sprinters in the country. I'm kind of hoping the 4, My Boy Prince, can step forward. I think maybe he wanted to sprint all along. He'd never sprinted on the turf, but I'm scared of both Think Big and AG Bullet.
Well, Andy, you just sort of explained why you like him But my boy Prince, he's taking significant money now.
Yeah, I mean, there's nobody else really besides, the top two in this one to take money. He is getting bet a lot more. I was surprised it was a big price in the line.
There's
a
Andy's pick.
bigger price than our shot, whose form is sort of falling apart, even though he's good back form. But I just thought my boy Prince is a horse that really turned it around last time, and that was a race where the pace basically fell apart other than him, and he was chasing outside the whole way and was very game to hold off. Now, Allegan did not get the best of rides that day, and I think can benefit from the rider change to Manny Franco if you want to get a price, but I think that my boy Prince is the one who did all the running in the race. I'm going to take him as a mild upset at a price.
Paul, what'd you like with the 8 Allegan?
Exactly what Andy said. I think he lost all position and didn't have the best of trips, but I go back to where he was way back in 2023, and I understand, but that race against Snowballs, who was right at that point was the best turf sprinter in the land in 2023, and you can go back to some of his races. The Jaipur last year just didn't have the best of trips. He was really wide. I think today he gets a good trip today.
First test in Grade 1 company for the even money favorite. With more on Think Big, let's go to Maggie.
Well, I was observing the same things you guys were when it came to Think Big's behavior back in the paddock. But because he wears that iron halter, I guess that is par for course, given that this is the first time we're all seeing him on the NYRA circuit. So no previous notes, in other words. But once he got out on track, he settled right into his normal routine. He's been quite the picture of, well, sharpness, as you want your turf sprinters, but keeping it contained, as Ben Curtis opted to stay with the pony during this warm-up. But boy, he's such an athlete. He is really well made. As we'll also check in with another horse who was disappointing in his return to the races, but one that has had success up here at the spa, and that's number 5, Arzak, with the Rod Ortiz aboard. He was the one who immediately caught my eye in the warm-ups, just really touting himself, framing himself up well, looks really fit and well-muscled. But I also think as though in that last race, I don't think he loved being down on the inside, and probably needed a start too, because he's a horse that's really high strung. And sometimes those horses that get bogged down on the inside, or that, want to not feel intimidated by other horses, that's kind of how Arzak presents himself. So I'm wondering if Irad can get a little bit more of a clear outside trip today on a horse who definitely won the warm-up contest. But Acacia, as we go to you, you're taking the mare against the boys, right?
I am, Maggie. We'll see if she can do it in here. And there are a couple of reasons for that. I agreed with you. She was sharp back once, especially they got the tack on her and they started heading out from the paddock. But a horse that I think drawn to the outside will get a better trip in here today. And what I appreciate about her is that, yes, while she's looking for a win against the boys, she's already shown that she stacks up with the best of her division, running exceptionally well in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. We're back at Del Mar again this year for the Breeders' Cup, meaning once again, the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint will be at 5 furlongs. She's one that's shown shorter is no problem for her, and she should handle this 5.5 in this tight track at Saratoga with no problem. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Mig, 5-2 on this mare trying to book a return ticket to Del Mar.
Yeah, and I like that. She's gonna. I think she's gonna be well placed from the outside. She was unlucky last time going 5.5 at Churchill Downs. I think there's a lot to like there.
Taking significant support, but there is the undefeated Think Big.
Well, turf, undefeated on turf. I don't think that there's supposed to be this big a discrepancy in price between the two Think Big and AG Bullet. I think they're supposed to be much closer than this.
Yeah, I would think so too, yeah. And the way that the two's antics, I get it. It might be the way he is, but it still can't be that good, Mig, right?
Yeah, I didn't like it. I mean, just acting up quite a bit, actually.
Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Think Big. First test in Grade 1 company. Trying to remain perfect on the grass. It's the Grade 1 Jaipur. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Arzak goes in smoothly. Here's Coppola to complete the line for the Jaipur. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Jaipur. Coppola and AG Bullet, both very fast away from the gate. My Boy Prince Alagon comes away at joint fourth on the outside of Extendo. They are followed by Arzak. Our Shot is next as they go into the far turn. Bold Journey is at the back of the field. Vinsanity 3 lengths in front of him, as is Think Big, who has 9 lengths to make up. Coppola is the quickest of the quick. My Boy Prince on the inside of AG Bullet. They went 22-2 for the opening quarter mile. Alagon is fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. Arzak trying to get into contention, traveling smoothly at this stage. Another 2 back to Vinsanity. Now Ben Curtis takes Think Big to the outside with the white blinkers to unleash his run as they come through the stretch. AG Bullet on the outside of Coppola. On the inside, My Boy Prince is in third and trying to get to this leader, and it's AG Bullet running powerfully to the wire. AG Bullet dominates the Jaipur. 3-way photo for second. Looked like My Boy Prince. And then between Alagon and Arzak.
AG Bullet, 5-year-old mare against the boys with the win. Books her ticket to the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Compromise beginning for the favorite, which we'll get to.
She could not have gotten a better trip. No. A great job getting to be stalking on the outside to get it done. It's a very, very nice filly, actually race mare here at 5 years old. Nice approach by the 4 coming up the rail, but there's a no doubt about it winner. I know the 2 had trouble at the start, but that should take nothing away from how well this mare ran.
And this was a perfect example of getting your position going forward. Johnny comes out running with her, allowed the 9 to clear, but it created that separation. He just sat off her hip, the leader's hip, and went on and got it done. And boy, for a long striding mare, Paul, you wouldn't look at her and say she's a turf sprinter, but obviously she's a very good turf sprinter.
Yeah, it's really close between the other horses. We'll go back to the start and see what happened to the 2 Think Big here, Greg. And just like we were talking about this horse acting up, and the beginning was the end.
5.5 on the turf. I mean, your race is over.
Less margin for error, and that was a big error. You can't stutter step start with this caliber of horse going that short a distance and think you can overcome it.
What ends up happening, right? The 10 cuts the fractions, but who's laying second, third, and fourth? The 9, the 4, and the 8. And you know what? I was starting to think that the 8 was hanging a little bit, and the 4 started coming up the rail. I just think the 9, and she just ran away from the boys today.
She's a very good listen. The 2 has a legitimate excuse, to be fair. But we talked about this before the race. There should not have been this kind of price discrepancy between these 2 horses. There's a very good chance these are the 2 best sprinters in the country of the turf. And right now, she's the boss.
Incredible week for one of the greats. John Velasquez continues. Let's go to Maggie.
You said it, Greg. He is definitely not showing that he is the elder statesman in that jocks room. Having a heck of a week, Johnny.
So nice to pick up horses like her and other ones that rode here this weekend. So very pleased with the way the weekend went.
Exactly. Now, talk about a pickup mount. Horses that you're not named on to ride, that you haven't ridden before. You just seem to fit her beautifully, keep her out of trouble.
You know, I watched a couple of her races, and I see she always breaks well. And I know the horse that outside of me was going to go. I told him if I could follow him, or somebody else goes with him, perfect. If you know, I'll just sit right off of him, and that's the way it worked out.
We're going to see another pickup mount win for you as integration for Shug McGahee. He has a big shot coming up in the Manhattan.
I think he does too. Hopefully, I get a better trip there that he had last time. Yeah. You know, he had a rough trip last time, so hopefully I can get a better trip and come running down the end.
Well, Johnny, keep up the excellent work as you always have. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Greg?
4 wins on Friday for Johnny V. Grade 1 here, and yeah, he will have another chance, and a big chance, in our final race of this week, Grade 1 Manhattan on integration.
Yeah, I mean, he really is benefiting from these races being moved because Flavian Pratt was supposed to ride this horse, and he wasn't supposed to ride integration either.
Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm here with winning trainer Richard Baltus as AG Bullet. The girl power victorious today, but she's already shown she can handle pretty much anything thrown at her.
Yeah, I mean, she's just tough, you know, and she's a very talented filly. You know, she was third in the Breeders' Cup, and I thought she was getting a little tired. I was like 5 furlongs too short for her. But I tried to stretch her out last year a mile. I got the Group 1 today. That was a major thing for her resume. And, yeah, and we're in the when you're in the Breeders' Cup, and, you know, she just shows up. She's very honest.
And a cleaner trip today as well. Do you think with the way she ran today, you might take another shot at the Breeders' Cup down the end of the year?
Of course. I mean, I think we'd probably run her in Kentucky Downs in that same race, but yeah, we know we gave her a little time, like 90 days off after the matriarch, and just freshened her up. And you know, we've had her since she was a yearling, and she's been good to us.
She's been a lot of fun to follow. Congratulations on the win today.
Thank you very much.
Greg?
Fun to watch. AG Bullet taking it to the boys. She is now 7 for 12 on the grass.
She's a really, really good horse. And also, she won this race by what? 2 to 3 lengths, 2.5, 3 lengths.
You
That
don't
is
see
a
those kind of
huge
margins, yeah.
margin in a turf sprint.
Turf sprint.
And they're pretty good horses. My 4 got a great trip in there, and she really just galloped. Good trip or not, she's really good. I know the 2 had trouble. I don't think that he was beating this horse today.
No, but he created his own trouble by just not getting out of the gate good. And when horses act up, sometimes they're just not standing properly in the gate, and they lead themselves to getting left. But AG Bullet was very unlucky last time, but that was a race up the bench, and it probably was the best thing because it helped set her up for this. It wasn't a hard race on her because she basically had to be steadied through the stretch.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the 5 Arzak at age 7 might have got back into form. Yeah, he came in with a nice little late run, but no doubt about AG Bullet. $1.4 million in the bank.
What a week for Johnny V. Our Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing Age Sale to be held July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Start considering your entries today. It's AG Bullet in the Grade 1 Jaipur. Richard Baltus and John Velasquez booking her return trip to the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint in November. What about these performances? Raging Torrent out of the gate like a rocket. Frankie Dettori jubilant in victory in the Met Mile. And Patch Adams, Brad Cox making the right decision, cutting this horse back in distance. We'll look back at both next.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Back with you on our FS1 coverage. Grade 1 Jaipur rescheduled from Saturday. And this 5-year-old mare, not just winning, but taking it to the boys in this Grade 1 Jaipur with this performance for trainer Richard Baltus.
Yeah, the other thing we should talk about, too, is they ran fairly fast, 103. He was given the ground, but maybe not as much as I anticipated, Paul. And I didn't see as much kickback, as many clods coming up. So I think the course is in pretty decent shape.
As you see the winner's photo enclosure there with Johnny V holding it up with one of our own there, Melanie Frank, and Richard Baltus there to the right.
I'm glad you mentioned about the turf because also we were racing with the rails out 18 feet on both courses on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. They took the rails down. So they're racing not only on a part of the course, this course has part of the course that's been used in September.
Right.
So it's pristine down there, but it does show how much given the ground because 103 and change, I know she wasn't going to go under a minute like Cogburn did last year, but she could go 101.
But, I was just taking that there wasn't as much clods flying up.
It's in great shape.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, but I'm saying
yeah.
there's still even a reasonable amount of give in it, just all things considered.
And I know we would have loved to see these races on Saturday. Weather did not allow that. But pretty cool way to close out this week with a Grade 1 in the Manhattan.
I said to Greg earlier, boy, I hope that we can be here until about 7:30 on Sunday because you just really don't want to leave. So as it turns out, I think you and I are sleeping here again. We slept here last night. I think we're sleeping here again, right?
Oh, I got a cot set up in my office, so I'm ready.
Spirit of St. Louis. What an incredible story this New York bred is. Chad Brown's won this race 8 times. This Grade 1. Spirit of St. Louis, usually beating up Paul on New York breds. Now he's beating up on Grade 1 company.
Yeah, since he's been a 6-year-old, he's really turned into a different horse. Actually, at the end of his 5-year-old campaign, it just seemed like that Chad said, let's take him out of New York bred company, and he just started to flourish even more. I think he's one of those horses that just runs to his competition. Competition got a little bit better. He got a little bit better, and he's really turned into one of the best turf horses, if not the best turf horse right now in North America.
He has, and I'm going to say, I didn't pick any of the horses. There's 3 horses for Miguel Clement in here. Sentimentally, closing out this incredible week of racing or week of racing with a win by the Clement stable in a race that they've had a lot of success in as well, considering everything that happened, would be an incredible way to end this weekend.
Yeah, untimely passing of one of the titans of this sport, Christophe Clement, greatly missed, and he will be for a long, long time. His son Miguel taking over, 3 chances to win this race in the Grade 1 Manhattan. Let's look back to yesterday and 2 incredible performances in the Met Mile. Doug O'Neill owns a couple of Kentucky Derby wins. He said he never imagined he could win a race like this in the Met Mile.
It's an interesting comment.
Right?
Well, I mean, it's crazy that this horse was 8-1 in here. He was twice the price that Just a Touch was. There's no knock on Just a Touch, but he hadn't accomplished what he had won the Godolphin Mile, right? He won the Malibu, which is one of the big races run every year. This horse really sort of tipped his hand. I think it was a race after the Derby last year. He ran that huge figure there, and they just got absolutely no respect. Well, he's going to get a lot of respect now. He's a very, very, very good horse.
Not many people had the Malibu to Dubai, Godolphin Mile to this race on their bingo card. I mean, that's a pretty good triple.
This, Mig, is one of the most important races there is in the game.
They call this race the Met Mile a stallion maker. And why is that? Because it's that middle distance where you're getting sprinters stretching out, routers turning back, and he just ran the entire race. He ran a full mile. And I like that they had a plan. And they executed their plan. They were going. They were going to get the drop on the field.
Well, he was the clear speed of the race, and you don't take anything away from speeds. And one thing, especially with the California guys, they understand the value of speed. Yeah. Guys like Doug O'Neill, Bob Baffert, they got a speed horse. They're not rating them.
And Frankie Dettori, Paul talked about that run this horse has been on. Frankie's been on board for all 3 of those wins.
And the horse keeps turning horses away. I mean, the crazy part is when you watch the race in Dubai, it looked almost similar. It was like a replay. Horse came right up to him, and he kicked away. And you have a horse like Fierceness now. Like, I mean, a real racehorse come up to your hip, and then you kick away from him.
And last year's Travers winner coming off a track record performance off a 6-month layoff. We're going to see Fierceness likely next in the Whitney, according to Todd Pletcher. Felt he might have bounced a little bit off that huge performance coming back. Meanwhile, 3-year-olds, Grade 1 Woody Stevens and Brad Cox finding what Patch Adams wants to do, cutting him back in distance.
Well, he especially likes to get out of the gate in the sprints. And Brad Cox was telling me, I chatted with him shortly before the race, and he said the weirdest thing about this horse is every time I run him long, he doesn't get out of the gate. When I run him short, he gets out. And I don't think we're going to see him going long anytime in the near future. We might see him, we'll probably see him in the Allen Jerkins. We could see him in the Met Mile again next year.
You know what I thought was interesting? He came to Oaklawn around a 2-turn race, and he didn't break well. He got shuffled back into the first turn. Didn't run particularly well. But he was acting up a bit in the gate, and I think he's a horse that reacts to the crowd. In a 2-turn race, the crowd is right on top of you.
Interesting.
You know, now he's up in the chute. It's a little more sedate, and he gets away cleaner. And this isn't one of several in there that were turning back in distance. Everybody wants to try to get on the Derby Trail. This is what this horse wants to do, Paul.
Yeah, Luis Saez was a good ride, too. You can see a little pump fist at the end. He knows he's on a really nice horse, and this is a horse that's going to be, you know, in your sprint division. And I would think that, you know, Andy makes a good point. They're going to stretch out to that 1 mile distance, maybe to the 1 turn, and then go from there, because I think he'll be effective at least around 1 turn up to a mile, definitely.
Patch Adams. Big performance, and that was a loaded group of 3-year-olds. Many who probably thought they were going to be in the Belmont Stakes at this point, but then Triple Crown. Some of them tried it, didn't work out. What a win for Patch Adams.
Very big races at 7 furlongs, and we still saw it here, and we'll probably see another great race in the Allen Jerkins this summer.
We're going to take a timeout. Grade 1 Manhattan to close out this incredible week of action here at Saratoga. And a look at Farbridge. We've talked about how he likes to do his running inside. Well, he's run all the way on the outside for this Manhattan. Tough task for his pilot, Joel Rosario, ahead.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Now the field, turning for home. Cowboy Cal and Cosmonaut head-to-head for the lead at the top of the stretch. Cosmonaut on the outside and Cowboy Cal toward the rail. Marchside trying to reel them in. Court Vision is coming. Gio Ponte was last on the backstretch, and he's coming with a wild finish on the outside. Marchside and Gio Ponte. And Gio Ponte, a last to first winner of the Manhattan Handicap.
Last of 12 on that yielding turf course, and Gio Ponte up for the victory. It was a string of 4 Grade 1 wins in a row in a year that would end in
I
A
remember.
runner-up finish against Zenyatta in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
I remember in that bog, I told myself they ran so slow, and I told myself, Giapponti's not going to be ready for the Breeders' Cup Classic, and what a race he ran against Zenyatta. I mean,
I bet him.
Valiant effort for second place.
You bet him in the Classic?
Yeah, Giapponti might be in my top 3
great
all-time
horse.
favorite horses.
Is he a Grade 1 winner in all 3 services?
No, he was not a dirt
For
horse.
the late Christophe Clement.
2 of them, though, synthetic and
untimely passing, of course.
Synthetic Grade 1.
Just a couple of weeks ago, and his son Miguel now taking over the stable, and he will have 3 chances to win this Manhattan.
People should realize, though, Miguel had been groomed for this position for a long time. He worked his way up to be his dad's top assistant, and they even applied to try to get a joint training license, which they do in Europe and Australia, where you see like John Gosden and his son trained together. That's not allowed in the States. They couldn't get it done, and there was going to be a time Miguel was going to take over the stable. It's just we all were hoping it would be a lot later than sooner.
Yeah, and it would have been nice if Christophe was around for a long, long time, but it also would have been nice for him to be around to see Miguel have success as a trainer.
Well, this horse for their barn, what a turnaround for Deterministic. Just star-making performance of the Fort Marcy.
I got to tell you, these odds stay where they are. I don't know about you, Paulie. I know we both like and picked Integration. I think 3-1 is too low for him. I'm going to bet Deterministic at 8-1. I think this is way too big on a price because there's a real chance that he's completely turned his career around by being ridden aggressively in there, and there's no reason he can't wire this field.
I'm kind of with you. I'd probably pivot to Carson's Run.
And Carson's Run's another one. He's going to improve off that race as well.
8-1 Deterministic. See if he can repeat that magic from the Fort Marcy. Let's go back to Maggie.
And look, this is an incredibly good-looking and well-turned-out field for this Grade 1 Manhattan, as it should be with the Grade 1. And your favorite in here, Spirit of St. Louis, looks incredible. He always looks good. I shouldn't say it's one of the best times I've seen him because he always looks as though he's at his best. But let's talk about the horses that I think are real threats to him, and that does include your current second choice in number 2, Integration in here. A very relaxed type of individual who did have trouble last time out, and furthermore, I like the switch to Johnny Velasquez too, and I like the switch to Flavien Prat, right? I just thought that, last time out, and maybe it was instructions, maybe Frankie Dettori felt as though he had to, but he just kept niggling at him and rushing. It just looked as though he wanted to rush him the entire time. I think this is a horse that wants you to take a long hold on him and let him settle and make that one run. And furthermore, he's a horse that has shown time and time again that he can handle a course that has given it, and he's kind of put together that way. He's a little bit lighter frame, kind of tall and leggy, so they just tend to skip over the surface. And we were all just talking, Acacia and one of our editors, Ernie Munich, and I, boy, Quality Road really passes on one particular trait to his progeny, and that is a long, voluptuous foretop. Doesn't mean they can run fast, just something that I thought was interesting because of the genes. Moving on to number 5, that's Deterministic. And I think of the Christophe Clement horses, the race being moved to 1.8 miles to the inner turf course makes a huge difference, especially to him, because he is speed. He looks as though he might be the lone speed as well. And he's a horse that I think benefits from a little less ground overall. He looks sensational. This is the first time I've seen him from 3 to 4, and he has filled out. He has done everything that you want a horse to do in that year and that progression forward when horses really tend to get good as 4-year-olds. So I think he is a real threat, as Andy was just mentioning, Greg, to your favorite.
Yeah, I think we're all surprised. That horse right there, the 5, with what he did in the Fort Marcy, is up on the board at 8-1 right now.
I think this is absolute lunacy. I mean, I guess he's what we call the lost horse. The horse that just got lost in the shuffle with the other horses getting bet, and they've just kind of forgotten about him.
Favorite, though, this one right here, the New York bred, Spirit of St. Louis. Spent most of his career beating New York bred company. Chad Brown company said, let's get more aggressive with him. And he has not only responded, he has thrived. 2 Grade 1s in his last 3 starts.
He finishes his races, man. He's got a closing kick, and he's been very well managed. $1.8 million in earnings now. he used up all his New York bred conditions, Paul, before he started taking on the heavy heads.
You gotta love the way he lowers his head too when he gets to the wire. He really reaches, and he like at age 6, he just keeps on improving. And like I said, I think he runs to his competition. When he sees somebody in front, he kind of runs them down. And I think that's where Chad finally, you know, goes, okay, let's go into open company. And I don't know if he surprised Chad or not, but man, he is a tough horse.
Let's go to Acacia.
And here, happy to be joined by Shug McGay. He's sending out Integration here. Shug, this is a horse who didn't have the easiest of trips last time out.
No, we were kind of stuck down on the rail, and we were wanting to get out, and every time we tried to get out, he got shoved back down in there, and it just didn't work out.
What have you seen from him since that race?
He trained good, you know. He trains fresh and had a really good work at Belmont. I think it was last Friday because of the weather, and so, you know, it's kind of mixed up with not getting a run yesterday, but everybody's in the same boat. So, you know, if he takes to the turf and we get a decent trip, then I think they'll know he's in there.
He has won on soft turf before. Do you think he'll handle the ground today?
I think he will. I think he's probably better on a harder turf, but we got a soft turf today. So, but I think he'll handle it fine.
Thanks for the time, Shug. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Greg.
Hall of Famer in Integration. 8 times in 13 starts, first or second with 5 wins. He is quite a horse. John Velasquez will fill in.
And if you're relatively new following the game, you don't realize the success this man has had. I mean, there was a time going back into the 80s and 90s where he was absolutely dominant, winning big races and so many good horses for the Phipps. Really burst in the scene in the mid-80s. He won the test with a horse named Last Trump, and he had an incredible racehorse named Van Landingham.
Would you say his Derby win, maybe one of the more popular ones with Orb?
Well, absolutely. He's a Kentucky native. That was one of the few races that wasn't on his resume. He went there with the easy go, or looked like that was, you know, going to be his Derby winner. So he got one later on for the Janney and the Phipps family, which seemed very fitting.
You know, his races on a yielding, though, his soft race, he won by 6 lengths, and his other race, he lost to Master of the Seas. What would Master of the Seas be in this spot?
Right now, probably a big price.
Yeah, but back then, yeah.
Here's endlessly Michael McCarthy, trainer of journalism, sending out this long shot.
He never really got back on track after running in the Derby, failing the Belmont Derby. He needed his last race, though.
John Velasquez for the trainer you just heard from, Integration.
Yeah, a horse by Quality Road here at a Scat Daddy mare, and Scat Daddy's such a great influence.
1 of 3 for Miguel Clement. Here's Carson's run.
This horse is a major player in here at 6-1.
His stablemate, Deterministic, went gate to wire. The Ford Marcy would look sensational.
Come down to 7-1. I still think it's a very generous price. I'm hoping he has a big year.
2 grade 1s his last 3 starts. The New York bred, Spirit of St. Louis.
And Manny Franco had the ride last time out. He will get the ride again. And it seems like the last 2 times he's ridden this horse, he's gotten a W.
Turf debut was a win against much softer company for Tucson.
One of a couple of horses that could be forwardly placed here with the 5.
Here's Corruption, Marcassi, Jose Ortiz.
No, he's
Jose
Gomez. Yeah. Jose Gomez. Jose went back to church.
It's Javier Castellano, right?
That's okay.
It is Javier Castellano. Thank you. And Farbridge, again, we talked about his issues. Likes to run inside. He's drawn all the way outside.
But he's got a great rider in Joel Rosario who absolutely understands this horse and knows where he needs to be. Now, that doesn't mean, Richie, you get there. I mean, your best plans and the outside post doesn't help him. But Joel knows to try to get inside.
Well, there's a lot of times you know where you want to be. Like you said, getting there, especially from that post. But he does have the right rider to pull off those, you know, he knows how to pull rabbits out of his hat, particularly with horses like this.
But he's a horse that is definitely not helped by coming to Saratoga because originally the man has a 1.25 miles.
Yeah.
And 1 3/16 here because you can't run a 1.25 miles in the turf course here. Then having to move to the inner turf course, it's now 1 1/8 miles. And while he's proficient in those distances, he is better as the distances get longer. And I think it hurts his edge against this group. But if you like him, 4-1's a very generous price.
Get signed up, play all the action all summer long and beyond with Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match, new customer bonus. That is the code to punch in and sign up for new members. Bonus $200 and bet all the action right there at NairaBets.com. Grade 1 Manhattan, one of the most prestigious turf events in the sport. To close out this incredible week of action. We'll head back downstate for a few weeks after this, and then it's right back to Saratoga. Big one to close out this incredible week of Belmont at Saratoga next.
Who's the best? Who's top horse?
Football gods, the most valuable trophy in American sports.
The dream lives within all of us. When fueled by passion, patience, and perseverance, a spark of greatness. Come, dream with us at Three Chimneys.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage. What a way to close out this incredible week of action. It has been sensational. So many star performances. Belmont Day, sun finally peaked out. We had a fast track when the gates opened for that third and final leg of the Triple Crown, and what a crowd we had on hand. This is what's ahead for our Fox Saratoga Saturday schedule. Belmont Derby, July 4th. Coaching Club American Oaks when we get into the True Saratoga meeting, July 19th. Jim Dandy, Travers, where we could see a rematch between Sovereignty and Journalism in both those races.
That would be good, right?
Oh, just...
So
when we
we're-
talk about
we're rooting for
rivalries
that.
we love in this game, and to get that would be sensational.
Good horses. Good horses.
So, Andy, integration 4-1 right now. What do you like?
I think 4-1. See, I thought he was going to be 3-1. Now you're talking about a very generous price on this horse, a very similar price to Deterministic. He was completely blocked in his last start behind horses. He handles some given the ground. He's always been a talented horse. I think he's a very dangerous player.
Yeah, I'm with Andy. I think the 2 is the other player. I pivoted to the 4 Carson's Run. I just love that this horse loves this racetrack. Has actually run well here over a little bit of a giving ground when he won the Saratoga Derby Invitational last year. So I thought that was a good effort last time behind Deterministic. He'll be a little bit more fitter this time. I think you're getting the price at 7-1.
To Maggie.
And I spoke to his rider, Dylan Davis, the number 4 Carson's Run yesterday, and he really, truly felt like He needed that last start. And I see why. He's a bigger bone type of horse. He's actually not built like your typical turf horse. He's also a little sassy out here. Honestly, the bugs are really bad. We're doing that Saratoga wave, all the people riding the horses when you wave your hand in front of your face to get rid of the bugs. But so it makes sense that a race, and truly only a race, could get him totally fit. He looks sensational out here. As we'll also take a look at Miguel Clement's other horse, and that's Far Bridge. And you guys have touched on it. The fact that a mile and an eighth might actually be too short for him. But the one thing that's going in his favor is the course. He is a horse that prefers some give in the ground, and it's so typical of his bloodline in that he's a son of English Channel, and they just seem to be horses who relish the softer going on the turf course. So, Acacia, I know you've gone, though, to number 2, Integration. It was his long flowing locks, wasn't it?
And Maggie, I went to the horse that just had such a tough trip last time out, being stuck down on the inside and thinking Integration would get a cleaner run today. But the big thing is I could not pick any of the 3 of my husband's horses and choose between them, so I chose somebody else. But obviously, Greg, my heart will be with the trio.
We thought that might be the case, rooting for the Clement barn.
Well, of course. I mean, that's an absolute no-brainer. And, Miguel's running, 3 live horses here. They all have something attractive, that could lure you towards them. I'm going with Deterministic. I think Kendrick Carmouche is the right rider for this horse. This is a horse that wants to use his stride. He doesn't want to be held up too much.
Paul, I mean, you talk about Spirit of St. Louis, though. Basically, and look, he was very good. He was beating New York bred company, though, and now he's a multiple Grade 1 winner, probably leader of the division. Can you remember a player during your days that was called up from, the minors and became a star like this?
Jason Worth. He was called up at a late age and kind of didn't get any run, got released by the Blue Jays, got released by us. I can't believe when we traded him to the Phillies, became a world champion. So some guys can blossom just like horses can blossom late in life. And I'll tell you what, everybody's going to be looking over their shoulder for Spirit of St. Louis late in this race.
Putting together a resume that could lead to an Eclipse Award as the top horse in his division at the end of the year, trying to pad that resume here with an important turf event. This Grade 1 Manhattan Spirit of St. Louis, the New York bred, the 9-5 favorite, trying to bring trainer Chad Brown his 9th victory in this race. Frank Miramati with the call.
Thank you, Greg. Just a few more left to go in. Deterministic has taken up his spot. And here's Far Bridge. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Resorts World Casino, Manhattan. And Deterministic breaks very nicely and goes straight to the front. Tucson is up alongside in second, and Far Bridge, who broke a bit inward, is now a joint third, racing on the outside of Integration. Just behind them, Corruption is under a tight hold. Spirit of St. Louis also having to steady a bit going into the first turn, but now gets a position by himself, 2 lengths clear of Endlessly, and Carson's Run is at the back of the field. It's Deterministic setting the pace. The opening quarter went in 23 3/5 seconds. Tucson is racing in second, and Far Bridge has been guided over to the hedge under Joel Rosario in third. They are followed by Corruption in fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. Spirit of St. Louis and Integration are heads apart. Another couple back to Endlessly and Carson's Run. The half in 48-2. Deterministic where he likes it, on the front end and unopposed to the half-mile pole. Far Bridge trying to inch a little bit closer willingly. Tucson still third. Corruption 4 lengths off the leader. Integration, Spirit of St. Louis has 6 to make up. Carson's Run and Endlessly. Kendrick Carmouche and Deterministic went 3/4 and just under 113 flat, and it's Deterministic, the one to catch, leading it by 2. Far Bridge has been tracking intently, and he's guided off now to come after this front-running Deterministic. These two are clear by 3. Integration is 5 behind them, but it is Deterministic who keeps on rolling on the front end. 2-length advantage. Far Bridge, Integration, Deterministic on the outside. Here's Integration. Here's the line. Deterministic! Deterministic has won the Resorts World Casino Manhattan over a hard-charging Integration, with Far Bridge third, Congratulations, Miguel Clement.
Miguel Clement closes out this meet first and third in the Grade 1 Manhattan and deterministic. What a story, what a turnaround now as a 4-year-old.
I can't think of a better way to
Yes.
end this weekend. And I'm going to tell you something. It is going to be one of the most incredible scenes in the winner's circle. You can already see. I mean, Steve Dunker, one of the owners, a very, very close friend of Christophe Clement's. The whole situation, I mean, it really is kind of a fairy tale ending. A great race, too, and a terrific performance by all of the top 3 finishers. But deterministic, what a great win.
And this is how he wants to run. Let him do what he wants to do and use that stride and bowl along. Kendrick Carmouche is the perfect rider for him. This was a terrific outcome, and I'm with you, Andy. I mean, to end this incredible 5-day run, Paul, of racing with Miguel getting his first stakes win, but a Grade 1 on top of it, this is pretty special.
I wish these races had been run on Saturday for a lot of reasons, but I got to tell you, you almost feel like fate intervened for this race to be the last race on this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival weekend, with this horse particularly winning, with so many people involved with this horse. We're so close to Christophe. Just what a great win.
Kendrick Carmouche takes this one gate to wire. Let's go to Maggie.
Well, we are so excited for Miguel getting his first Grade 1. It's also Kendrick Carmouche's first Saratoga Grade 1. Kendrick, well done.
Oh, thank you so much. I just like to say one thing, you know, Miguel, I love you to death. You know, both of us had such hard tragedies the last 2 years. Our daddies is always looking down on us and fighting with us, man. I'm just very pleased. This horse ran such an amazing race last time. He come back and repeat it. Congratulations to the owners. Jimmy Riccio, we got us a Grade 1, my brother.
And what a great weekend for you. But as Richie McGlory was just saying, you fit this horse so well. And you could tell out here on the track watching you warm him up, you're so confident in him.
Yeah, he builds the confidence in you. You know, he's one of these horses where he's more like a show horse to me than a race horse, because he wants you to leave his nose alone. And I learned that from being with my wife and daughter so much, watching show horses. And I just let him roll and let him do his thing. Every time he feel a horse, he just want to re-engage and go again. I'm just very blessed, man. Thank you all so much, man. I love these ponies, man. Horse racing is the best sport in the world.
And we love you, Kendrick. Acacia.
Louisiana, baby.
Acacia, many congratulations to you and Miguel.
Thank you so much, Maggie, as this is probably the most special interview that I will ever do in my life with my husband, Miguel, for his first Grade 1 win. I'll try to hold it together, but this is a horse that you believed in right from the beginning. Can you talk about what it means to see him in the Grade 1 winner's circle here at Saratoga?
Yeah, he's been top class from the very get-go. He's a very impressive winner here at 2. He was the Gotham winner. He's won many stakes, different surfaces, distances. He's amazingly talented and athletic, so it's only fair that he finally got his first Grade 1 today.
I know, of course, it's been an incredibly emotional week for you and for the entire family. I think your dad is incredibly proud of you.
Yeah, it's been tough for the family, the stable, the entire CC tribe, but I mean, he would have won it no other way, and I just hope to follow his footsteps, to be honest.
I'm incredibly proud of you as well. Enjoy this win. Congratulations.
Thank you. You might be biased.
I might be a little bit, Greg.
Dad looking down, no doubt, on his son Miguel. And someone who touched so many lives, not just as a trainer who should be in the Hall of Fame. And I would think that would happen.
It's disgraceful that he
very
is not in the
soon.
Hall of Fame. It's
Absolute
disgraceful
disgrace.
that voters didn't get him in the Hall of Fame last year. It's something that really, I just doesn't really matter in the scheme of things, but it's a disgrace.
I echo your sentiments completely. It's so frustrating because his resume is so certainly more than strong enough to be in there. His unwavering commitment to the well-being of his horses. Everybody knows what a great horseman he is. What a great human being
He
is.
has more graded stakes wins than Steve Asmussen does. The
his
voters that didn't recognize him, they should lose their vote in 2026, in my opinion.
What came out afterwards, too, just as outstanding as a trainer as he was and one of the all-time greats, how many lives he touched and how generous he was with his time.
To everyone.
And it's the things that people don't see. It's not the things. It's very easy to try to look good in front of other people. It's the things you do when nobody's looking. And that's what a person, that's the measure of a person, what they do. With Christophe, it's very similar to Alan Jerkins, you know, all of those things that helping other people and his interest in a game and in a world where there's a lot of people are a little more self-centered where they could be, and it's true in life. It was not true of Christophe, and he'll be greatly missed. But this is, I mean, you would write this as the ending to this weekend, and you'd say, yeah, it's just a little bit too corny, but it happened in reality, and it's pretty great.
Absolutely. Fairy tale ending.
Yeah.
100%. And Christophe elevated everybody around him.
Yeah.
Divine intervention. But look, a horse who, too, we saw him in the Fort Marcy in his 4-year-old turf debut. It was a jaw-dropping performance.
It was. It really was. And, you know, it's funny. I had discussed this horse with Christophe quite a bit and saying, he's just a horse that needs to be in front. Just an aggressive ride, and Kendrick, it just fits him like a glove and sending him. Listen, Farbridge ran very well. An amazingly great ride by Joel. You know, he was 4 wide going the first turn. He got him to the fence. He rode him perfectly. Integration, made that big run. Nobody else really closing in the race. Terrific performance by all three, but this is just a great final result.
Paul, could you believe that he found the rail as early as he did, Joel Rosario?
I was trying to get it in before the race, but the flow was to 5, 7, and 8 were the speed. So I wasn't worried that Farbridge would get to the rail. He had his best shot to go by Deterministic. He just couldn't get there.
There is Miguel Clement. What a moment, what this must mean to end being at such a special place, but to win this one for Dad.
Yeah, it's a great moment. Just a great, great, great moment.
You could see how professional Miguel is, and I think that kind of masks all the emotions that have to be going on.
And I'm going to give a little credit to Acacia for keeping it together in that interview. That could not have been easy.
No.
Again, as you said, you could not script a better ending to this incredible week that we have had right here.
Yeah.
Miguel Clement, first grade 1 win, just took over the stable with the untimely passing of his father, one of the greats in this game, Christophe Clement, who left us just a couple of weeks ago from a rare eye cancer. Deterministic, now back-to-back incredibly impressive victories, taking this grade 1 Manhattan leading every step of the way. We'll be right back.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Hats and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Be a part of history and reserve your place at the all-new Belmont Park. Secure your priority deposit today for an exclusive selection of hospitality offerings, from luxury suites to premium lounges with breathtaking racetrack and paddock views. The new Belmont Park will feature modern amenities, delivering the perfect blend of tradition and innovation alongside world-class racing. Don't miss your chance to experience tradition reimagined. Visit newbelmont.com today and claim your spot.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
What an incredibly touching ending to this fantastic week here at Belmont at Saratoga. Deterministic, Miguel Clement, Father passed away just a couple of weeks ago, getting his first Grade 1 win, taking over the stable.
Starting the week with his father's funeral, and then getting his first win on the opening day of this Belmont Stakes Festival, and then getting Grade 1 on the last race of this Belmont Stakes Festival. It truly is storybook, Paul.
No, it is storybook, and congratulations to the connections as well. As Farbridge ran a really good third. The other part and integration just came up short, but deterministic, son of Liam's map. I think Mr. Christophe, the wire came up a little sooner from the sky.
And of course, Liam's map, the sire, ran for the main owner of this horse, Vinny Viola. So it all sort of comes full circle. Just a real family affair and a great way to end this week.
And Vinny Viola, his Florida Panthers, tied in the series, 1-1. That's a heck of a hockey series. They've both gone into overtime. Pretty cool.
He's gracious enough to bring the Stanley Cup trophy here the other summer. Final thoughts on what we witnessed yesterday in the Belmont Stakes and that rematch between the Derby winner and the Preakness winner.
I don't think there's much left to be said about it. This is a tremendous racehorse, both he and journalism. Exceptionally good 3-year-olds, and I'm just going to say I can't wait to see them again. And the thought of them both meeting up in the Jim Dandy and/or the Travers, it's just very, very exciting. So much to look forward to, and so much good stuff happening this weekend.
Yeah, this reminds me a little bit of the Curlin, Street Sense, that crop. I think that's how good this crop is. Hard spun, those type of horses. I think Baeza will grow up a little bit more too.
Yeah, deep, talented crop, but Sovereignty right now, he's head of the class.
Yeah. And that's not just daydreaming. Connections of both sides. Sovereignty and journalism have said potentially Jim Dandy, Travers, the target to continue this rivalry into the summer. And of course, we'll be back here to cover it all. What a week we've had. We're back Thursday, 1 Eastern. We'll see you then on FS2. AG Bullet, the 5-year-old mare, taking it to the boys and punching her ticket to the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint in that Grade 1 Jaipur win. And what a way to close things out. Miguel Clement, his first ever Grade 1 victory, taking over the stable with deterministic going gate to wire in the Grade 1 Manhattan.